Well, we've had 4 days of action. We've got another one coming right your way here, of course. It is the 5th day of this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. I hope you're ready. I know I am. It's Peacock Friday. Let's get things run underway. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a warm Sophia here in Bulgaria, of course, at this Vasilevsky Academy ground here as we're ready for the start of day number 5, of course. It's an action-packed day here, an action-packed Peacock Friday, of course, because not only will you have us here in Sophia, you'll have Vinny taking you through the Mediterranean Cup getting underway this afternoon, but they've got a one-off in T10 International starting off in the morning out in Croatia. So plenty of action here on the network today, but of course, in this one, it is going to be the first game of the day. It is, of course, going to be Pleven, as we see the first time we'll get to have a look at the All-Stars. The All-Stars are a side that are a mixture of players that are making their first appearance here on the network, but it's also, there are a couple of players that we've seen before represent the likes of Academic Sophia and Pleven in previous tournaments. We'll get on to them a little bit later, but let's go out to the middle and have a look and see what happened at the coin toss. So Styron Peters has got the two captains.
Pleven to call. Heads is the call. It's tails.
We would like to bat first.
They're going to have a bet.
There you go, their news from the toss is that this time we're going to see the All-Stars for the first time win the toss and have a bat first here. I don't mind that choice at all because we know that Pleven are struggling. They haven't won a single game. In fact, at the moment, they haven't won a game in 2 years. They, of course, won back in 2022, but that was just a single victory. They didn't win last year, and at the moment, it looks as if they're really struggling to get a victory on the board in this year's competition as well. So this could be an opportunity for them to do so, but they haven't started the morning off well. They haven't won the toss. It is going to be, of course, the All-Stars that bat first. As I mentioned, a couple of names to look out for. Albin Jacob, for one, is one to look out for, and Akshay as well. He is certainly someone that we've seen on the network previously playing for the likes of Pleven. And as for Jacob, he of course represented Academic Sophia in the last couple of years of the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. Well, this week we of course went over the 20,000 run mark here in the European Cricket Series, but it's been a couple of days of low scoring games, hasn't it? We very rarely get past that 100. Can today be a day of runs? Of course, it's going to be another scorcher on this lovely Peacock Friday. I'm looking forward to this one. I know a man who's standing by in the commentary box is Nishay Bat. Nishay, news from the toss then as we head over to you is that the All-Stars, they're going to bat first.
Yeah, thank you very much for that update. So it's Peacock Friday, and we're of course set for our first match of the day between the BSCU All-Stars and VTU MU Pleven. Let's head over to the recap of yesterday's fixtures. Of course, Pleven started the day off yesterday as well. They posted just 65 runs in the first innings, and Pac Falcons CC Viren playing in their first match of this European Cricket Series won very comfortably, chasing it down in just 3.4 overs. Great innings by Agagyul Ahmadel, making 42 runs of just 15 deliveries. The first match for Pac Falcon after a couple of days rest, and they looked really solid in that one. And then the Spartans played their first match of this European Cricket Series, and they managed to win a couple of games inside the power play. The Blacksmiths posting just 60 runs on the board in the first innings. A great bowling effort there by Ali Rasul, figures of 4 for 12 in the 2 overs he bowled. And then the Spartans winning inside the power play. Chris Lakov looked like he was back to his best, making 28 of just 10 deliveries. Of course, coming off an injury hit ECS in 2023. Here's a look at the match summary for match 18, where we just wondered if Pac Falcon, of course, coming off those 4 consecutive victories, would maybe be able to just hang around with one of the big boys, but that was just not the case. Academic Sophia brushed them aside, winning this by bonus points, and continue to expand their lead at the top of the table. Meanwhile, in match 19, we saw the Spartans defeat Pleven. A very comfortable victory for them, again winning inside the power play. Chris Lakov with an identical score to the one he had in the first match, 28 of 10. And then just look at those bowling figures from the first innings. I mean, you got Lakov, Matthew, and Nankov giving 1, 2, 3 runs in the sole over they bowled. It's terrific stuff And then, of course, this was a match with which we rounded out things. Pleven at one point were 17 for 5 in the 7th over. Then they somehow managed to rally in those last few overs, get to 69, but that simply wasn't enough as the Spartans would take this one, chasing it down with 5.5 overs to spare. Let's have a look at the standings here. As we can see, Pleven sitting at the bottom of the table as things stand with 10 losses in all 10 games they've played. 8 of them have been bonus point losses. It's really been rough going for Pleven. Meanwhile, the All-Stars are playing their first match of this European cricket series. This is going to be a big challenge for them, and let's see how they fare against Pleven. The umpires are taking the field. And here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. As you can see, the SCU All-Stars playing in their first match of this European cricket series. They're captained by Akshay Harikumar. Meanwhile, Pleven, well, you've got Amol Thomas at the top with 243 points for much of this ECS. He's consistently managed to get 20 or 30 runs at about a run-a-ball pace, but it just seems to have dipped in form a little bit these last couple of days. He's not even been able to get that. Meanwhile, I gotta say, I was very impressed with the way the key player in Anandu Krishna batted yesterday at the end. I thought he was striking the ball really sweetly and would love to see him get a promotion up the order in the second innings. Here's a look at the win predictor. So the All-Stars 87% favorites here against Pleven. They were an unknown quantity, the All-Star, but the win predictor still fancies them to most probably take this one, and you can understand why, considering the performances we have seen from the All-Stars. Yeah, just a little bit of indecision. They weren't quite sure who was going to bowl the first over, and then I think it just slipped out of Atul Joseph's mind that, beg your pardon, Alvin Thomas's mind that he's going to be bowling this first over. Oh, you got to feel for these guys. You got to feel for them. I mean, it's been a difficult 5 days for them so far. Here we go. First ball starts off with a wide. Not the best ball to start proceedings. No, down the leg side again. Yes, Sunil still waiting for a legal delivery. Oh, well, just come off the pad over there. Probably just going a little bit down the leg side. Would have thought they'd have maybe appealed for a little bit more, but certainly wasn't going to be out by the looks of it. Struck away. Lowish full toss. Hit away for 4. And Sunil gets off the mark with a boundary. Great way to bring up your first runs of the tournament. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, low full toss. Smacked away. Goes for 4 runs. Well, then Thomas, let's see if he can land this one on the pitch. That one was fairly easy to strike away for Sunil. We're inside the power play, of course. It's just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, and they're currently at long on and cow corner. Yeah, Thomas just overcompensating there. I think he's been pushing it too far down the leg side to start things off, and this time he sends one very wide down the offside. Yeah, Sentinel just needs to get it right over here. Just needs to get it right. Pitch it up. Get it nice and full and straight. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, he's pushed way too wide down the offside, and this one down the leg side. It's been given a no ball as well, so a free hit is coming up. Change of angle here. Let's see if this works for Thomas. Oh, and this is going to get hit away as well, so they're going to get 4 more runs. Yeah, easy pickings once more for Sunil. Smacks that one away. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, nicely played away. Just gets enough bat on it to beat the fielder at mid-wicket. 4 more runs. Now struck firmly towards Cow. There's a fielder there. And it's not the perfect collection, but it's still just going to be 1 run. The expensive start once again here for Pleven. Oh, struck away towards third. 4 more runs. Kadian gets off the mark with a boundary off his very first ball. Oh, we'll take another look at this. Yeah, beautifully played. Plays that one nice and late. Gets it away. Nice and deep in his crease as well. Great stroke. And it's 4 more runs. 18 runs off this over already. Still got a ball to come. Straight down the ground. Doesn't have enough to go for a 6. Not quite. It will split the fielders straight down the ground. And it goes away for 4 more runs. So 22 runs off the first over. And, well, another great start for this All-Stars team. You can see off this first over why they were fancied as big favorites. Here's a look at the ECS Bulgaria stats. The run rate so far this tournament has been 10.7. The maximum rate about 3.8, which is a lot lower than what we typically see. The maximum rate usually is up there around 10 to 15 for most series. But, you know, this has been a bowler's series so far, I think. This pitch as well, it's a bit challenging for bowlers, although I've seen the run rate just be a little bit higher than what it's been for the past few years. Nevertheless, lower than what we see in most European cricket series. There's no real foot movement there for Thomas. Oh, goes big. Has he got enough distance on it? He has. And there's the first Maximo of this innings. Gets that away. Really nicely struck there by Sunil. Look how he gets underneath this one and just manages to elevate it beautifully over mid-wicket, down on one knee. And 6 more runs. Oh, this is going to be another wide, of course. Nishi Butt here in the commentary box. And joining me back is Charlie Hunt.
Good morning, everybody. And the woes continuing for Pleven at the moment. And down the leg side, this one yet again, another wide. And good morning to our officials, our Grizzly boys. Of course, got the ever-experienced 2 out there at the moment in Satish and Narayan.
This is played out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single again, and they were keen to come back for a second run, but it certainly wasn't on.
Yeah, Pleven, of course, I mentioned at the top of the day, struggling, and well, the woes continuing at the moment with extras flowing pretty consistently.
Oh, great ball over there. Terrific ball, just turns away ever so slightly. Wonder if that was the old deuce raise managed to pull out.
I think you might be clutching at straws there already this morning.
Well, you gotta be optimistic. Gotta give him a bit of credit. Too much positivity.
Kadian at the moment, of course, at the non-strikers, has got a pretty decent record on the network. He's a decent all-rounder to have. Dot balls. Oh, not too bad. And that will be... I think that's a very abrupt end to the over. I think we've still got a fair few to go, I reckon. Or maybe not.
Yeah, I think he just managed to sneak in these last few deliveries. I wonder if there's one more left, or obviously apologies that we're taking a bit of time to update the score. We'll have that up to date for you as soon as possible. But yeah, we have come to the end of the second over. Final over of the power play coming up.
Yeah, it looks as if we might be a little bit frozen at the moment. So We'll try and get that up there as soon as we can. So it's all going a little bit T10 this morning, as this is Krishna. It could be a run out, and it's at the wrong end. And the keeper doesn't even take it when it was at his end either. And yeah, you can rightfully so. Krishna's frustrated at this one that it doesn't come to him.
Yeah, you can understand some of the frustration. Run-out's clearly on at the non-strikers, and he would have been in trouble.
Talk about that innings from Krishna yesterday to get them up to that set 69. Of course, it was pretty impressive because it came out of nowhere, quite literally.
Yeah, if he's not batting up the order in the second innings, I will be absolutely stunned. Oh, this is short, and it's crunched. Stayed a little bit low, but Kadian rocked back and hammered it away. 6 more runs.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he has got a good record. He only averages about 26, but didn't take part last year. It's back in 22, and a good average of 48 in the competition. High score of 46 against Plovdiv. Looking to recreate this one. We come back to live action.
This is going to be just worked away towards cover point for a 4. Nice shot there by Kadian. So back-to-back boundaries here. Yeah, it's probably going wide. He reaches out of that one, though, and manages to get it away for 4.
Yeah, reaches massively. Has to as well, because it's wide. Can't quite find rhythm at the moment.
Oh, another wider delivery, but he's going to get bat on this and hit this one away for a 4 as well. So 3 consecutive boundaries. They're very close to bringing up the team 50 inside the power play.
Yeah, another good display of hitting this at the moment. I think this is what realistically the likes of Dilruk Vanu was hoping for his side, the Spartans, yesterday, because they just couldn't win a toss. They wanted to get some batting time out there, but this is what the All-Stars have looked to do, and they are doing so pretty nicely. Kadian, 24 off 8 for him at the moment.
Oh, once again, cuts that one away. 4 more runs. This is an absolute onslaught here. 19 runs off this over, and we've still got a ball to come.
Yeah, this over's not been pretty. It's had 5 deliveries, 4 boundaries, and a single. It's ugly at the moment, this for Pleven. And such has been the story thus far. That one over the head of Joe Paul. Not much he could do. It does run away. Brings up the 50.
Oh, goes big again. Has he got the distance? He does. Huge hit to end the over. Huge hit to end the power play. And this one goes magical. 25 runs off this over.
Yeah, big over. Big way to end the power play. All the All-Stars at the moment. And that'll be the end of the third. 58 without loss. And I have to say, at that point, there was a little bit of concern as our medic wasn't quite paying attention to where the cricket ball was, and he was almost under fire. But good to see he gets away with it. Look at that. 24 off the first, 9 off the second, 25th off the third. Not pretty, this, for Pleven. Well, how many times have we said that over the last couple of days?
Got a valley over there, a couple of hills either side of some flat ground too. A big first and third over. Yeah, certainly alarm bells ringing once again in that Pleven camp, but it's been a pretty familiar tale for much of this series. And the power play, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. They've got a deep mid wicket in place, a long on. Sort of very wide, deep long off, a deep point. Still looking for where the 5th fielder is. This one struck firmly, and the fielder at mid wicket's going to be interested, but it goes beyond him. 4 more runs.
Yeah, they've got 5 in, so just the 4 out on the outer ring. That's a nice pickup though in the slot, unfortunately. But Pleven, there's a little bit on them here. It's normally you'd say that normally you see teams sort of progress and get better as the tournament goes on. If anything, they started too hot for me. They haven't won, but they started better with the bat.
Yeah, it just seems like the long tournament has just worn. Oh dear, that's really not how he should be fielding. I mean, he just turns his back to that and fields it with his shin. Should have been using his hands. But yeah, it just feels like the longer this tournament has worn on, the more it's sort of starting to just hit their morale. And they just don't look to be in the right place right now, I think. Yeah, but I am a little bit surprised they've only gone with the 4 fielders outside the ring. They just moved someone back now to deep square leg. This one's gone up in the air. And, oh, that one is going to go beyond the fielder. It's always going to be a very, very tough chance to get to that one. I think we obviously saw Lockie McMillan pulling off one like that couple of days ago.
Yeah, of course. Lockie McMillan's got 1 game left in the tank, as has Bash, and that'll be it for them. But yeah, Pleven, of course, play today, play 2 games tomorrow, and then that's them done. So they're probably just trying to dwindle them down at the moment, these last couple of games.
Oh, big massive. This is a full toss that has been crunched by Sunil, and they brought up 70 runs with a ball to go in the 4th over. What a start.
Could be looking at a new high score, I reckon, potentially anyway. Of course, saw a little bit earlier where the high score so far in this tournament has been a pretty interesting one, 179. Could be very much within a chance of getting at least up to 170, potentially even more. Of course, we saw a new lowest the other day at 50. And unfortunately, it's just not been very, very promising. Again, looks just at the moment, just looks as if they are going to probably bat Pleven out of this game pretty early on.
Oh, this one's going to go beyond the wicket keeper. It's going to be given wides, and yeah, Alvin Thomas though, he's had a tough tournament, hasn't he? Really got a feel for him. I think he's gone for a lot of runs with his bowling and hasn't quite clicked with the bat either.
Got a feel for every single player involved, I think. Can they find a glimmer of hope?
Oh, he's going to go big here. Outside edge and well fielded, really well fielded, a third.
Nonchalantly done by the fielder down there in the Vortex region. Just sort of leisurely takes this one-handed, but yeah, Pleven, of course, as that's going to be the end of the 4th, 73 without loss to the All-Stars. Yeah, Pleven, as I mentioned, started on the second game. Okay, they lost to the Falcons by 20 runs, but they got to 100, and then since then they haven't got into a score realistically that's worth talking about. They've got a 90 and an 86, but apart from that, it's all been 70s and 60s, and pretty much the sort of similar story every time. I think most sort of sides have looked at them and gone, okay, we'll let them bat first and then sort of knock them off pretty quickly. Of course, the All-Stars in their first couple of games want to get some time out in the middle, which you can understand.
Yeah, plays this one away towards cover. It's just going to be a single, or oh no. Well, for a second you thought maybe they'd pinch a second run because of that misfield, but it's only going to be the one run.
Yeah, this is Pradeep taking this 5th over. We haven't seen much of Pradeep with the ball. I didn't mind that first one, but of course, still 6 more to go.
One just stays a little bit low, and the fielder manages to get his body behind that one. It's another single. Quick start to this over.
Takes out the knee of Pradeep at the same time. The old Tortuga's in full effect at the moment. A bit of a change in field. Fielder sort of comes in and then gets told to go back again. Down at very backward, deep square leg. Yeah, of course, we're edging closer to the debut, of course, of Afyak and Shah of Turkey not too long ago.
Oh, goes big over here. Has it got enough to go over the rope? Nope, just one bounce over the rope for 4. Yeah, stand and deliver there. Good shot by Kadian.
Yeah, he's looked really good, isn't he, to start his tournament off. Moves into the 40s now after just the 14 deliveries. And yeah, stand and deliver stuff, really. Sort of it sits up nicely on this artificial wicket, and it's like taking some candy from a baby. And unfortunately, that baby is Pleven. And well, they're crying for help, it feels at the moment.
Yeah, that ball just sat up so nicely for the batter, and it was easy pickings for him. And Kadian nearing a half century. He's on 41 right now. Yeah, this BSCU All-Star team, of course, playing in their first match of this European Cricket Series. This is, of course, just 5 runs away from his highest ever ECS score. So if he is able to get a 50, it would be his first 50 on the network. Hasn't, of course, played in a European Cricket Series match since back in 2022, when, of course, he used to play for Pleven, Kadian. Goes big, goes long, and this is going to go all the way. So he's got his career best score on the European Cricket Network here, Kadian, and now he's looking to get his first ever ECS 50.
Yeah, he's looking to kick on now, won't he? And it was, I don't mind it from the bowler, if I'm being totally honest with you, from Pradeep. Try something different. Can put it up above the batter's eye line and see what they do. But unfortunately, this time around, Mukul Kadian equal to it. 47 for him off 15, looking to bring up a personal half 50 here.
Wayward delivery. He's not caught the pitch. I wondered if he had just caught the edge of the pitch, but no, the umpire indicates it's a no ball and has landed off the pitch. I'm going to bowl this one quickly before we get a chance to have another look at it. Free hit. And is he going to cash in on the free hit? Yes, he will. It goes all the way. And that is a first career half century on the European Cricket Network. He's getting a big round of applause from his dugout. Taking a look at this free hit again. Yeah, it's a half tracker that stays so low. And he ends up having to play it on his front foot.
Yeah, brilliant innings at the moment. And, well, he's got to kick on now because he's got to start. He's built a platform. And he's now has the license to really take it on here.
Oh, he's going to go big again. He's going to go long. What a hit. As they bring up 98 halfway through this innings. They'll be eyeing that 200, which would easily be one of the biggest, if not the biggest score here in Bulgaria.
Yeah, we've of course seen one of the 171 at the 178, sorry, at the course at one point. But well, on this glorious Peacock Friday, as we see that one get launched once more by Kalian, we can welcome you into the commentary box for the first time here, of course, on this beautiful Peacock Friday. Good morning to everybody.
Yeah, very good morning to everybody, and of course, great first impression here from the All-Stars. We were wondering what to expect from them, and they've got off to the perfect start. 98 runs in these first 5 overs. They're really looking to attack. They're playing with great positivity, but they've been helped a bit by Pleven.
Yeah, massively. Pleven have offered up a few. We'll go back to live action as it looks as Jesse Roman's going to come back. Just pushes this one wide, but you can see straight away just turns his head and just wants to kind of get through his allotted 6 deliveries and be done with it, really.
Yeah, no drinks break taken here. Usually you'd see drinks breaks taken at the 5 over mark, but it's not as hot usually here in the mornings. It does pick up quite a bit in the afternoon.
Yeah, that sort of after that third game is where it really kicks on, isn't it? Sort of as we eat our lunch and sometimes maybe some curry, you kind of get a bit warmer.
Towards long off. It's a fielder over there to get to that one. Just the 1 run.
Yeah, bring up the 100 as well in that 5.2 delivery. 100 comes up. Brings Kalian back on strikes, and he'll play a good hand himself, though. Striking it just under 200s.
Oh, this is nicely played away towards fine leg. That one was just straying down the leg side. It's probably spoiled to wide. I think either side of that fielder would have gone away for a 4.
Yeah. Sunil, as I mentioned, 34 for him there, you can see.
Yeah, century opening partnership between these two. What a start for Sunil and Kadian. Another one that just stays a little bit low, and I think that's the challenge you're going to have to deal with on this pitch, and I think Sunil really should just look to play these on his front foot. Not going to have to play too many back foot strokes on this wicket.
Yeah, kind of the classic saying in England, isn't it? Don't go back in April. And yeah, unless you can't really trust the bounce, but yeah, you're probably right. So get your front foot down there and go through the line. Only if it's a genuine shorter ball.
Yeah, plant your front foot on this wicket. I think it's just that kind of a pitch. You do get the odd one that takes off, but you're more likely to have ones that just sneak underneath your bat on this one.
That's why you have helmets. To the over. Another good one. Actually not too bad for Raheem, as he only goes for the 4 runs at the end of the 6th to score 102 without loss.
Yeah, Raheem's bowled pretty decently for much of this series. He's been one of the more economical bowlers for Pleven. Have a look at the scorecard here. Yep, as you can see, all-stars, total all-stars dominance in these first 6 overs. And they're probably eyeing a score in the 190s or 200 plus.
I don't want to jinx it, but to be honest with you, 11 extras at the 6 over mark isn't too bad for Pleven. We'll come back to live action.
That's up in the air. Could be a catching chance. There's a fielder underneath it, and oh, he just lets it slip right through his hands. I mean, he actually covered some pretty good ground, but was just unable to take the catch in the end.
It's the skipper there, Amar Thomas. He couldn't quite get there. He actually did the hard yards and almost made up enough ground, but the momentum and the dive just made it a little bit tricky. So Sunil gets a life on 31.
Oh, worked away towards points. It's another single.
Yeah, of course, we haven't seen boundary since the 5th. They were hitting them consistently for the first 5 overs, but that last over just quietening things up. Krishna, can he just provide a bit of support as well?
No, he's going to hit this one through the line. Not too long off. That's, of course, Raheem, who bowled the previous over. Done a great job so far in this innings, Raheem. terrific bowling figures for him. If it wasn't for his couple of good overs, then the All-Stars might have been up to 120 already. Oh, another one that just stayed very low, and Kadian did well to just get his bat down.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've stuck at it here, and they're doing a pretty decent job at it. Of course, they've had 3 magical overs already. 24 and 225 overs go against them so far of Pleven. But when they keep it quiet, they keep it very quiet. Just 4 coming off the last, 9 coming off the second. Can they kind of repeat that here?
And this is struck out towards square leg, and it's a good bit of fielding out in the deep. And yeah, they've really just quietened things down since the halfway stage of this innings. Only 9 runs off these last 11 deliveries.
Sort of similar to yesterday, isn't it, with the bat? This time with the ball, they're starting to struggle, but now looking like they're showing signs of promise. Well, that promise has gone very quickly. That is flat batted into the trees, and that's going to be a tree topper. It's going to be 6 runs, and Kadian with a glorious, glorious strike down the ground.
Yeah, this is more of the Kadian we saw for the first 5 overs. Short, wide, and punished. Flat batted over long off. Yeah,
it's a shame. Just spoils what would have been a really good set of 2 overs. And unfortunately, it means that they're going to finish it with a boundary. So 113 for none then, with 3 overs to go. This, of course, is what's coming up today out in Croatia. Of course, it's a solo T10 international, which gets underway at 8 o'clock GMT, 10 o'clock Central European time, and 1:30 out in India. And then, of course, the first match of the Mediterranean Cup T20Is between Croatia and Spain. That takes place later on this afternoon.
No, this is not the best delivery, and well, didn't really have a chance to feel that. It hit the left pillar of the icebox. Don't know how keen I was to feel that, as you could tell. As you could tell, I was very, very eager to get down and dirty and try to field that.
Who are you trying to kid? He moved out of the way. Oh, dear. Oh, come on, Nish. I know you actually haven't played much cricket, but I'll still back you there. I'll still back you.
Oh, I've played more than you'd think.
Okay. All right. 4 runs. Oh, no.
Oh! Not the best delivery. That's a no ball.
What a shot, though.
Incredible shot, but shocking delivery there by Thomas. And we're going to have a look at this from camera 3.
I don't need to. I tell you, that's incredible. That's a pretty impressive shot to catch up with it like that and actually find the middle of the bat. That's not easy, I'll tell you that. That's not easy at all. And I was worried for the life of Tatsul Taj behind the stumps at one point there. Minimo, of course, could be worse now as well with the free hit coming up.
It's first thing in the morning. I don't want to field it. Thomas doesn't want to land it on the pitch.
Was that one on the pitch?
Yeah, just about. Just about. Yeah, that would have been very wide to a left-hander as well. See if he gets it right here.
Only just on the pitch. We'll come back to live action.
It's up in the air, and top edge. Is it going to go away for 4? Oh, well. I mean, he tried to put the dive in, hasn't quite executed it. And, well, I mean, obviously there's a few people who are going to see the comical side of this. I think it's hard not to giggle a little bit. But he tries his best. He tries his best. I mean, trips over at the end. I mean, you could put the Benny Hill theme to that, but... I mean, Pleven are top-notch entertainment. You have to give them that.
Credit where credit's due. They give it a go, don't they? What an effort. I don't know how you kept a straight face. That was pretty impressive. Well, another wide. Oh, dear. I thought that was quite something down there, to be honest with you. Not sure what the word to describe it is, but it was something.
Yeah, you could probably use that to describe a lot of what Pleven do.
Yeah, some things haven't quite clicked, have they? But credit to them, they stick at it. But yeah, that 6 in the just felt like that last 6 that came off the last ball in the last over has just been a little bit of a tone setter now.
Yeah, it just deflated that mini fight back we saw from Pleven for about 11 deliveries, and then yeah, Thomas, he really hasn't got it right this over, has he? I mean, of course, when you start off by bowling a beamer off your very first ball, you kind of set the tone for the rest of the over and never really recovered from that.
If Amal Thomas with his bowling has not been good this year, has he? He struggled.
Oh, it's going to go long again. He has launched this one, but it should be a catching chance. And, well, he's going to put down the catch, and it's going to go for 4, which tells you probably should have been further back, and it would have been a much more comfortable catch.
Brings up the 50 as well for Sunil off of 27 deliveries. Not quite 200 strike rate, but good enough when your other partner is going nicely at almost 300. But another half century for the All-Stars.
Struck away towards mid-wicket. That was a full toss. And it's gonna be a single to end the 8th. And a terrific over for the All-Stars. They managed to get 22 runs off it. And, well, I mean, they have slowed down a little bit. I mean, at one stage it did look like they could maybe get to the 190s or 200. I think right now, if they can get to about 170 or 180, they'll be quite pleased.
Yeah, I think they should be aiming for that 170 mark at the moment. That's where they need to be. Another 35 off the last 2. Probably isn't out of the books for them. Allen is going to come on for this all-important 9th over. Of course, they'll probably, I reckon they might go back to Jassim, you know, for that last over. Here we go. Here's Alan Jose.
That's another one. That's a wide down the leg side. Yeah, I think for Jose, though, I'd be very surprised if he's opening the batting again. I think after some of the issues he's had.
I'm sure he will be.
Well, he probably will be. I think you're right. I mean, him and Alvin Thomas. But I think just looking at the way they batted at the end yesterday, Pleven, the fact that they had that fight back very late in their first innings, boy, I'd push some of those lower order batters up and give them a chance or reward them for that good performance. This one struck beautifully through the line, goes away for a 6. Massive hit by Caden. That one's traveled a long, long way.
Yeah, nice pickup once more by Kadian. And, well, moves on to 75. With a few deliveries left, it's still in this innings. If he faces the majority of them, could we? The old C word? Maybe. I'll tell you what I do know. Sunil can't do his laces up. That's the second time he's had to get someone to do his laces up now.
I've got about 10 balls left in this innings, and yeah, in all honesty, Caden, the way he's striking, should have probably faced even more balls. But yeah, I think to get to that triple digit mark, he'd probably need another 10 deliveries, maybe even 8.
25, yeah, in theory.
Oh, that's another wide down the leg side, and
Sunil's got ants in his pants. He wants to get down there desperately to face a few of these deliveries.
no, I can't fault him.
No, cannot blame him whatsoever. I want to be out there.
Oh, this one's up in the air. Hasn't quite timed it. He's gone through this shot a little bit early. Caden, he's just going to pick up a single.
Yeah, no one really getting there. To be honest with you, Krishna was coming round from sort of cover area, but that has to be Raheem's call. He's got to be the one that charges in and takes it on here realistically, but unfortunately, he won't.
Big swing and a miss here for Sunil. And it's going to be a dot ball, a rare dot ball this innings.
He gets down to the other end, doesn't cash in.
No, struck firmly, struck hard, and struck away for 4. Sunil gets a boundary as well. Meets this one on the half volley. Slightly over pitched this ball, and it's beautifully played away by Sunil.
Of course, All-Stars probably looking at this fixture and thinking, well, this is probably just going to be a bit of a warm-up for the next game of the morning, which is when they take on the Spartans. That'll be a big one.
This one is wide down the leg side. Yeah, it'll actually be a chance to really gauge where those two teams are at, because, I mean, yesterday the Spartans just faced the Blacksmiths in Pleven, so it's really hard to tell whether they are, you know, legitimately a team that could contend for this title. Oh, this one is struck beautifully over long on. What a strike by Sunil. Just hits the top of that container. 6 to end the over. 19 off it. And we've got one more over to go.
Yeah, bring up the 150 with that one as well. And once more, it's not pretty. It really isn't pretty. It's actually a magical over. They end up picking 20 up off it with the leg by as well. So that'll be 155 for no loss with an over to go. So someone's got to bowl this, by the way. Someone's got to come on and have a bowl here. Someone.
I mean, I don't blame them. I know it's racing their hand to go and bowl this final over. I mean, just look at some of the options they have. It's a tough decision for the skipper. He either has to go with Pradeep, Amal Thomas, or maybe introduce an 8th bowler.
Yeah.
7th bowler, beg your pardon.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think Amal's going to have to take it here.
Oh, good luck.
Skipper's going to have to sort of take precedence and just say, well, I'm going to go for it myself. But
I mean, Kadian, is he going to play the selfish game here and say, you know what, 6 balls?
Could do
24
it.
runs?
It's not impossible. Is it plausible, though? Amal Thomas, last overtime.
Oh, no, he's just going to work this one away. And oh, my goodness, that is a wild throw, nowhere near the stumps. Errand, and it's a good thing there was someone backing up.
Taj will just tell you that he was just passing it to Pradeep, just sort of saying, here you go, let's just pass it around and get on with the ball. That's what he'll tell you. Not a bad delivery, just edging down the leg side.
Oh, has to wait on that one for an age. Thomas just deceiving Sunil with a lack of pace.
That one so slow, almost went backwards. Good delivery, though, holding it up. He really had to wait on it.
Oh, he's missed out on one there. Kadian just comes off the toe end of the bat. Not a very nice sound as he struck it.
Just trying a little bit too hard here now, the All-Stars. You kind of do see it quite often in the last over. People lose their shape, try to hit it too hard. You just got to stick to what's worked for you, which at the moment has been timing.
Oh, that's much better. That is much better. Straying a little bit too far down the leg side, and Sunil has bashed it away behind square leg. Another 6. A great, great hit. It's short, it's down the leg side, and it gets punished.
Yep, it goes halfway up that hill. And unfortunately for Tayo, who's out there, he's going to have to try and rummage around in some of the trees out there to get it. They got the ball. They've got the Grizzly. There you go. And 164, looking for a score of 170.
Couple more balls to go in this innings. Thomas getting struck for a 6 after starting off with 3 consecutive singles. Ah, that one's just, again, just sneaking in a bit too low, and Sunil really went at that one hard, but he's completely missed the ball. So, final ball of the innings coming up.
Yeah, unfortunately, even that one should have just been a dot, but they don't get there. Okay, then, the 6 brings up the 171.
Oh, that one's stayed so low. It's actually ended up nutmegging the batter. Amazing. And Kadian will end up with 77 for the innings. Won't be able to get that century he would have been looking for. Yeah, just have a look at how low that stays. I mean, he's rocking back to try to smash that one over square leg. And it's ended up going below his knee roll. Incredible.
Yeah, they'll finish on, of course, 165 for the end of their set of 10 overs. Of course, you saw there Sunil just turn around and give a little handshake to Amal Thomas. Of course, Sunil previously of Pleven, so he knows a lot about these folks. Let's have a look at the highlights. And of course, it was a great start in that power play, wasn't it? Of course, after the first 3 overs, they were sat on 58 without loss, and they were really able to kick on from there, scoring another 107 in the end off the last 7 overs. So it's pretty impressive from the All-Stars. And the thing is as well, they don't lose a wicket. They do it with 10 wickets in hand. And that just shows you that their top couple of batters are very, very crucial for them. And, well, I said at the start, look out for Kadian, and it certainly has proven to be the point as he finishes top scorer with 77 not out off of just the 28 deliveries, which is pretty impressive for him. And of course, some of the deliveries that he faced were hit-me balls, and well, all he had to do was just oblige to them.
Yeah, they did slow down a little bit in the second half of the innings. The first 5 overs went for 98. The second 5 overs for 67, and they just slightly put the brakes on them in the second half of the innings with 165 is a mammoth total, in particular on this pitch. I mean, keep in mind the par score here in Bulgaria has been about 100 so far this European cricket series. And then when you compare the fact that Pleven have been averaging about 60 to 70 runs for the last couple of days, you can really see that this is going to be a huge challenge for them in the second half of this match. We'll have a quick look, of course, at some of the stats for this innings. Of course, Kadian hitting 5 4s and 8 6s. Sunil 8 4s and 4 6s. Sunil, of course, batted with a strike rate of 197. Kadian with 275. The thing is, though, if Kadian had a chance to probably face another 7 or 8 deliveries, he might have been able to get his centuries. Of course, Sunil faced 35 deliveries to Kadian's 28. So, yeah, you got a feel for Kadian. I mean, he could easily have had a century, and he just didn't quite get to face enough balls in the end to get to that 100. Take a look at some of these shots. Brilliant, brilliant strikes. That one through the line, over long on by Nitin, and here bowler going a bit too short, too far down the leg side, and it's helped away very nicely by Nitin Sunil, who hit some good looking shots in the last couple of overs. Kadian not getting to face too many deliveries in the last 2 overs of this innings. The final over of Amal Thomas went for 10 runs. I think they'll feel like they left a few runs on the table, the BSU All-Stars, but a score of 165 is a very, very strong total, and the All-Stars will certainly back themselves to pick up the victory in this one. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, Sunil with a strike rate of 197, Kadian with a strike rate of 275. The two of them struck 13 fours and 12 sixes, of course, combined. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures for Pleven. The pick of the bowlers has to be Rahim, going for 0-13 in the 2 overs he bowled. His 2 good overs are basically the reason why the opposition couldn't get to something north of 180 or 190. And then, of course, a lot of bowlers were very, very expensive. Alvin Thomas in particular, I think it's a forgettable performance for him. And then Amal Thomas did well to come back in that 2nd over after going for plenty of runs in his first 22 to be exact. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back in 5 minutes time for the 2nd innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody. Dobro utro. Welcome back for the second half of this match 21 of this European Cricket Series. It is, of course, the likes of the BSCU All-Stars taking on Pleven. And you can see there that Pleven would need, well, to be honest with you, even to get a point, they would need to break their record score in this tournament. Of course, the highest score they've had was back on Monday. Of course, it was 100 for 8 is what they got against the Pac Falcon CC. But they would need to get 115 just to get a point, of course. And, well, if they are restricted to less than that, then it will be all points for the All-Stars, of course. Well, All-Stars, all points, maybe. Looks as if this is going to be Jeren Padavat who's going to take this first over, of course. And, well, we were saying maybe they'll change things up at the top of the order. Nope. Thomas alongside Alan Jose to open us up here for Pleven. Good delivery first up. Nice start. And you can see there Thomas, confirmation of Amar Thomas and Jose at the top of the order here for Pleven. Just here, this one just back of a length. And once again, backing away. I think they know that he likes to back away, so keep pushing him back, and surprise him with the fuller one. The old 1-2 from the bowler, maybe. And this time it is fuller, but down the leg side. So this will be a wide. First run's on the board for Pleven. Yeah, of course, got to remember that the likes of the All-Stars take on the Spartans in the next fixture. That's a big, big game, that one coming up. That's going to be a big one in terms of the context of this tournament. This one played nicely out to the fielder. There is a man, though, at backward point. He does well and keeps it down to 1. And while Thomas skids off the mark with a single, brings Alan Jose on strike. Another disappointing time of it with the ball for him. Can he improve on what's been another disappointing week for them with the bat? Of course, credit to these boys, though. Listen, they very easily could have turned around and said, sorry, lads, but we just don't have the firepower. We're not up to it. This one's lifted as Jose tries to play an elegant drive, but it doesn't quite work. Could have easily said, look, it's not working. We're going to, it's a tough one for us. But they've stuck at it, and listen, they provided us with some entertainment. I know that one of the plays of the day yesterday was that shot from Krishna. It had us all sort of surprised, and yeah, listen, they do provide moments of entertainment, and they're sticking at it. And that's all you can ask of them, really. They're giving it their best. This is a nicely played shot, just square of the wicket. Back foot, sorry. Okay, we'll just get one. A very warm welcome to everybody tuning in around the world, whether it be on ECN, European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or on Fancode out in India. Good morning to Rob, to Shohag, to KC, and to all those in between. Pleasure to have you with us here on this beautiful, stunning Peacock Friday, of course. Temperatures around about 22 degrees at the moment. Probably will get up to, well, the hottest we've had yet, 34, 35 later on in the afternoon. Wide ball down the leg side yet again. This one from Panabath. First time we've seen him on the network. Of course, good luck to him. It's the first time we've seen quite a lot of these for this Pleven, this All-Stars 11. Because we have seen the likes of Harry Kumar, Jacob, Kalyan and Sunil before. Bottom edge. Well, the old 1-2 with the pitch. But we'll get a dot ball out of it. Pradavath. Not a bad start for him. Yeah, for Pleven, though, of course, got the likes of Raheem probably to come in at 3. Taj listed to come in at 4, but whether or not we'll see it, I don't know. It's been listed to come in at 4 for a while and hasn't. Well, no shot played here, I don't think. Let's have another look at this one. Oh, wow. Well, he's kicked it all the way for 4. But I think it's going to be a dead ball because I don't think there's a single shot being played here. And, yeah, it is going to be called. Rightfully so. Good call from umps there. Because look at this. He takes it's evasive action. There's no plot. There is no shot being played whatsoever. And, well, they would have taken the boundary, but unfortunately they won't get it. It'll be a dead ball. And that will be the end of the over then. And at the end of the over, it is 4 without loss. 255 matches now since the last golden ball. And a man who was present for that golden ball joins me back in the comms box. Nishay Bats.
It feels like a long time ago now, that golden ball, and we're desperately trying to break this golden ball streak. And we came close, we came so close a couple of days ago. haven't been able to break it just yet. 4 runs off the first over for Pleven. And it's Babu who's coming into bowl. This is second over. Just gets plenty of in-swing on that delivery. Just needs to start it further out. Yeah, so as you mentioned, of course, no real change with this opening pair. It really surprised me. Played away towards square leg, and it's going to be stopped. I mean, we know that these two have both struggled mightily. I mean, Omar Thomas had a couple of decent performances where he's managed to get run a ball 20s or 30s, but Jose's hardly been in the runs throughout this European cricket season. But they keep sticking with him to open the batting, and I just got to feel for the likes of Anandu Krishna and a few other batters who maybe just deserve a promotion up the order.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, a bit of a loose start for Babu, but not too terrible. Actually, that is. And another one that just swings past the bat. Oh, he's given that one a wide. And Babu a little bit not too upset with that call.
Oh, and there's a wide just outside the tram line.
Yep, another sign of struggles early on. This time with the ball for the All-Stars. Credit to them, batted well though, didn't they? And again, he just just got to play what's in front of them at the moment.
Oh, plenty of swing again here. And Jose be able to get that one away. Yes, but a good over here by Babu. Really, really tight bowling.
Okay, of course. Again, another player that we haven't seen yet on the network. Interesting how he gets on. He's bowling well here at the moment. Never mind.
It's fourth wide, though, he's bowled this over. I think that's an issue for him. He's just getting the ball to swing so much. Yeah, just needs to start it out in the right place.
Well, it's either that or he goes cross seam and just changes things up. I think cross seam to Jose is probably not a bad idea. He often finds the splice of the bat. Go heavy length.
Played away towards mid-on for a single. I think, yeah, I think he's just looking to bowl some wicket-taking deliveries here and just trying to swing it in, maybe get one to go through the gate. That's better. But then as well, Amol Thomas going for a wild, wild swing. I mean, look at his head. It's all over the place. It's never going to connect on this one.
Of course, we're getting within touching distance of action getting underway in Croatia. We're about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from them out there. They're going to get a cheeky single, and there's going to be buzzers. That's going to be 5 runs. Well, they didn't get 4 off the pad earlier, but they're going to get 5 here, and that will be a nice welcome little gift from the All-Stars to Pleven.
Yeah, certainly will be. Let's take another look at this. Gets a bit of swing. Played away towards mid-wicket.
Oh, nobody home. Nobody home, and away it went, and they did come back, and that'll be the end of the over then. And it will be, of course, 16 with that loss. These are well, we spoke about that we're trying to break the streak. These are the ones we've had so far, and you were there for that last one.
Yeah, all the way back in on the 10th of June when the Keeper Tigers defeated the Cyprus Knight Riders. A huge upset victory, and yeah, of course, started all the way back on the 25th of January over in Gibraltar, and we had our first golden ball. Is now, well, it's about 3 countries we've visited now without seeing a golden ball. Czechia, Romania, Hungary, and we're not quite at the halfway mark here in Bulgaria, but we're starting to get a little bit anxious. Want to see that golden ball come around.
It would be classic ECN, wouldn't it? One solo T10 international, and Vinny gets it down in Croatia, wouldn't it? They couldn't really write it.
Hit away towards mid-on, and it's a throw back. That's going to be backed up. Yeah, it's just for Pleven, though, I mean, it's really tough for them to get to the target, but even getting to 116 would be a huge challenge for a side who really struggled to even get to 60 or 70 for much of this European cricket series. I think, boy, what can they take out of this? You just have to wonder, you know, maybe just bat with a little bit more aggression. I mean, it's a mammoth task ahead for them. Very improbable chase, but let's see if they can at least swing hard at a few, just play with some positivity. That's kind of what Anandu Krishna and Habib Kamal brought in at the end yesterday. They just started throwing their bat at everything. Got lucky on a few occasions with some edges. But if you don't go hard, then you're not going to get lucky. Fortune favors the brave, and these two, well, they just seem content most of the time to just knock the ball around and pick up the odd run here and there and just cruise through their innings until they're dismissed.
Yeah, already up to 8 wides, by the way, in this innings. Make that 9. Yeah. So the thing is the All-Stars, of course, probably will get a victory in this one. Can probably just count the Pleven side out of it already. But the thing is, when they come against a good opposition, they don't want to be bowling these amount of extras.
Yeah, that's why you could say this is a bit of a tune-up game for the next match. It's got enough to go towards the rope. Yes, it does. A boundary at last. The first boundary of this innings comes in the third over. Yeah, just about got enough bat on that. It was a big chase for the fielder, and he wasn't quite able to make it on time.
Yeah, nice little pickup. No, nothing out of the middle, but it got enough on it, and anything on this outfield is just gonna dabble away.
Oh, what a ball. Terrific ball, and that's the one he's been trying to nail, Kadia, and gets to swing back in beautifully and cleans up Jose. So he gets to celebrate hitting a 4, but doesn't last too long after that. He departs for a run of ball 7.
Yeah, nice comeback from Caden. You're right. He's able to find the length and find the line. It's a full in-swinging Yorker, and it doesn't get much better than that for a bowler to watch a batter sort of take it on and miss completely, and to see that see those stumps get absolutely castled, and that's going to be the first wicket to fall. 25 for 1.
And the new batter's coming in here at number 3. I wonder who this is going to be. Is it going to be Jasmine Rahim? Yeah, looks like they are going with Jassim Rahim. So, yeah, once again, just not changing that batting lineup whatsoever. Just wondering if maybe Krishna gets a promotion up the order, but no, they've had a pretty set lineup for this entire series, and they haven't deviated from it at all.
It's broken. Fix it.
That's going to get behind that ball well. One thing I have to say with Rahim, though, is he at least gets behind the ball well when he plays some of these defensive strokes.
Yeah, he's solid, isn't he? He often looks solid, but it's when he sort of tries to take on a shot that it doesn't really come off.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good-looking shot, like, technically speaking. I mean, it's just, I guess he's just one of those players where, T10 cricket probably doesn't quite suit him, and you've played slightly longer formats of the game, he might do better.
Good bit of fielding this, though, by the way, from Albie Jacob, of course. He's no stranger to us here in Bulgaria. Played a lot for Academic Sophia recent times. Oh, well done. Very, very well done by Akshay Harikumar, because that was almost the old Tortuga.
Yeah, it almost was. And we'll take another look at this. Oh, that could have taken a nasty bounce, but he's managed to take that one one-handed. Great take there by Akshay as the power play comes to an end. And they are 25 for 1 at the end of 3, well behind what, of course, the All-Stars were at the stage who were racing away at 58. They managed to get this many runs in the third over alone. Now then, what are we going to get here? In the first over after the power play, they're going to go with Jacob to bowl this over. Albin Jacob. And of course, with the power play over, fielding restrictions have been lifted, so teams can have up to 5 fielders outside the ring. Let's see where they position them. We got a long on in place. Deep square leg, long off. Deep backward point. I'll just tell you where the next fielder is as soon as I'm able to spot him. Yeah, it looks like they're sticking with the 5 fielders inside the ring for the moment. They've got a very fine third man inside the circle. push towards cover. And that's going to be a single. Oh, great ball. Great delivery. Back of a length there by Jacob. Top bowling. Yeah, very hard to get balls like that away. And they could easily have caught the edge of Raheem's bat. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, just waiting for Jacob to get this next one right. Now shuffles across, and that's going to be a wide. Of course, the tram line doesn't move with the batter. That is something worth noting. That's a point we've repeated a few times. So no matter how the batter moves around, that tram line will stay the same. Even if the batter somehow manages to hop all the way across to that offside tram line, doesn't make a difference. That same regulations for a wide. Once again, just shuffling across ever so slightly here, Raheem. And he swings and misses at this. Yeah, the batter's the bowler, beg your pardon, is really brave. Let's see if he goes for that leg stump Yorker when Jacob shuffles across. It is a risky ball because if Jacobs gets it wrong, then it could go for a wide, or if Raheem gets any bat on it, could go away for a 4, but there we go. There we go. I mean, it's going to be a wide, but it's a little bit unlucky, but you've got to credit him. Once again, you can see batter shuffling across. He's going for that leg stump Yorker, and if he's able to just nail this, I mean, that is going to be the end for Raheem.
Come on, Albi, come on.
Up in the air, and one bounce over the rope for 4. Very good looking shot there by Raheem. He's got good technique, Raheem. Just probably not quite suited to actually playing some of these bigger shots you need to in this format. There was a big chase there for Mukul Kadian. Wasn't quite able to get to it. And it goes away for a 4. So nice looking shot. Much needed boundary for Pleven. Edged, and there's a fielder at third, and it's taken! The second wicket falls for Pleven. Jacob has his man at last. It was quite an interesting battle between him and Raheem. One that went on for a long time, of course, because of all those wides in the over. But he will get his man in the end. And the second wicket will fall. Raheem spent quite a while out in the middle. Faced a fair few deliveries. But he isn't able to get too many runs. He will be dismissed. And Pleven lose their second wicket. So Taj coming in at number 4. Yeah, Taj is certainly someone who he'll try to play big shots. Not saying it's necessarily going to work for him, but hopefully just bring some aggression, some attacking intent, something that's been desperately missing for this Pleven team. In the 4th over, Pleven are 33 for 2. Yeah, so perfect start so far for the All-Stars. They're just going along very nicely from their perspective. They look set here to pick up the bonus points in their first match of this European cricket series. As you can see, Pleven sort of stagnating at that run rate of about 8.3, and that's largely because they've been the beneficiaries of a lot of extras. 13 runs of extras so far. Extra's the top scorer. It's been the case a few times in these games for Pleven where, honestly, if it wasn't for some of the charity, they'd be getting to some very, very shockingly low totals. Up in the air, catching chance. Will this be taken? It's not going to be an easy one. It is taken. It went high up in the air, and he had to pull out the reverse cup to take that one. And Hari Kumar gets his first wicket of this tournament. Yeah, it's flown up in the air. Let's take a look at this. Well, not quite the reverse cup. That was actually crocodile technique in the end. I mean, he kind of grabbed at that one. Wouldn't want to catch another ball that way. I mean, he could drop a few catches in future if he tries to take those sorts of catches, but well, it sticks in the end, so it's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, that's a nice wicket to get as well, absolutely. Krishna comes out at 5. Nice to see he gets a bit of an elevation. I'm not too sure if he was aware of it because he doesn't quite look ready. Maybe we just have to keep an eye on the umpires here as he makes his way out. But of course, yeah, not a bad start for Akshay Harakuma, as you mentioned. Nish, of course, the skipper for the All-Stars. He's got 13 wickets. Had a good ECS back in 2020. 7 wickets for him in that one. And of course, he has actually got a maiden before on the network. Not many people can say that. So yeah, definitely keep an eye on the umps here because Krishna, it's taken a bit of time to get out there. Let's just have a little look here. Not seeing any movement at the moment. Looks like he might just be okay.
Yeah, we saw 5 penalty runs awarded in the match yesterday because the batter took more than a minute to come out to the middle. Oh, well, is this going to go on to strike the stumps? I think going around the wicket, it's always really tough to get those decisions. I think this might have hit Krishna, though, on the half volley. Let's take a look at this. How close was it? Ooh, well, that looks close to me.
Yeah, tough. Umpire's cool, probably.
There's a fielder mid-off. He just about gets a hand out over there to prevent that from getting past him. No, it's been a great over here from Hari Kumar, of course. That will spoil his wicket maiden.
Yeah, that one there you can just see. Just halfway sort of up the thigh, but yeah, I guess when there's a slight element of doubt, you don't go for it. You want to be 100% on it.
Now just about managed to sneak this one inside the tram line. Good bowling there by Hari Kumar. Fired in the wide Yorker as Pleven are 34 for 3 halfway through the innings.
Yeah, it gives us a moment just to maybe see what's coming up, of course, over the next couple of weeks and a couple of months. As you can see there, well, our little Croatian adventure gets underway today, of course. Well, tomorrow will be the first ever ECSW here on the European Cricket Network. A first moment for us there to enjoy as Vinny will take you through that one. Maybe he'll be joined by Corey at times throughout that as well. But of course, we then move on to Rome on the 12th of August with the Meltle Shield, of course. We had the Western Shield at the start of the year, now the Meltle Shield as well. Valletta Cup, I'll be there covering the T20 IWs. I can probably give you a little bit more information throughout the next couple of hours. Then the Netherlands Tri-Series, of course, Canada and USA in that one as well. Coming off the back of, USA coming off the back of a very good World Cup. And then Austria and Croatia, and then the ECC. Oh, dear.
Oh, he's got that one badly wrong. It's going to be a minimo. Yeah, huge mistake over here. Huge mistake. Gets the line badly wrong. It's quite short as well, but it ends up pretty much rolling along the carpet.
Yeah, so it's going to be, might be a slight change here.
Yeah, I think they just want to have another look at this.
Yeah, that's probably going to be changed to a wide here, I think, because it pitches on the pitch there, and the second bounce is after the crease. So that's just what they wanted to check. Great work by our crew at Spring.
Yeah, this one definitely a wide.
Harry, yeah, of course. This is a bit of a loose start. This for Irshad Bashir. Not quite finding the yard right at the moment.
Oh, just about reached out of that one, Krishna. And he gets it away for a forehand. Yep, this is why I was begging for him to be pushed up the order at least. He's someone who has shown he can score a few runs during this series, and he bats with real positivity as well. Sure, he may have spoiled a wide, but at least he's got one away to the boundary.
He just shows intent, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And we've said it time and time again. Fortune will favour the brave. If you go for it, you might get a chance of getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I just... It baffles me how someone like this can't be pushed up the order or isn't pushed up the order. And you stick with batters who've struggled to get to double digits in most games.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a questionable decision, of course. You're right. You stick with your lineup that's failed time and time again. But apologies, folks. Just having a bit of technical issues, hence why the graphics is slightly delayed.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. And there's a fielder over there. It's going to go over Mukul, and Mukul seems to have lost track of the ball. He had no idea it was actually behind him.
Oh,
and they fire in the throw over there. That was Albin Jacob. It wasn't too far from striking the stumps, and would have been very interesting if it was a direct hit. Let's have a look at this big one. It goes over Mukul Jacob. He's like, "Where's the ball gone? Oh my goodness, it's somehow still in the air," and he ducks for a moment.
Oh dear.
Oh, and in the end, they do fire the throw in.
Tell you what, though, Jacob's got a good arm on him as well. I forgot how good he is in the field. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, just apologies, folks. Just having a slight issue. There we go. See? Speaking it shall appear. It's been fixed there this time around. But getting up towards the 50 here. They're not actually going at a terrible rate, of course, but 69 off 27 is pretty tricky for them for a point.
Yeah, it's just pushed away towards mid-wicket here. It's another single. Good running between the wickets by the two of them.
Of course, we'll be keen to look out for when those lineups are announced for the first and only ECI between Croatia and Spain out there in Zagreb this morning.
He just pushes out this one. Taj was the prettiest looking shot.
Yeah, this one again, you can see there. That's just what we've seen quite a lot of the batters do, is they just kind of play quite defensively. They sort of bat within themselves and look a little bit tentative, and it's just a real push.
No, it's a big appeal over there, only by the bowler. No one else was interested. Very passionate appeal by Bashir.
The old solo appeal from the bowler. I don't mind it. If you don't ask, you don't get. End of the 6th then. And again, still disappointing times this for Pleven, as they are currently sat at 48 for 3. Of course, 6 overs gone, 4 overs to go. And it is looking like it's going to be a difficult time. Of course, you can see there once again the top 3 not really clicking. The thing is, though, arguably that's probably one of the more successful starts that they've had, but it's still not quite good enough. Of course, you haven't really got too much to come in after that. Alwyn Thomas yet to come in, as this is Deepak Bhandari.
Oh, this one's striking the batter outside the off stump, and yeah, one of the reasons it's been one of their more successful starts because they've managed to get 20 runs of extras.
Yeah.
The All-Stars have got this badly wrong, and keep in mind, they've got a game coming up against the Spartans. They give this many runs of extras against them, they're probably not winning that game.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, especially against a very strong Spartan lineup. You're right. Oh,
Goodness me, this could probably be a no ball. This will probably be a no ball. It's been given one. So a free hit's coming up over here. Yeah, they're experimenting a little bit here. All-Stars are giving a number of other bowlers a chance to have a ball. And they're just trying to... got this very slingy action, doesn't he?
Yeah,
and it obviously lands off the pitch. It's going to be a no ball.
Yeah, free hit coming up. That one is definitely a no-eat. So big chance this for Krishna.
Oh, once again swipes across the line here, and he falls over Krishna as he tries to play that stroke.
Just a little bit one-dimensional, isn't it? Everything's trying to go leg side. They've got to play the ball on its merit. As Bhandari is just getting told to stop running in front of the umpire. But they have got to try and find, realistically, find a way of realising that not everything needs to go towards cow corner.
No, it's another wide, and well, this is rough for Bhandari. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
Really not great from his perspective. Struck straight down the ground. It's going to go to the field right mid-off. And it's going to be a single. Yeah, I got to say, Krishna, very quick between the wickets. I've noticed that.
Positive.
He's certainly a good sprinter.
It's just the positivity. It's batting with intent. That's all you ask for. And there's only been one man that's been able to pull that off, and that has been Krishna.
Yeah, Taj won't get anywhere near that. I think bowling wide outside the off stump. Very effective tactic against most of these Pleven batters because they just don't get bat on ball. And usually the straighter you bowl, the more likely you are that they're going to actually get some bat on ball. I'll just have a look at this. If it's looks like he's played this one rather late here, Taj, and
He just hits him into himself, doesn't he?
yeah,
Almost takes himself out. You can see he's a little bit surprised at where this one ends up. Still yet to get off the mark now. 6 deliveries.
oh, it's another wide. Goodness me, second wide this over, plus the no ball we've had as well.
Another wide. And you're right, these extras are really building up now, aren't they? Up to 22, 23 now.
Once again, an appeal, but there's a thin edge over there. And Taj is going to play out a long duck and get dismissed. An edge through over there. Bandari finally gets his man. There were quite a few extras in that over, but he will end up giving up just 4 runs and gets the wicket off the last ball. Peacock Friday, Derek comes out to greet Taj.
Peacock Friday, everybody. Derek's got the number. And, well, I have to say, the headwear is a bit of an interesting choice, but yeah, good delivery, good comeback. Surprised him with the straighter one, and it is a little tickled through to the keeper. That's a good catch by Nitin Sunil behind the stumps. Made it look pretty simple. It was a pretty straightforward catch, to be fair, but a disappointing outfit for Taj. And unfortunately, it's going to be 52 for 4 after 7. And yeah, Nish, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Derek's got you on Peacock Friday. I think Derek's got you, if I'm being honest with you. Akshay returning. Yeah, I think I'm going to take you shopping. We're going to expand your Peacock Friday, I reckon.
I think everyone's got their own interpretation of Peacock Friday. For me, this is very Peacock.
You reckon?
Yeah, for me, this will be quite Peacock.
Listen, we went for a nice dinner last night. I would have said that the nice shirt, little short sleeve shirt you were wearing yesterday was quite peacocky.
That was plain white, though.
Yeah, but okay, true. But I'd argue that's a more formal shirt, and then of course Peacock Fridays where things get a bit relaxed. That's what I would have said, that one would have been nice.
This one stays quite low. I think my take on that would be this one's got 3 colors, which makes it more Peacock.
I don't know. I've only got 2 colours.
Yeah.
Mine's only got 2 colours.
Good point.
So are you then therefore suggesting, as this one up in the air, not going to get that, and he's got to turn and realise that he's got to try and cut this off, and does in the end. Well done. And they take on the arm here. Could be close. Well, it's an excellent bit of work by not only the fielder with the throw, but a great take by Akshay Harikumar. This could be very close.
I think he could be gone here. It looks like he's gone. And you can just judge from the reaction of the batter. He's not even waiting for the decision. He's making his way back to the dugout. Yeah, great strong throw here from long on, straight to Harikumar, who has managed to whip the bails off very quickly. That's, of course, Albin Jacob, who has fired in that throw. And then sharp work by Harikumar. That's going to be the end for the batter. Not too long, Anandu Krishna managed to hang around in the middle. And there we go. He just paused for a moment, but now he's been given the confirmation that he is indeed out.
Yeah, that's going to be a disappointing way to go. But I did say earlier, I said I forgot how good Jacob's arm was, and there's a perfect example of it. But don't take credit away from Harikumar, because that was launched at him, and he took it on the full and just sort of held his nerve. And that's a really good bit of work to get the 5th wicket down. 54 on the board now. Another lackluster performance, it seems, with the bat in hand from Pleven once more. And now, of course, getting down to the sort of batters that, again, haven't performed, as Alwyn Thomas is in at 7.
Played away towards square leg. Oh, a mix-up. And they're very lucky to have avoided potentially another run-out.
I mean, listen, I'm not sitting here saying that you need to turn up with a nice duck shirt. Don't get me started on the duck shirt. But, yeah, I reckon we can spice things up. Not saying I don't like your shirt, by the way. That's not me saying I don't like your shirt. I think that's a formal shirt to me.
No, it might be. I get your point. I get your point. I think Peacock Friday, in my opinion, is open to interpretation. I think
Corey's interpretation is I came up with it and I don't have to do it if I don't want to.
No, Peacock Fridays. Last year in Malta, we were doing it. We're not a thing. Let's just put it that way.
End of the 8th, score 54 for 5. I guess, listen, going at just under 7 is probably one of the best strike rates Pleven have had at the moment. As I said, they're probably going to fall short of that point, realistically. Just 2 overs to go. And well, we're going to see the man who's been involved in a couple of good moments in the field. Here's Alvin Jacob.
Yeah, doesn't quite get near that one, Alvin Thomas.
Do you know what one of my pet peeves is from keepers? As a keeper myself, I don't do it. But it's when they appeal for a catch and then appeal at square leg.
Yeah.
Why?
No, I get your point with that. I'm always baffled by that as well.
Square leg can't give you. And if he does, then we've got some real problems. I have seen it once where square leg gave it and you're sort of thinking, whoa, 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 what's going on here, folks?
I mean, if it's one of those where you can hear the edge from a mile away, maybe.
Well, if it's that bad, then hopefully the batter walks. But there have been there's been a time where the standing umps didn't give it. And then all of a
I've
sudden,
seen a couple, I think, even over in Hungary, where the batter absolutely whacked it, but they didn't walk.
Good record has Jacob got with the ball, by the way.
Takes this one in shorter.
He's got 21 wickets to his name, by the way. He's never taken a fifer, but he has got a fourfer against his name. That was back in 2020, 4 for 11 in that one. But yeah, of course, once again, is a player that wasn't here last year. I think a lot of these players are players that previously, of course, graduated from their university, because you kind of go off the ages. They're a little bit older, only by a couple of years, but I'm sure if we were to ask them, that would be the case. This is timed wonderfully, by the way.
Yeah, beautifully timed there by Thomas. It's just going to trickle over the boundary rope, so he'll get one away for a 4, gets off the mark, and moves to about a run a ball.
Yeah, nice little pickup, isn't it? He just sort of releases the wrists on this one. But yeah, he's played for the academic Sophia and for the Spartans at times, as Jacob. He's done the rounds here in Bulgaria, now part, of course, of this All-Stars lineup.
It's backing away, looking to make some room to just cut that away.
Come on, Albi, come on!
1 ball to come in this penultimate over. Oh, and that's another one that they'll fail to connect on, as it's another good over. Just 4 runs coming off it. Alvin Jacob bowling superbly in that. And Pleven are just 6 balls away from being put out of their misery.
And gives us a quick chance to maybe just have a look at what is coming up next, of course. We didn't get the chance earlier. It's, of course, the All-Stars taking on the Spartans. It's a big game. And, of course, you can see just a couple of changes for the Spartans as Pramanik and Chandra come in for the first time for them. But no real changes for the All-Stars in that one, of course. Spartans took 3 from 3. They took 12 points from 12 yesterday. All-Stars looking to change that up as we start the last over.
That's going to be another dot ball to start this off. And you know, with Krishna gone, I think the little bit of entertainment we might have seen from Pleven probably disappeared with that as well. And yeah, that upcoming match, though, that is certainly going to be a very interesting game. Got the All-Stars and the Spartans, both those sides, of course. That match will be a good barometer to see where they're really at. I mean, neither of those sides have faced a stiff challenge so far this series. Of course, the Spartans picking up all their wins against this Pleven side, as well as the Blacksmiths. And then Spartans have another stiff task coming up for them at lunchtime when they'll be taking on academic Sophia.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good fixture, that one. You're right. And there are a couple of fixtures today that certainly do scream like there could be some classics.
Yeah, doubleheader between the Spartans and academic Sophia. That's going to be really, really fun.
Of course, tomorrow, though, 6-game day. And, of course, we will get to say a very warm welcome to Afyokaran Hisar, Mesut Ozturk will probably... Have you met Mesut Ozturk before? Okay, well, you're going to be probably receiving some nice Turkish delights. He brings them everywhere he goes. So I hope you're a fan.
Well, I was just going to say this. I don't want to get into this, but you know, a lot of people might argue, and I don't want to get too controversial, that Turkish delights come from another neighboring country to Turkey. That's all I'm going to say.
Let's leave it at that. They're going to think about trying to take a single. They'll probably get run out. And, oh, well, I think is he out? Has he got this here? Let's have a look at 3 here. Let's go straight with 3 at the end where he tries to take the ball.
Yeah, we'll have another look at this here. It's going to be a run out off the very last ball.
Let's watch this here. Doesn't he have this cleanly ever? Okay, yes, he does. I was just checking. So that is probably going to be a run out to finish it off. But again, disappointing for Pleven. And, well, I'll tell you what, that last over, by the way, maiden.
Yeah.
It's a maiden to finish.
Maiden to
maiden
on the
to
final
finish.
over. Just remarkable. And I think, yeah, that's really a testament to some of the issues Pleven have had. But the last point I will make, though, is this is not just a comment about that, but you know, when you get into food talk in the Balkans, you have to be very careful. You have to be very careful. There's tons of countries who have the same name for multiple dishes, and they're all trying to claim ones for the other. So food talk is always very dangerous in this part of the world. Let's have a look at the scorecard. I beg your pardon, the highlights of this innings before we, of course, will move on to the scorecard after this. So Abel Thomas made 9 of 11. Alan Jose with a run at ball 7. Those two opening the batting once again for Pleven. They chose not to do any changes despite the fact that we, of course, saw a few players in the lower order yesterday make some runs. That opening partnership was worth 25 runs. They were going at about 7 or 8 and over during those first 2 or 3 overs, but largely because of all the extras.
I was just going to say, well, I don't know if it's realistically Pleven that we're going with it, or realistically they were being given those extras every single over. Of course, it was a good over, though, by Alvin Jacob. I thought he would bowl superbly well, but you've also got to look at Harry Kumar. He bowled superbly well. 1 for 2 off his 2 overs. Jassi Rahman came out, of course, and once again showed a bit of intent, but unfortunately, he ended up being his downfall. I have to say, they caught well, the All-Stars, but yeah, we've touched on it a couple of times in the innings. They have got to be careful with those extras, because if they come up against a strong Spartan side, that can end up being their downfall. Of course, some of these shots were nicely played. That one through extra cover went all the way. That was a really nice pickup. And again, no real surprise to see that it was, of course, Andandu Krishna showing signs of effort. And asking the question was Akshay Harikumar. Of course, wanted to pick up another one, but it was a good take. Stayed low, did Sunil, and watched it all the way up. But again, eventually, he was asking the question and wasn't given. But this one got all the way through. It was a good delivery, good last over from Mr. Akshay Babu. Ends up bowling a maiden in the last over. Good death bowling from him.
Yeah, let's just take a look at the very last ball over here. It's a run out off the last delivery. And that, of course, would be the end of this innings. Pleven only managed to muster 58 runs in the end. And the VSCU All-Stars take this one by 107 runs and pick up the bonus point. So another huge boost for their net run rate. It just seems like everyone's got this big race right now to pick up bonus points. And Pleven are unfortunately the side they're looking to take out all their frustration on. Here's a look at the scorecard. Boy, how often do you see a scorecard like that? Nobody in double digits.
Yikes.
It really looks like a telephone number if you have a look at it. 9740914.
The thing is as well, is that you take away those extras, it's even worse. That's the thing. You take that away and you're looking at 34 for 6, and that's pretty ugly. And unfortunately, it's not going to be another good morning for Pleven. They've got a game off, but they'll return as they'll have to go up against the All-Stars once more later on. But you can see there an array of bowlers used, but the key issue there is the 22 wides for me. That's going to be a big thing that they've got to look to correct as they come up against a strong Spartan side in that one, of course, and a Spartan side full of, well, that top 5 is pretty dangerous, isn't it, of course. And, well, of course, looking forward to that one. Of course, news from the toss that we saw a little bit earlier on that bottom of that fantasy dashboard is that the All-Stars will be bowling first in that one. So looking forward to that one. That's coming up in around about 25 minutes time. Looking forward to bringing you through the action, of course. Start of this one is going to be a thumping victory for the All-Stars. They get a big 100-plus victory in their first game on the European Cricket Network. Looking forward to seeing how things unfold later on, though, as, of course, the All-Stars take on the thanks to the Spartans. Pleasure to be with Nishay Butt alongside myself, Charlie Hunt here, as we're talking through this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. You're watching it right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to, of course, the Vasil Levski Academy Sports Centre here in Sophia, Bulgaria, where we're getting ready for, of course, the second game of the day. It's a big fixture, of course. Match 22. It is the Spartans taking on the All-Stars. We saw the All-Stars earlier here this morning, of course, up against a disappointing Pleven side yet again. But, of course, we know a little bit more about the All-Stars now. Now we know, of course, that their batting probably is their strong area. We know that their bowling, they do offer a few wides here and then, a few extras, as does everyone here in Bulgaria, to be quite honest. So looking forward to this one. I can tell you that a little bit earlier that from the toss, the news is that the All-Stars, a little bit of a surprise here. They're actually going to bowl first here. They're going to look to see what the likes of the Spartans can set. Of course, we know the Spartans, they've got a very strong top five, realistically. The likes of Lakov, the likes of Vinu, the likes, of course, of many others in there as well. I mean, for me, they're a very strong unit. Of course, we know what they're about. We know their batting is very good, but we also know that they've got some good bowling options as well. So I think for me, if I was the likes of the All-Stars, I probably would have batted first to see what we could have got on the board and see if we can then make a bit of an upset. But again, maybe there's just something that we don't know about the All-Stars. We've only seen one game of them. We know 4 of their players from previous events, but at the moment it is still a little bit of the unknown for them in this one. Conditions still here at the ground, very warm, and only going to get warmer here today. It's going to be another scorcher, 34 degrees at the highest point. I think whilst we're starting this game, it's around about 25, 26. As I said, only going to be getting a little bit warmer in this one. So certainly looking forward to this one. Well, maybe it could be runs again for the likes of Lakov, as we know that he's had a good time of it. And don't also just make sure you look out for, of course, the lefty in Krishna Kumar. He's already got a century on the network. Can he pick up another one, or can he just look to, of course, be the motivator that the Spartans might be looking for here in this one? Looking forward to this one then. Nishay, over to you. The news from the toss here in match 22 is that the All-Stars, they're going to bowl first.
Well, thank you very much. The All-Stars have won the toss and decided to have a bowl. So we're going to see the Spartans out in the middle for the first time. This will also be the first time that the Spartans will get to go out there and bat first. I mean, so far we've seen them chasing, and they've generally made pretty quick work of their opposition, but this is going to be a completely different challenge for them. This All-Stars team isn't like the opposition they have faced so far, this ECS, who, let's face it, have been pretty lightweight and haven't offered much of a challenge to the Spartans. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for both these teams. Chris Lakov up there with 203 points. Ali Rasul with 206. Those two have been the standout performers for the Spartans. I've loved the way Rasul has bowled so far this series. Just a brilliant left-arm bowler. Bowls very accurately, gets that ball right up there. We can also get a hint of movement back in to the right-hander. Here's a look at the win predictor. Of course, the All-Stars are 36%. They're going into this match as underdogs against the Spartans. Yeah, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? All-Stars against Spartans. Let's see how this one goes. I think it's probably pretty tough for the win predictor, I'd say, to gauge where these teams are at, just because of the fact that we haven't really had a chance to look at these teams against some tough competition so far this series. And this match is really just going to help us see where they're at, I think. We had that thing with Pac Falcon, Viren as well, didn't we? I mean, Pac Falcon looked great when they were going up against the likes of the Blacksmiths and, of course, team we saw previously, Pleven. Then all of a sudden, you put them up against the Sophia Academic Cricket Club, and then all of a sudden, they did look like a bit like a fish out of water. So, yeah, a lot of these teams, though, let's see how they fare now when they don't have to just go up against some of these underdog teams that have struggled early in this European cricket series. Interesting match. We're looking forward to this one. And it's a big day for both these clubs. Here we go. First ball. Worked away very nicely towards square leg. And that's going to be a single. this one, this stays very, very low. Yeah, not much bounce on that one. That's just been an issue on this pitch. I mean, that ball on most ECN wickets will be rising up and probably going about around rib cage height, but on this wicket they just stay very low, and that's why as a batter, I mean, this is the kind of pitch where honestly you could just plant your front foot and look to drive at every ball. I mean, not the sort of pitch you want to be playing too many flat batted strokes on. It's just far too many balls creeping underneath the bat. No, he's gonna look to drive this one to catch an outside edge. Looks like it has enough to go away for a 4. So Krishna Kumar gets off the mark. Not quite the way he would have wanted to, but he'll get the desired results. Yeah, outside edge, genuine edge. And it's gone away for a 4. Oh, little checked shot over there. Just going to push that towards cover for a single. Now, going to get to see Lakov on strike here against Padavath. Nice, good length there by Padavath. He's looking to bowl a lot fuller there. And oh, had a shy at the stumps. This could be overthrows. This could be overthrows. It could go all the way to the rope. Oh, a great diving effort there at the end, but he's unable to prevent it from going to the rope. That was Atul Joseph putting in the slide. And oh, this is costly. This is really costly. They get the single, and it goes away for a 4. That really, really spoils the over. It would have been an over that had gone for just 7 runs if it hadn't been for those overthrows. It's going to end up costing 11. And it's certainly a very decent over for the Spartans to start off. Here's a look, of course, at the fixtures we have coming up here. So just 30 minutes to go until Croatia take on Spain. And a big, big bumper match, of course. Spain will be touring Croatia. They'll be heading in as big favorites in that series, but Croatia will be looking to defend their home turf. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sunda will be on the call for that match, as, of course, the Mediterranean Cup will kick off over in Zagreb. Yeah, so big day of ECN cricket. I mean, make sure you've got your split screens or are using a second device. You have one game on your TV, the other on your laptop or tablet. Certainly a day to follow along ECN very closely. He goes for a throw over there. I think Charlie and I will also be having a peek at the other game whenever we can. It's just a little bit early through that shot. But they'll come back for a second run. This is really good running between the wickets. Very good running between the wickets. And they'll come back here for a second run. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, excellent. Absolutely excellent work. They managed to make it back for a second. Just pitching outside leg over there. Yeah, Babu bowling this second over. There we go then. 4th ball of the over coming up. Oh, just a thickish outside edge. Wonder how intentional that shot was. We'll have a look at it on the replay. Has it gone a little finer than he would have originally liked? There were some shouts to catch it. Let's have a look at this. I mean, yep, he's probably looking to work it away behind point. Maybe goes a little finer than he would have liked, but he gets 4 runs, of course. Nishay Putt on the call alongside Charlie Hunt, who's joining me in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Nish. And yeah, good morning, everyone. Bit of an interesting start this for the Spartans. Lakov looking nice for 7 for 3, but yeah, Krishna Kumar with a bit of a lucky outside edge this time around. And well, that one was lucky, but this one is pure brilliance. Down the ground, high elbow, straight out of page 1 from the textbook. That is stunning from Krishna Kumar.
Oh, I love that shot. I mean, he deserves some extra runs just for aesthetic points. This was gymnastics. I'd give him 10 out of 10 for that. Beautiful shot. Yeah, look at that one, as you mentioned, as textbook as it gets.
Yeah, that is an early shout, by the way, for your shot of your day from Krishna Kumar. That is unbelievably played. Realistically, to think that he got a bit of an unlucky edge and then turns around and pumps him back over his head. Oh, that one lifts off a length.
Yeah, nasty that one. I mean, it took a real nasty bounce. I mean, generally, this is the thing with this pitch. I mean, it tends to stay quite slow and low, and then it just takes a horrible bounce over there. And it's very lucky it hasn't taken off his head in the end.
Yeah, he does get a little bit lucky with that one. Of course, that will finish the over, though. Finish with a single. Score is 25 without loss. Let's have a look at the updated standings after this morning's action. You can see there that the likes of the All-Stars get their first 4 points on the board. They move up to 6th, and while Pleven, it's just a slow demise to the bottom of the table. 11 games, 11 losses, and it's not been pretty for them. But of course, we know that the likes of the Spartans are looking to increase their positive start after a maximum point day yesterday. Of course, here's the start of the third. This is going to be 4. Thump from Krishna Kumar. He's so early when he judges the length, and this one really comes out of the bat nicely.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's just how well he picks up the length there. That just allows him to rock back, and he has all the time in the world to play that shot. Yeah, beautiful stroke. I think it's just both of these players, just lovely batters. So technically proper, but then they've also got that power to hit boundaries.
Of course, the lineups for the first and only ECI out in Croatia between Croatia and Spain are out. You can see them on our social media stories. And yeah, a couple of names to watch out for, of course. Yasir Ali leading the side. Christian Munoz probably just sitting out until the T20s. Charlie Ristovic returns back in for the Spain shirt. As does Atif Mahmood, comes in for the first time as well for Spain in quite a bit of time. Of course, he's been back involved in the T20Is, but now back, of course, on ECN as well. As for Croatia, being led in this one by Jawahar Danikula, and Sam Houghton is out there as well. Peter Bosniak is in the lineup as well. And yeah, so certainly going to be an exciting start to the morning. That one getting underway, as you mentioned, well, about 10 minutes ago now, as it gets underway probably in about 20 minutes' time. Back of a length, and just drops this one into the offside. To think of 2, they probably will turn and go, and they do. That's good running.
This is going to be a very important over here. I mean, Mukul Kadian, so probably one of the most important players for this All-Stars team. If he can get in a good over here, and the final over the power play could really just help them get some control back in this match, because right now I'd say the Spartans are just ahead. Oh, guys, cleans him up. And Kadian gets his man. Krishna Kumar will depart. It's a good change of pace there by Kadian. He threw the shot a little bit early, Krishna Kumar, and he rattles the stumps. The first wicket falls for the Spartans. Yeah, middle stump out of the base, and it's going to be a pretty annoying walk back for Krishna Kumar, because yet again getting a start, but wasn't able to capitalise upon the start that he was able to get. And it's going to be a disappointing walk back. You can see here a little bit of an in-dipper, and it just clatters into the top of middle stump. As a bowler, there's not much more pleasing than that. And that will be the first one to fall. And the score, of course, is 31 for 1. And a good morning to everyone tuning in, of course, around the world. Good morning to Jules. Again, we mentioned it yesterday, but I'm so glad, and I'm so glad that we were able to just give you a nice little bit of spice on your wonderful day yesterday, and I'm so glad to hear that you had a great day, and of course wish you the best for all in the future, to both yourself and to the of course it's been a great story, and yeah, absolutely. Jacob Gould in at 3, just tentatively pushes at this one. Yeah, Jules, I want to know how the head is this morning. I can imagine that's probably a little bit foggy this morning, but I'm so glad to hear that you had a great day yesterday, and of course,
Yeah, everyone on the European Cricket Network wishes you, yourself and Sarah a very, very happy future, of course. Goal just getting a little bit stuck on the crease there. Back of a length and over the top. This is going to be 4 runs, and it goes into the driving range, and that's going to be a nice way to get off the mark.
Yeah, cut away. It was short, it was wide, and it got punished. Nice way to end the power play. Really good looking shot. And yeah, that's just what they needed after losing an important wicket during that over. I think this one is just, it's hanging finally in the balance right now, I'd say, this match. I think with that wicket, the All-Stars have just about managed to claw their way back into this game. And it looks even Stevens as things stand.
Yeah, that's probably right. I think you probably look at it, that wicket probably makes it 1-1 in a sort of football terms in that power play. I think I kind of refer to it that way pretty often, but yeah, of course, it is going to be a tough one this for the All-Stars. They're a strong side of Spartans, but early wickets could make the game slightly different, as this looks as if Albin Jacobs is going to come on for this 4th over. Of course, bowled well in the last game. He's if he gets in the right area, could be trouble for the Spartans here in this 4th over. Back of a leg, Lakov flashes away and flashes hard, and there's no one there in the vortex. That's going to get sucked up and hoovered away. And Lakov moves into double figures.
It goes away for 4 runs, a bit too much width, gets the length wrong as well, and Lakov plays that away very nicely.
Yeah, if he just throws everything at it, doesn't he? And that's what you got to do for the old vortex, because once you get it in that area, it's very tough to stop it. It sort of just keeps on going. It's like one of those sort of elevators you see in an airport, just keeps on going. And well, now the overcorrection from Jacob, that's too wide.
Yeah, just of course had a message from Jules telling us that he obviously had a great day yesterday, and you know we was talking a little bit about the weather, but thankfully he said the sun came out just in time.
Good to hear.
And it was lovely to be by the seaside with his friends and family. It's just great to hear, and once again, heartfelt congratulations from everyone at the European Cricket Network.
Up and away, chance, no, pulls out of it, and that's 4. That's 4. He stepped over the line, unfortunately, and he was stuck in 2 minds. And unfortunately, you can see hand on the head moment for him.
Yeah, certainly is a hand on the head moment. I mean, he tries his best over there, but just watch that left foot and then even the right foot. I think both feet at some point touched the rope. That's a pretty easy decision for the umpire.
Yeah, that was unfortunately. It was, listen, I would have liked to have seen him go for it early on. Lack of big wicket. You know, if you take that catch, all of a sudden you've got the likes of Vinu coming in. And then you're looking at an interesting couple of batters to come in Rasul as well. That's too wide. And pushes it once more. Jacob just struggling with this line at the moment.
Yeah, that certainly is an interesting one. I mean, we know if they managed to get Lakov's wicket, that could have been a huge, huge moment.
I have to say, I think what I saw the photo of Jules and Sarah yesterday, they were out peacocking us by a long way with their shirts, has to be said. They were some crackers. Fuller, once more, just pushed down the ground. It'll just be 1, no Tortuga, this one for Mukul to handle.
Yeah, I turned up more formal for Peacock Friday than the wedding.
You did. Yes. You probably have, actually. That's probably a good point. Oh, dear. I'm glad to hear the sun came out. It just shows that bit of the old metaphor about that one. Oh, wow. Another one that just sort of lifts from out of nowhere. Gould actually does really well to handle this one. He just keeps those hands low, doesn't sort of rise with it, doesn't pop it up. Stays on top of the bounce, does well.
Yeah, that one just takes off, and I mean, in the end, he's just done well to at least get the splice of his bat or something on it. Oh, could have struck his glove or something along the way. Nasty one.
So yeah, so of course, Paul was just talking about. Well, first of all, good morning to you, Paul. But he was just talking about Croatia, of course, and their success in the qualifiers. Yeah, they did have a really, I think, to somewhat of a surprise, successful qualifying. Inside edge onto the pad. Goes for a bit of a walkabout, but turns around and gets home. Yeah, they certainly did. They had a bit of a surprise when they ended up finishing 3rd, I think it was. And of course, certainly shocked a few, but yeah, I think a lot of people have been talking about it both here at the ground and also sort of on the chat here and there. And yeah, a lot of the feeling is that probably could be a one-sided affair between Spain and Croatia. But of course, we're not only there for those internationals, we are also there for the first ever women's ECS.
Yeah, that's a historic moment, of course. Croatia, once again, proving to be a country where we do make some history. Oh, this is going to be played away towards fine leg. He's going to get a single to end the over, so Lakov will keep strike heading into the 5th over.
Yeah, not a bad over from Jacob. A couple of wides, but that just a couple of boundaries also in there as well meant that it was ended up going for 13. Score is 48 for 1. And there's the story so far. Of course, you can see a wicket falling in that 3rd, but going at 12s, which is a nice start for this strong Spartan side. Of course, they have got a couple of spinners and slower bowlers to handle that bowled superbly in that first game. Well, today's Hunt the Answer is who has the best average in ECL history. Now, of course, we had a batting question yesterday, so I thought we'd continue it on. Of course, we will give you the answer later, and we'll do hazard a guess in the chat. Get your initial thoughts in, and we'll of course give you the answer towards the back end of the day. Any standout thoughts at the moment for you, Nish?
None that are coming to mind. I do have one name that's coming to my mind. I'll probably have to just look into that a little bit during the break. But
well, you better not be looking into and cheating.
No,
Cheaters don't
certainly not.
prosper. There's a bit of spin with Akshay, bit of a missed field. They'll come back for 2. Maybe a few more. No, they won't. That's well watched by Harry Kumar in the end. But no, cheaters never prosper. Yeah, 50 up now. Back of a length and top edge should be taken. This would be a good catch. Oh no, he's completely run underneath it as the fielder. This is Atul Joseph, and somehow the ball doesn't get out of the 30-yard circle, but Lakov gets 2.
Yeah, just lucky there. Gets a bit lucky. Skied up in the air.
Just gets big on him a little bit, doesn't he? Just rushes him slightly. I'll talk about getting big on him. Completely ran underneath it, did Joseph. That's a big drop of Lakov on 19. It's got to be taken. That's twice now. And now he's going to flash this away into the onside. Bit of work to do for Baru. He does well.
Yeah, fires that one back to the keeper's end. It's been a decent over so far for Hari Kumar. I think
bowled superbly well, didn't he, in the first game?
Yeah.
1 for 2 off his 2 overs off his spell. Well respected and good cricket there as well. No rash shot, and just knew that that was a good delivery, and all he could do was just respect it back to the bowler.
Got a couple more balls to go until the halfway stage of this innings.
Launched up in the air, tough chance, and well, he's actually, I tell you what, that's a great control. Get him in the Bulgarian football side. That's a great touch on the boundary. It might not look pretty, but it's effective.
Oh, I wonder if some Levski Sophia scouts are over here. I mean, it's painful, but he's managed to stop it. Job done.
Ouch, on the foot. He's just indicated there. That one, I'm okay. He says he's all right. Good stop, though. Saves a certain boundary. Wider, up in the air. Well, he saves a boundary, and then a loose delivery gets bowled, and they'll get 4 to finish the over then. And Lakov finishes with a flourish of boundaries and a flourish of runs as well. 10 off the over. The score at the end of 5 is 58 for 1.
And, of course, this is a chance for us to welcome you into our commentary position as we, of course, have a look at this replay one more time. Nishiv Hutt here alongside Charlie Hunt, and it's been a very finely poised game these first 5 overs. It certainly hasn't disappointed, and I think now we're getting a good chance to gauge where these two teams are really at.
Yeah, I think we are. I think this is what we were talking about yesterday. We mentioned it a few times, didn't we? We said, look, they played against the Blacksmiths and the Pleven side, of course, and we knew that they're a very good side. They got good personnel, but it's all about being challenged, and they're getting a little bit more of a challenge here, but I think the big challenge is when they take on the likes of Academic Sophia, and of course, you've got the other sides in Sophia Spartans as well. I think that could be a good game. I think, of course, the big thing I'm looking forward to is tomorrow when we get that Turkish side that comes in. I think they've got a lot of talent. They've got a couple of players that played for Istanbul KSK last year, who, of course, went on to win the tournament. So they've got some big shoes to fill, but I know they're really excited to get over here and get involved in the action.
Yeah, the Turkish tourists who always come to the ECS, beg your pardon, Bulgaria, I should say, tend to bring a strong team with them, and it looks like this is going to be the case as well for Afyon Karashir. And yeah, if they can continue some of the good stuff we saw from the Istanbul side last year, then they'll be certainly big contenders for this European cricket series.
Yeah, we'll go back to live action then, as this is Milko Karian And again, just respected by Gul, who will get that off for a single. Again, that's all he's doing at the moment. He's just getting Lakov on strike. Plako's had an answer. He says Lewis Deploy from Hungary. Of course, Lewis Deploy hasn't played in the ECL. Of course, this question is ECL only, no ECC. So that's something to think about when you give your answer in. But good guess, though. Lakov pulled into the onside again. Not quite early onto it. Oh, no. Well, neither is Babu. Now he's got a bit of work to do to recover. Again, just sloppy in the field. And you add that up with some extras. They're starting to build up here now, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. And I think you're just starting to see the bowling side just take a little bit of control back. These last couple of overs, I think the previous one went for just 10 runs, which is quite decent in T10 cricket.
Yeah, you take that here on this ground. Uppish. Again, chance maybe. No, doesn't carry. Living life on the edge is Lakov.
Yeah, but one thing you have to credit for the Spartans is they're running hard between the wickets. I mean, we haven't seen a boundary now for almost 2 overs, and they're still getting a decentish amount of runs just by running hard between the wickets.
I think for me that's just a difference in level of experience. The more cricket you play, especially on the network, the more you realise that pushing that first one always means that you'll often get a chance of a second, especially on this outfield with the amount of Tortugas you see and misfields. You do have to push that first one hard, put the fielder under pressure and see what you can do.
Yeah, correction, of course, meant that just a 1 boundary in the last 2.1 overs. That was, of course, the 4 that was struck right at the end of the 5th over. Got a couple more balls to go in the 6th.
Tell you what, it's got warm all of a sudden, isn't it? It's building up. Well, talk about building up. This is going to go up, up and away. A couple of bounces. Cuatro Carreras. Nice shot from Gul.
Yeah, very nice stroke there by Gul. Gets one over cover, 4 of 4. And he's hit that nicely. Take another look at this. Yeah, hitting that one through the line. Good stroke. And Gul, you know, he's just taken his time to settle into his innings, but I think now that we're into the latter stage of this innings, we're past the 5 over mark. He's going to have to start to accelerate a little bit more, try to get to that 200-ish strike rate.
Yeah, the thing is you've got Rasul and Vinu who can also come in and give it a bit of a hit. So he needs to get a move on. He's trying to. This one's spliced away, but this is going to run away. Bit of work for the fielder. Gets the boot out, but spins and goes for 4. It's unfortunate, but again, I guess that's what happens when you go with the old foot fielding.
Yeah, we've seen some foot fielding attempted by this all-star side. The second occasion we see this. Yeah, it just gets that horrible backspin over there, doesn't it? Which means that it goes back towards the rope.
Probably the grassiest area out there, to be fair, of the field is probably where they are. So a little bit frustrating, but another over passes us, and it's 70 for 1 at the end of the 6th, going just under 12s at the moment.
Yeah, that also slightly spoils the over because if he doesn't make that error over there, the over probably goes for 9 or 10 runs, which, yeah, 9 or 10 versus 12, it does tend to make a difference, especially.
And they all start to build up, don't they,
yep.
the runs. And well, Harry Kuma went for 10 off his first. Can he improve? No, initial signs suggest otherwise. That's going to be a minimum, I'm afraid. And that's not the best of starts to get the 7th over underway.
No, it certainly isn't. We'll have a look at this. It's going down the leg side. Gets that badly wrong. I think one thing you have to credit them for is they've actually been very good with extras during this match. That's certainly something they improved from their previous performance against Pleven. But, yeah, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, it is. So 5 freebies, and now should be a single and will be. This is the thing. This is what I'm saying. You push that one there. How many times have we seen like the Pleven side hit this out to someone who's on the edge and not take a run?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, just prior to that minimum, they'd given up just 3 runs of extras, and one of those was a leg bye. So
yeah, it's been a lot tidier, of course. Maybe just first match nerves. Well, this one looped up in the air. It's got snow on it as it re-enters the atmosphere from Harry Kuma, but can't get it away.
Yeah, it's unable to get that one away. It was tossed up, and well, just needs to meet that on the half volley, and he would have had almost an easy boundary.
Almost had too much time, didn't he? Sort of played a couple of different shots. By the time it actually reached there, he was contemplating a few different things. But again, good comeback after the minimo. Shorter and quicker and mistimed. Could be a chance. No, again, just didn't charge it, and it's probably going to go for 4. And well, that's the sort of the worst of the situations you could probably have got from that area, because you drop the catch, you don't go for it, you don't commit fully, and then he gets through you and goes for 4.
Yeah, some of these errors are starting to add up here. We saw a misfield right at the end of the 6th over, and the minimo. Then you add this as well. You know, it's just moments like this when the momentum begins to swing.
Just
when you get a little bit leaky as the bowling side.
Yeah, just starting to switch off a little bit in the field. Good delivery, good comeback, nice and full. Yorker length can only be pushed out for 1. You can see there though, but we couldn't see it on camera. But Lakov, he's pushing for that second. He's always keen for it. He's ready, and again, just shows the sign of someone who's played a lot of cricket, a lot of T10 cricket as well. You can see it here. Look, he's always looking, isn't he? Gull not too concerned. Oh, bit of a false start.
Yeah, Lako looking like a UN peacekeeper with that blue helmet.
It's a reference that's gone right over my head. Launched, got, and gone. See you later. 6 runs, and New Grizzly, please, because Lakov has gone large downtown, and that is 6 runs.
Yeah, over pitch delivery there by Hari Kumar, and it's in the slot, hammered away by Lakov.
Yeah, with these short boundaries, he's not going to miss out on that one. You can see their fielder at long on just sort of didn't even move. And when you saw that one re-enter the atmosphere, that's a great pickup from Lakov. Moves on to 36. And now this one pulled again into the onside, but once more, they're going to come back for 2. That is great running, superb stuff. Okay, now it's not gone over my head. I see what you mean. Okay. See, that just doesn't mean much to me. Gosh, yeah, I can imagine. You see this here. Look, pushing the second. Lakov knows he's not at the going into the danger zone or the dangerous end of the over. And the score at the end of 7 is 89 for 1. This is the state of affairs on our ECS calendar.
Yes, so we're here in Bulgaria, and after that we've got 3 more ECS coming up prior to the big event on the European Cricket Network, the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, and a couple more events after that in Malta and Spain before we have our curtain closer, the ECCW, the 2nd ever edition of that tournament. Of course, we made history with it last year, and this year it promised to be bigger and better than ever before.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one beats the outside edges. This is the opener of Palavath who comes back. And of course, well, he's inquiring. Umpire turns around and says, nope. Let's have another look here. I don't think there's any too much on it. No, not really. Not enough for me. Of course, can't really see too much off those. But if we had Snicker, then, well, we would know. But we don't. So another inside edge. And once more, just struggling to get this one away is Gull. Now, a couple of deliveries haven't gone to the rope for him. And when you've got the likes of Vinu, you've got the likes of Rasul, would you run the risk of maybe thinking about sort of sending him back with 2 and a bit overs to go? It's a question I would ask of the skipper. Onside, again, not out of the middle of the bat. Should just be 1. This time they don't think it's going to be 2, and probably rightfully so. It's a question to ask. It certainly has to be thought about. Yeah, you've got Delric, who, of course, yesterday came out in that game against Pleven in the last game and hit a quick fire 20-odd. So he has got it in him. He's got it in the locker. He plays correct shots. Just feel like maybe him coming in would be a breath of fresh air. But you watch now, Gull will probably turn around and hit sort of 6 sixes or something bizarre. Just the old commentator's curse. Wow. That's almost done him. That's barely got a foot off the ground after after pitching on this wicket. Watch this one again. Gull again gets lucky with this one that he doesn't swing all the way around it. Let's see here. Barely gets above his ankles. It's a good stop though behind the stumps for Sunil. Again, one that stays low. Not too much he could have done about that one. Another outside edge. Good little over this from Padavath. This is what they needed after runs starting to flow. And now I really am saying I might turn around and say, Jacob, your time's up. Let's pull him in. Again, of course, got elevated to the top of the order in the last game of the day yesterday. Didn't work. He's got 21 at the moment, but not too short. Again, misses out on this one, and this time it gets up. And you can see he's starting to get frustrated. That's what I'm saying. Is it time just to pull him in and just rail him in a little bit and go, do you know what? You gave it a go. But watch this here. This one now lifts, and you can see he's frustrated. You don't have to be a body language expert to see what he thinks of this one. Look, that one almost whizzes past his ear, and he's not a happy chap whatsoever. You can see there. And well, it'll be a couple of dots to finish. A great over, just 2 coming off the 8th. And at the end of the 8th over, it's 91 for 1. Look at that win. This got to be the closest point I think we've seen. As we'll go back to live action. Shot, really nice shot. Bit of work to do for Jacob, and does superbly well. Again, another moment for a Tortuga potentially, but this one does sort of fall to him. I reckon that yesterday was the worst Tortuga I've ever seen, where it was just pumped down to mid-on and all of a sudden just went over his head. Well, Gould's probably, for me, he's probably got 2 or 3 deliveries here to get something going. Otherwise, I'm pulling it. Or he's just got to get a single, get Lakov on strike. Does swing for this, and probably will just be 1. That's well fielded out there in the deep in the end. I don't mind if he gets a single. That's okay. Get Lakov back on, because the last thing you want him to do is be sort of chewing up deliveries. He faced 3 dot balls to finish off that last over. As Padawath just had his number, didn't he? Flicked straight to the fielder. Oh, and gets through. Now a bit of work to do for the boundary rider, who can't cut that off, can Harikuma. And oh, well, what could have been. Big moments in this game. Lakov gets dropped on 40 again. And that's the 2nd time he's been dropped in this innings. Just those little moments, those game-changing moments where the game could flow into your favour. And the All-Star's not taken and moves on to 44, does Lakov now. Comes down the track and launches this one. What an exquisite way to bring up your half century. And the first one for this year. That is a superb shot from Chris Lakov. And once again, showing his class here in the domestic level here in Bulgaria. 50 off of just 21 deliveries. It's a superb bit of work for him. Of course, brought up the 800 runs in ECS cricket yesterday. And, well, that, of course, is his first half century in about 4 years. This one into the onside. They'll come back for 2. It's his first ECS 50, that is, in 4 years. He had 3 back in 2020, nothing since then. And, well, we've been saying he looks like he's back to his best, and that's what we're certainly thinking about at the moment. Slapped, and it's probably going to get through the gap. Jacob's got a lot of work to do, and that's an excellent bit of work. And again, they'll come back for 2, but that's a great bit of fielding. Certainly saved a couple of runs there, Jacob, and those could be crucial when it comes down to it at the end of this game. End of the over, and it's a good one. 16 coming off it for the Spartans. 1 over to go. The Spartans are 107 for 1. Of course, things have got underway out in Croatia, and Spain are batting first, and well, they've changed things up at the top of the order. Of course, they probably are going to, with this just being a solo ECI. They've gone with Long Martinez, and I think Ali Saeed at the top. Good luck to all those out there, of course. Spain elected to bat in that solo ECI. Yeah, good luck to everyone out there involved, and looking forward to it. Last overtime, Jacob again struggling with his line. His length hasn't actually been too much of an issue, in theory. Of course, lots will be multi-screening. Another dot, and again, this is the issue with Goal. He's just chewing up deliveries here. He's just got to get bat on ball. Lakov in that last over hit 4, 6, and then a couple of 2s, whereas the previous over, the last 3 balls were nothing because Goal was on strike. He got to find a way of working out how he can get off strike here. Just under a runnable 22, not good enough. Well, this one is launched. And it's going to get through. It's going to go for 6. Well, he'll sit there and say, I've got 6. That's what's down in the book. But we'll know that unfortunately that one was certainly a chance that gets put down. And those 6 runs again could be crucial when it comes down to the latter stages of this game. Good to see Kevin D'Souza in the chat. Kevin, hope you're well. Of course, D'Souza spent a lot of time out here in Bulgaria. Not here this year. Off the pad, and they will get a single. So Lakov will be back on strike for the, well, potentially remaining few deliveries in this over and in this innings, of course. But at the moment, this is an interesting last over. It's gone for 8 at the moment. 55% plays 45. It's the closest we've seen in a while. Low full toss, pumped down the ground, straight to the fielder though. Interesting, they take a single. Lakov moves on to just 55. But yeah, credit to him. When Nish picked up yesterday that he surpassed that 800 run mark on ECS cricket. It's his first 50, which is actually, I can't believe this is the case. First 50 in 4 years, Nish. And that's pretty incredible stuff from Lakov. Good to see him back to his best. As Nish does come back and joins me for the last couple of balls. This one pumped up in the air, and the fielder's underneath it, but he's gone too far. Takes a tumble. There's a Deepak Bandari, and they'll come back for the second.
Yeah, very surprising that he hasn't made a half century before, considering the amount of runs he's made.
First one he made 3 back in 2020, but hasn't made one since then.
Right, yeah, so it's it's good to see him back to his best. I think you commented a bit on some of the injury issues he's had, and he looks like he's fully fit. I mean, the way just watching him play right now. Actually, there's another cricketer who has quite a funny milestone. I'll just mention that. I believe it's Dan Ahuja over in Hungary who has some sort of record for the most 50s without making a century.
It's just bizarre. It is. That's a wide by Jacob, who has offered a few wides, to be honest. That's now the 4th wide that's gone against him. He can't get the line right. It's costing them dearly. Extra's now sat at, it's actually not too bad, not too drastic, but sat at 10 at the moment. Well, make that 11. He can't get this last over, and he's got the yips now. Got the yips now, and it's looking a little bit nervy for him. But yeah, out there at the moment. First wicket down, though, as Long Martinez has gone. In Croatia, Iqbal is in at 3. Of course, there are some very familiar faces. I was actually looking at the lineup. I think I've played with about 7 or 8 out of the 11 that are playing in that first game. So good luck to everybody out there, both Croatia and Spain. This one is legal, so it will be the last ball of the innings. They've got to turn and go for 2. They push the arm, go at the danger zone. They come back, and I think he gets back safely. They just want to double check this. And they just want to make sure that he does get home safely here. I think he does. I think he just makes the ground.
Yeah, it looks like he's just about managed to make it back on time. Take another look at this. And he's, good one there. Looks like he has just about made it back. We'll slow it down to confirm. Let's see, Lizzie slide his bat in all the way. Looks okay. Certainly looks okay there.
Yeah, give it a work. And again, I tell you what, the crew at Spring have earned their money this morning. They've been busy and active, but this is an excellent bit of running again. And I think you look at the sort of ball by ball, over by over sort of player things. There's very rarely have there been that many dot balls. They had a couple in the first over. Since then, they sort of average 1 dot ball and over, which is pretty impressive from this Spartan side. Let's have a look at the highlights then. And of course, well, it'll all be about Krishna Kumar to start with. He looked in good nick after the outside edge. He pumped one down the ground, and well, they looked great and looked superb. But of course, it would be short-lived. That was an excellent attempt by Joseph down there, and his woes continued. But this one was gloriously played.
Oh, what a shot. That was easily the shot of the innings. A high elbow. Looked so gorgeous. Really, really pretty looking stroke. And it would just be a great back and forth throughout this innings. I thought it was very evenly matched, even though the Spartans lost just the 1 wicket. I think the All-Stars did a fairly decent job of containing them. We'll have a look at some other key moments in this innings. Of course, that was the sole wicket they picked up. Mukul Kadyan getting rid of Krishna Kumar. That was a great cut shot there by Lakov, just going a bit too short and wide, unfortunately, there, the bowler. And it was just during that middle over phase, you wondered if they'd just be able to slow down the Spartans a little bit. But they made those key misfields that really, really didn't help them. Lakov has batted superbly throughout this innings, really leading his side from the front. Terrific knock by him. Just taking a look at some of the gorgeous shots he played. Beautiful flick shot over there through mid-wicket. Going away, 4-4. Absolutely beautiful. This was another one that he managed to launch all the way, 4-6. This was that big over bowled by Akshay Harikumar, which went for 19 runs, an over which really helped this Spartan side wake up after a couple of slightly quiet overs. Then Jen and Budvath both superbly in the 8th over, giving up just 2 runs, and that was so crucial to just getting the All-Stars back into a good position. But then the Spartans came back, made 31 runs off the last couple of overs. So overall, it was just a sort of seesaw sort of a game. I mean, it just swung back and forth, and in the end, I think the Spartans will end up with 122 runs, which is certainly a good total, but one that the All-Stars will feel they can chase if they bat well in the second inning. So it looks set to be a very entertaining second innings and should be a fun watch. We'll of course have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Chris Lakoff top scoring with 55 runs. Kushal Krishnakumar making 23 of 13 before he was dismissed by Mukul Kadian and Jakob Gold 33 of 23. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figure. So 5 bowlers is what the All-Stars use. They just wondered at some point if they could go to a 6th bowler after someone had an expensive first bowler, but that was not the case. Pick of the bowlers is easily Jedin Fuzvat, giving up just 13 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. Mukul Kadian picked up the sole wicket. He ends up with figures of 1 for 22. Halfway through this one, the Spartans have set a target of 123 for the All-Stars. Join us in 7 minutes when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings as we just get an absolutely gorgeous view of the city of Sophia. What a beautiful drone shot. That's, of course, all the way up from Mount Varosha, which is right next to the beautiful city of Sophia. Ah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. That's Vitosha, which is, of course, a mountain massive on the outskirts of Sofia. It's a real symbol of the city, very famous for hiking, skiing, and there's plenty of bus lines and other sort of ski ropes as well, which make the mountain very easily accessible. It's a place where a lot of locals will visit, and of course tourists as well. Great hiking spot, and you could just get a chance to look at it, as well as the Levski National Academy, which is where we're at right now for this European Cricket Series. And of course, we got a good game on our hands over here. We've had a number of lopsided matches for the last couple of days, but it looks like we're going to get a real interesting one here. The Spartans posting 122 runs on the board. The All-Stars will certainly feel like if they bat well in this innings, they'll have a chance to chase this down. So looks set to be very, very entertaining. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Of course, if they can achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they will pick up the bonus point. If they're restricted to 85 or less, then of course their opponents, the Spartans, will take the bonus point. So both these teams are off to the perfect start in this tournament. They've picked up bonus points in all the matches they've played, although not really had to go up against a testing opposition. And this is the stiffest task either side has faced so far in this series. Rasul, well, he's been spectacular so far this ECS. Now this one is just a wide down the leg side. Wasn't far away. Wasn't far away. Good backing up in the end by Lakov. Make sure that doesn't get past him. Yali Rasul has managed to pick up 5 wickets so far in this European Cricket Series and bowled with an economy rate of 5.2. That is a wide down the leg side. Yeah, so a 7-2 field in place over here. Just the 2 fielders on the leg side. A very fine deep third. And then they've got a regulation deep third as well. So, yeah, I think Rasul with this kind of field setting probably wants to bowl this one nicely outside the off stump. Just doesn't want to be straying down the leg side because, well, that's what's going to happen. Yeah, so they've now gone to a 6-3 field. So 3 fielders on the leg side, mid-on inside the ring, mid-wicket, and a square leg. Yeah, let's push towards mid-off. Oh, it's going to get past him. Oh, that's a shocking mistake. And it's not a mistake you typically see from Delrik Vinu, the skipper. He tends to hold himself to a very high standard. He'll be disappointed with that mistake. No, huge let off there. That's just going to release the pressure valve on the batter. I mean, it's going slowly enough where even if it takes a slightly odd bounce, you should back him to stop that big mistake. Goes a touch too straight, but it's up in the air. Catching opportunity. Oh, it's been put down, and it's Lakov who has dropped that. It's not Lakov, beg your pardon. I think Lakov's just next to him. That's Jihad Hussain who has dropped that catch. Well, big chance over here. We'll take a look at this. Oh, Hussain really should be taking that catch. Really should be. Gotta say, Kadian is a very lucky boy. So Kadian dropped when he was on 4. It's just something to keep in mind. There we go. Last ball of the first over. Oh, digs this one in a little bit shorter. Good ball there by Rasul. Nice bumper. obviously had the one for the over. And yeah, just rattling the cage a little bit there. I think just a member of the medical staff will just be heading out to the middle to probably administer a very brief concussion test. Looks all right. Now, of course, this will give us a chance to have a look at how many golden balls it's been since we last had one on the European Cricket Network. I should say the number of matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. Said it the wrong way around. 257 games since we last had a golden ball. Of course, that was all the way back on the 10th of June over during the European Cricket Series in Cyprus, and we are still waiting for our golden ball streak to end. We've come close a number of times, came close here in Bulgaria as well, but we are yet to break it, as of course we just see a member of the medical staff making his way off the field, as it seems like the batter has passed the concussion test. Here's a look at the golden balls we've had so far this calendar year. 13 golden balls. And you had a couple in Cyprus. That series was certainly very fruitful. Yeah, you can see one of those golden balls wide and a no ball and a golden ball. That was something we certainly haven't seen before. Certainly every golden ball is a snowflake, and that one in particular was rather unique. Vinu is coming in to bowl the second over. The captain made a huge misfield in the previous over, and we're looking to make amends here with his bowling. Have a look at this side on, just to see where this ball goes past the batter. Yep, perfectly fine. Just in and around or underneath the shoulder. Not going to be the one for the over. Nishay Butt here in the commentary box, and of course joining me is Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Oh, well, this one might be the one for the over, I reckon. Let's have another look at this. Ivan's not too sure. Well, they've called a wide here. Let's have another look. I thought it might be okay, but of course I don't have the best view. No, that is a wide. No, that's a good call. That's a good call from Ivan. Very good work.
I can see that one, definitely a wide, well over the batter's helmet.
Yeah, no question about it. Vinny just pushing a little bit through. And again, still opting for the heavy length, though. Not equal to it as Kadian. Interesting here, though, don't they? Up against sort of maybe a higher caliber of a bowling attack. They're looking a little bit worrisome at the moment.
Yeah, it's a completely different challenge here for the All-Stars. I think you look at that first over, the only reason it went for as many runs as it did was because of the chances that were put down and that misfield. So, yeah, this could easily have been much better for Spartans at this stage. I think the bowling has been spot on to start things off. Another wide.
Yeah, this one just struggling a little bit here is Delric. Not quite hitting the right mark. Of course, both of us keeping an eye on what's going on in Croatia at the moment. And, of course, I'm happy to say that, well, I was happy to say until I've just tuned in and seen that he's got out, is that Charlie Aristovic is just got out. He was 20 off of not very many. This one is up in the air, and it's gone all the way. 6 runs. Gloriously played from Kadian.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Kadian. Terrific shot, and maybe that'll just wake up this All-Stars team. I think this one through the line, over cover. And it's going to go away towards the boundary. Terrific shot there.
Yeah, that one getting away nicely. So Derek now, after struggling with a few wides, has now gone has now gone for a big 6. So this is certainly a little bit concerning, and it's going to be back-to-back. This one again slashed over cover. Oh, put down in the dugout. Who's the guilty culprit? It's Jacob. Well, he's not going to escape this one. It's going to be 6 runs, and 6 glorious runs at that.
Now I'll be asking Kadian to send a few more his way so he can do some catching practice. Vinu, he's just been a bit too short and wide in this over, and he gets punished.
Yeah, he certainly does. It's another one that gets slashed away. So another boundary, another 6. Back-to-back Maximos here in Bulgaria. You can just see here, look, back of a length. It's not there. It's back of a length. That's fine. Too wide, though. And it means that Kadian can all of a sudden throw everything at it. Is there a way of coming back? It needs to find something. Doesn't, over the top. This is going to be at 4 this time. And again, gloriously played. Races into the 20s now off just 9 deliveries.
A great shot. Really, really nice shot there by Kadian. We're starting to see consecutive boundaries here. They're just picking up the tempo now.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Just 2 full overcorrection from Derek. Hands on hips, double teapot.
Yeah, Vinu, I mean, he has been a bit expensive throughout this series. Had an economy rate of 9.5, and if you consider the fact they've played the Blacksmiths and Pleven so far, that is quite expensive.
And this time, does find the right area. Just push for a single misfield. Won't take it on. End of the second then. It's a magical one, 31 without loss.
Yeah, that overgoing magical, just what Doctor ordered for the All-Stars. Have a look at that required. It's about 11.5 now. Yeah, they'll look to continue to attack during this power play. Now, it'd be interesting to see who the captain goes with here. Does he come back to Ali Rasul, who, in my opinion, was a bit unlucky to go for 11 runs. Should have been a lot less, and he could have had, should have at least had a wicket if a catch had been taken. We'll have a look at the standings here. Both these sides undefeated and have picked up bonus point victories in all their matches. So, yeah, let's see what's going to be. It looks like they're going with Ali Rasul. I think another option they could have considered was Chris Lakov. But, yeah, not bad to go with Rasul.
Yeah, don't mind it. I think you might as well bowl him out. Of course, you don't really want to. If you hold him back, he might not be used. Into the onside, and this time is taken. Well, there you go. That's why you bring back your hitman in Rasul. And there, well, he had a bit of a mishap earlier on. Did the fielder out there at mid-wicket, but makes no mistake. And I genuinely don't think I've seen a fielder not have to move for a catch.
Yeah, that's Jihad Hussain. He put down the catch earlier, but he gets to make amends. And it's the same man, Mukul Kudian, who was, of course, dropped earlier in his innings. That will make Hussain feel a lot better. So it is bowled Ali and caught Jihad Hussain. We will see that on the scorecard. Didn't have a chance to see that earlier. They get the wicket over here, but you got to feel for Kadian. I mean, the 6-3 field, he's bowling with a leg stump line, which is quite risky, and he's managed to pick up the sole fielder at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he literally didn't have to move a muscle. And that's a big wicket to get as well, because things were just starting to get it slightly out of hand. First wicket falls. They get the breakthrough. 31 for 1 for the All-Stars. Harry Kumar comes out then at number 3. And, of course, still quite a lot of runs left to be had and to be chased down at the moment. Oh, dear. Well, Nish, I know, is a bit of a video game player. I've never heard more. No, okay, he's not. Okay.
No, I'm not a gamer. I really am not.
Well, I'm going to say that you just made the sound that pretty much sounded exactly like a Minecraft villager. That was hilarious.
Yes, I just saw an interesting number and I thought I was muted and I was like, that was quite interesting. I was just looking at one of the statistics that had come up in our various ECN and WhatsApp groups. And well, you know, I hate to bring this moment up, but I think the worst sort of moment that's been caught on me with a mic was Yawngate over in Malta.
Nice. Nice.
And Corey, being the absolute team player he is, made sure to repeat that numerous times and make sure that everyone heard it and played it over and over again.
Rasul thinks he's got his man here, but Ivan is unmoved. Harry Kumar will survive. Now I'm trying to think if I haven't had anything drastic. I've had a sneeze once, but that was a very random sneeze. It was out of nowhere. But I know it wasn't a sneeze, so it was a hiccup. I've had a hiccup. That was a fun one. And trust me, I was very much made aware of it by the chat. Yeah,
I just looked at that and was sort of like, that's quite interesting.
What's the stat? What have we got for me?
I was just looking at the WhatsApp chat. I mean, we had... Oh,
another one. And another well-directed one as well.
I was just looking at some of the stuff here in the queries, and of course where Manav posted the amount of wides and twos for the final over the previous innings.
Lots of
just
them.
had a chance to look at that and I was like, oh, that's quite interesting.
Lots of them. You're a bit of a stats man, aren't you?
Yeah, I do kind of like to look into some of those numbers, but of course, I mean, the real supercomputer, of course, is Vinny himself when it comes to those numbers.
Isn't he just? Launched and gone. Well, there's Harry Kumar, and that's how he likes to play. That's a brilliant pickup. Rasul, he put a couple of short ones in, and unfortunately, an almost perfect over gets spoiled with a maximum to finish. And at the end of the power play, again, pretty similar sort of styles. 1-1 in all honesty, 37 for 1.
Yep. Great shot over there. And as he mentioned, yep, it is 1-all. It's a draw again during the power play. And have a look at it. It's just a couple of runs separating these two sides. So, yep, as we expected, this All-Stars and Spartans matchup proving to be quite competitive, and yeah, it makes a welcome change after some of the matches we've had over the last couple of days, which have been a little bit lopsided. But I think from here on out, we're going to see some really close and competitive games, because we're starting to see some of these big teams play each other in some very, very important matches over the next few days.
Yeah, it does seem that way. As Lakov is going to come on for his first here, first over outside of the power play. He'll be looking for a couple of quiet ones here. He wants someone in close. He wants to have someone in there just to keep in line with the baton. You can understand why. He needs one more in, I think. Yeah, there we go. It's clicked. I think they need one more. Or do they not? Not too sure. Lakov then. First ball well directed and well respected by Sunil. Well, Maximos are flying all about out in Croatia at the moment. Atif Mahmood is enjoying himself out there at the moment. Of course, Atif Mahmood actually played quite a lot against him in the Southern League. Inside edge. A bit of work to do for the fielder out there in the deep. Early call of 2. Turn and go, and they might get there. They'll take it on. Needs a good arm. It is a good arm. Oh, Sunil. Well, he's lost a shoot, but he's going to get back. Oh, this is going to be good. Has he lost a shoot? Let's see this here. He turns. Let's have a look. So is it when he turns and goes, and he just goes? It's just gone. Needs to do the shoelaces up a little bit tighter. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Sunil who was having an issue with his shoelaces in the first game?
Yes.
Ah,
it was him. He was the one we had to be
I tell you
helped
what, last year there was a team Plovdiv, and there was a couple of them. Sophia Mohammed. There was an ongoing joke that he used to come every single time he'd make a mistake, he'd just sit there and blame his laces, and he would say that his laces weren't right. But this one was. We used to turn around and say, we'll buy him some Velcros, but I might have to do that for Sunil. He can't get his laces on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see his shoelaces come off. Not something you see too often in cricket. It happens quite a bit in sports in particular, like basketball, where you do see the shoe come off. But yeah, not something you see too often in cricket.
Unless you're in Bulgaria, apparently. All these lads are supposed to be pretty intelligent fellas. Good delivery. And once more in that corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, it was just in the channel. Take another look at that. That, of course, is a replay, so it's not the 5th ball of the over.
Yeah, a bit of in-swinging delivery. Again from Lakov, maybe looking to set him up now, pull him, drag him into the away ball. Oh, wow, wow. He wasn't meaning it for it to be that short. That's going to probably be 5 wides, and it is. This is launched out of nowhere. Watch this. I mean, talk about an uneven pitch. Doink! And that's got over everyone. He also sent the camera operator for 6, I think. Not even in frame. That's how you know that it was a bit of a uneven bounce. Look at that. That takes off.
Taken off. I mean, it's like it's really just hit a spot on the pitch. I think there just seems to be a spot where if you manage to land the ball on that, you get that uneven bounce.
And it's going to be another wide. So just struggling now to see out the over a little bit here. Couple of wides after the what was a really good start to the over. Just 2 coming off it. Slightly ruined it. 8 have come off it thus far with a couple of balls to go. That's better. Does keep this one legal and inside the tram line.
Extras are going to play a huge role in this game because they've already bowled more extras than we saw the All-Stars do in the entire first innings.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's a really good point. It's very rare that you wouldn't really expect that from the Spartans, to be fair.
Yes, keeping this nice and wide outside the off stump there. And Sunil, well, he's on 4 of 8. At some point, though, I think you give him another couple of balls, and if he can't sort things out, you might have to consider retiring here, because you need to have these batters on a short leash when you're trying to chase down a target of 123. end of the 4th over. BSCU All-Stars are 45 for 1. You can just see with that good over there by Lakov, or I should say those last 2 overs have been really good. 14 runs combined for the last couple of overs. Just brought the All-Stars back down below that required rate.
They're going to go with Ahmad Ibrar. Good delivery first up, but an equal shot as well. Bit of work for the fielder to do. Rasul does stop it and gets his body behind it. And that'll just be 1. Pretty even contest out there at the moment. Spain 117 for 4 at the moment, with both the Tiefs out there in the middle. Of course, they're changing things up, aren't they? DDC hasn't batted yet, neither is Yasir Ali, neither is Mohammed Isan, nor Hamza Salim Dar. So, of course, they're just looking to give those that may not normally be needed with the bat an opportunity. Of course, they opened with Daniel Long Martinez, Shafad Ali Saeed, and Charlie Mistovic at 4. Oh, well, could be close here at the non-strikers. Nobody's home, and he doesn't pull the trigger. And they'll come through for a quick single. That's good running, though.
That's very good running between the wickets. We'll take a look at this. Yeah, they isn't able to handle that delivery at all well, but he will pinch the single.
Yeah, you can see there. He was thinking of pulling the trigger, but there's only one person backing up, and he wasn't exactly fully there. Well, this is launched. That's big. That is absolutely massive, and that is 6 runs. It's gone high. It's gone handsome. And Harry Kumar motors along into double figures now. What a shot, 6 runs.
Oh, incredible shot, and they really, really needed that. They've things have quietened down for them over these last couple of overs. It's a big hit. He hasn't actually hit it too hard. He's just timed that one so sweetly. Somehow gets the elevation. Oh, takes some pace off that ball.
Good comeback. Bit of an inside edge on this as well, I think you'll find. Probably see what this is given. Yeah, a bit of runs, and there is certainly a little tickle.
You had that inside edge, as you mentioned. We'll have a look at it here on the replay. This should give us some evidence. Yeah, it just looks like there is that little edge.
Come back to live action again. Ibrard in the slot, lofted over top, goes into out. This is going to be a chase, but it's going to be a teaser. Andre Iba. It's going to be another boundary. So once more, getting a bit of acceleration at the right times, perhaps here for the All-Stars.
Oh, they desperately needed the All-Stars. They need a big over. They haven't had one since the 2nd over of this innings. I think both Rasul and Chris Lakov have just done a great job of quietening things down. And now they're really starting to look to attack Ibrar. Good batting.
Yeah, Ibrar had an up and down time of the ball yesterday. And this one off the splice, gets nowhere. Good finish. Finishes with a dot. The over goes for 13. Halfway stage, score 58 for 1.
And of course, there's a chance to, of course, welcome you into our commentary position. So it looks like we have a very exciting game over here. They are 58 for 1 here, the All-Stars. They did get 65 runs from the second half of the innings. It's going slightly below the required, but they have 9 wickets in hand and a good platform to attack in these next 5 overs.
Yeah, they've also got the spin of Gul probably to come as well, probably get at least an over out of him. Of course, we did see the Spartans yesterday rotate through a couple of different individuals. Some of those bowlers that we weren't sure we would see yesterday actually aren't here today. But of course, you've still got, you know, overs from Vinu. Lakov has also got 1 left at the moment. And of course, Ibra probably will have to bowl probably 1 more, of course, with still 5 to go. So it is a little bit nervy times this for Spartans. It's certainly not over yet. I think you can't count the All-Stars out of this one.
No, you certainly can. I think this game is just hanging finally in the balance, and yeah, really looking forward to this. I mean, the last time we had a close match was all the way back on Wednesday, that thriller which went to the final over. Since then, though, it's just been a little bit lopsided, and now, though, we finally got 2 evenly matched teams here, and I think we're going to see more matches like this for the remainder of the series.
Yeah, I think as well, in and amongst those, that kind of sandwich between a lot of one-sided affairs. So it's good to see a little bit something different, but of course, one thing we do know as well is that we want to say a huge shout out to all those out in Croatia who keep providing the coverage out there of that series out there. And good luck to all those out there involved. We'll be keeping a close eye on it when we can. Jacob Gul. Short. Krishna Kumar opting to stand back here. Totally honest, lazy. Just doesn't want to put the helmet on. Stand up. You might as well to Gul.
Yeah, you really should. I think if you're the batter now, you've got to take advantage of this. Look to use your feet. And really, really capitalize on the fact that the keeper's not willing to stand up to the stumps. This one's a shorter delivery that just skids on a little bit.
Gets away with it. There's goal, but the thing is they're not sort of hitting boundaries consistently, aren't they? They're sort of having moments and signs of promise, but it's often dot ball after dot ball. Oh, carved away. That is a glorious shot. That is pure brilliance from Harry Kumar. It's not the power and it's not a Maximo, but I tell you what, it's as effective. That is a stunning shot into the vortex. No one's stopping that.
A really, really good shot down to third. Stabs that one away. Yeah, nicely played.
Yeah,
plays it nice and late. And that just ensures that he's going to get 4 runs.
Yeah, listen, this is a thing, and this is the issue for the Spartans at the moment. A couple of big overs against them, and it could be an interesting one. Comes down the track, and this is where I'd love to see the likes of Krishna Kumar standing up. I don't really understand as to why he's not. It's not as if Goal's pushing it through. Krishna Kumar was content in standing up yesterday. I just think he just doesn't want to put the lid on. Stand up here, it's gone. And he's already batting outside of his crease as well. Just to make the game harder for the batter. Don't give them as much leeway. It's already a very batting-friendly fixture. And Sport in that as well. Razul, again, with just a good arm. I'll just get one.
Yeah, good battle so far between bat and ball. Goal just coming out on top at the moment.
5 off the over so far. It's not been too bad. Quicker. Played into the onside, but a work for the fielder out there. Delrick does well. He's had a few issues in the field, but makes no mistake of this one. And another good arm and another single. And it is going to be the end of an impressive over. Just goes for 6. It's 64 for 1 after the 6th over.
Yeah, they've, again, rallied back after an expensive 5th over. And I think this is just the kind of back and forth you've seen this match. Anytime there's a good over, then they come back with a better and more economical over. Have a look at this scorecard over here. As you can see, Kadian was on 22 of 11. He was put down earlier when he was on just 4 by Jihad Hussain off the bowling of Ali Russell. Of course, they came back, did manage to get him out later. But yeah, these two, Akshay, Hari Kumar, and Nitin Sunil, they need to get a move on here. This simply isn't quick enough.
And then another swing and a miss. And this is just the issue, the consistency. And I think what the difference we're seeing here, Nish, is that the Spartans weren't missing out and getting dot balls. They were getting 1s, they were getting 2s. There's a lot of 2s in their innings, whereas this time around, it's a lot of swinging and missing. Well, he hasn't missed out on this one. This is huge. That's Mammoth into the onside, and well, that's 6, more like a 9. Lovely shot.
A lovely stroke. They need more of that. They need plenty more of those.
Too short from Ibrahim, just drops it short. Lack of, and Gould just having a word with him. Ibrahim says, it's okay. I know what I did wrong. It was way too short. And on this pitch, it's just going to sit up, and it is just easy pickings for any batter. Of course, you've still got Sunil. Sunil was 30 off of 16 in the last game. He's 16 off 14 at the moment, so not quite the same rhythm for him. Wide. And chance of well bowled, but not too short.
It comes back well here, Ibrar. Comes back really well.
52, needed off of 22. Again, hit firmly, bit of work to do for Rasul. Not going to get there, another boundary. Sunil moves on to 20. This is a glorious shot again. Just clears the front leg out of the way and well, just allows the full flow of the Willow. And that crack of leather against Willow is, well, what cricket purists love to hear. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a big fast bowler, Ali Russell, putting in the dive at long on. You love to see that. It's great effort. He just can't quite get to it.
Yeah, he got there, in all honesty. It just kind of goes through him, underneath him a little bit. It was a good effort to get there. What's the response? Change of angle. Pulled again into the onside. More work to do for Vinu. Does well. Gets his body behind it. They come back for the second. This is better running from the All-Stars.
Yeah, much better running. And now they're just starting to exert some pressure back on this Spartans team.
Of course, this is probably going to be the first fixture where the Spartans don't take 4 points. Looks as if there is at least going to be a point for the whichever side ends up on the wrong side of the result. Couple of balls left to go out there in Croatia as well, by the way. Off the splice. Will just be 1. Yeah, Spain 1-4-2. Atif Mahmoud's played a blinding innings, 47 off 20 at the moment. Yasir Ali has come in all the way at 7, by the way. That's probably the lowest he's ever batted in his life. He's the skipper for this one, of course, no Munoz Mills. Chrissy probably just sitting this one out, waiting and giving himself a bit of time before, of course, that first T20. First of 5, actually, throughout this Mediterranean Cup. Launched over the top, and this is a glorious shot. It's going to be a couple bounces, 4 more again. Boundaries flowing, and boundaries flowing at the right time, you might feel, for the All-Stars. That is a brilliant way to end the over. Another expensive one. It goes for 18. The score at the end of 7 is 82 for 1.
Yeah, getting 18, as you mentioned, off this 7th over. And that just sets up things so nicely now for these last 3 overs. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. And it looks like we're going to have a grandstand finish. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. And oh dear, the Spartans, well, they're going to go into that game extremely short-handed.
Oh dear. That's interesting. And they bowl first.
Ah, that is, I mean, it's going to be tough to see Academic Sophia upset in that game. I mean, their eyes will be lighting up looking at that dashboard.
Oh, I was not aware of that. Lucky Sheikh comes in for the first involvement. Oh, wow, that's a tough ask for the Spartans. They really need a win here then if that's going to be the case in the next game. They desperately want to get the 3 points because that's going to be a tricky one for them in the next fixture, of course, up against the unbeaten Academic Sophia at that as well. Into the onside by Jacob Gould. Oh no! Oh, the skipper again, a lapse in concentration for him once more. It's not the first time we've seen him struggle in the field, and another one gets through him.
Yeah, it's about the second boundary he's given up because of a misfield. You have to feel for the captain. He's going to want to lead by example, but yeah, just gets the fundamentals wrong.
I guess the only thing that the Spartans will say is that batting-wise, they haven't really gone further than 3 or 4. But the thing is, in the field, when you've only got, I mean, if you take the 2 out, of course, you skip your keeper and your bowl at 6 in the field. Ooh, that's going to be a long, long innings for them. You watch, all of a sudden, everything will just fall to them. Don't have to move. Hit firmly. Lack of. Again, another bit of a misfill, but they won't take an extra single.
Yeah, at this point, it's not just about the nerves of the bowler. It's also those fielders out at the boundary. I'll have all the nerves in the world as well.
He's aware. Big moments occur in a game. And again, Gould just struggling with his rhythm, with his run-up here. He doesn't seem comfortable at the moment. A few boundaries have gone against him, and now just seems a little bit nervy. Short and hit firmly. That is a glorious uppercut for 6. That is one of the best shots you'll see again. We've already had quite a few of them today, but Harry Kumar showing a bit of class.
Oh, what a shot. Just drops it in short and wide, and he's cut that away ferociously. Gets it over the rope for a 6. A tremendous hit. And this game is just hanging finely in the balance. I mean, we're seeing these boundaries sprinkled in between in every over. And it just means that we are set up for a grandstand finish here.
Yeah, it's just ebbed and flowed for both sides, isn't it? There'll be moments where the All-Stars were on top, then the Spartans came back with a really good comeback with a few tidy overs, but at the moment, they're not getting it. That's the 5th boundary now in around about 9 deliveries. Can they finish off with a couple of dots? It's crucial. No, up at top edge. There's a bit of work to do for the fielder. And the thing is now, knowing that they've only got 8 in that next game, this is a must-win game.
Certainly is. I mean, they'll have to get the win here against Academic Sophia. Such a tough side to go up against. And if you're missing 3 players, it just makes it that much harder. I mean, they'll certainly be licking their lips heading into that game, Academic Sophia. And there'll be so many gaps for them in the field.
Slow ball again, slowly played. Delric this time does get down and do well. And they'll take on the arm, and he's going to be gone. That's a huge moment in the game. It was just leisurely taken by Sunil. And, well, they come back for the second, and it's suicidal. And Delric Vinu, a man who has had his troublesome times out in the field in this one, has made his redemption arc complete. And that's going to be an excellent comeback for him. A superb bit of work. Gets down, does the dirty work, and it's a great arm. And they get the run out.
Oh, great. Really strong throw. Booming throw. And the accuracy spot on as well. Right above the stump. Straight to the keeper. You've got to credit Kushal as well. He's done a good job. And that's going to be a run out. I mean, the batter probably should be sliding his bat in. But that is going to be the end. So an important partnership broken here.
Now, this is an interesting call here. This is probably not what I would have done, as that is, of course, the end of the over. Score now is 95 for 2. Of course, you've got 2 bowlers with overs left. The skipper and Vinu and Lakov. Vinu went for 20. Lakov went for 8. I would have gone Vinu to bowl this 9th over. They're going with Lakov, which means Vinu will bowl the last. I personally would have stuck with Lakov, just for my personal feelings, but this game is certainly not over yet. What is it now? With 2 overs to go, 28 needed. Couple of boundaries, and they're well in this game.
Yeah, I think the thinking here is that if Lakov just sneaks in a quiet over here, that just gives Vinu or whoever bowls that 6th over that extra cushion.
Oh dear, they've left the gap at fine leg, and he looks to take it on, but doesn't play it with any degree of success to start. It's a magical dot ball. It's like gold dust at this moment in time.
Yeah, just 1 run so far this game through that fine leg region and also behind square leg, so they haven't really scored a lot of runs through that area. They've been more than happy to leave it vacant.
Glorious. That is a stunning shot. It really is. This one just gets the front leg out of the way, gives himself a bit of room, and will get 4 for his trouble. So Harry Kumar, well, he holds the key, doesn't he, at the moment? He is crucial if he's going to take his side over the line here in a nail-biting finish. He needs to get a few more underway, but that's a glorious shot for 4.
Yeah, glorious strike. Hari Kumar holds the key here. You really feel for this all-star side.
Kevin D'Souza says Delric de Villiers. Maybe. Probably not after the 2 misfields. Good comeback, though. Oh, launched. And this one is flat. That's 1 bounce, 4 runs. And again, another one comes away. And once more, Lakov gets another boundary against him. And I reckon that one has gone. That's going to be a new Grizzly, please.
Yeah, need some new balls here. That one goes racing away. He struck that firmly. And Lakov under immediate pressure to start this over. He's been so economical throughout this ECS, and this is really the first time we're seeing him under a little bit of pressure. 8 runs already off this over. Still got 3 more balls to come. We're going to take a look at this one again.
Yeah.
Just hits that through the line. You can see that's well inside the boundary rope, so it's definitely a 4.
We've got the ball back. Going to check it out. So 20 off 9, and those 2 boundaries are massive now. What's that sat now? 13 required off the next off an over. Needs a dot ball or something here, and we'll sneak one in.
Yeah, just backing away over there, and it's smart bowling by Lakov. He just pushes it wider. Really smart bowling.
That's why he's trying to hide it, isn't he? He is just trying to hide it. He's got protection behind square on the offside. He's got a man at sort of 3/4 as well. Up in the air, got underneath it, big chance, big moment. Oh, Ali Rasool has come in for the slide tackle. Well, anywhere else that would have been a red card, but they end up taking it safely. Gould holds his nerve, even though there's a bit of bodily contact from Rasool. Just comes in and gives him a bit of a Grizzly hug.
He was sliding in, and it looked like he was going to take him out. This was looked like it would be very nasty. 3-match ban coming up based on that slide tackle. Oh, how was Rasool held on to that? Yeah, little Grizzly hug there right at the end. Oh, what a massive moment. They hold on to that catch. This is such an important moment in this match as well, because that is the danger man, Akshay Harikumar, who departs. That means we'll have 2 batters who haven't faced the ball yet out in the middle, and they're going to have to find a way to make 20 runs off these 7 remaining deliveries.
Well, that's a big moment, you're right, because you've got 2 fresh batters out there at the moment. And all of a sudden, Lakov, what a comeback, and it's the big wicket that they needed as well. So Albin Jacob comes in at 5. And this is a huge moment here. I have to say, if there's ever someone who I wouldn't want to slide tackle, it is probably Jacob, to be honest. So, it's probably the last person. I just can't believe he's coming all the way from long on, sorry. Jacob has had to move probably about 5 meters. Oh dear, pushed into the offside. Should just be 1. A bit of a missed field, and is there anybody home? There is, Ali Rasool. He's like a young whippersnapper out there at the moment. He's everywhere. So it's just 1 to finish the over. We are going to go down to the last. Well, 90 needed off 6.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough task in the final over, and especially with 2 new batters out there. It's going to be tough to see how the All-Stars can pull it off from here. Probably going to be Delric Vinu bowling this final over. I mean, there's no way the captain's ever going to back away from this challenge. His first over went for 20 runs, so if they can do that again, they win this game. But it's 2 very different batters around this time.
The thing is, what's he giving away? He's giving away 8 runs in the field, right?
Yeah.
You add that onto this, and it becomes a really tricky 27 runs needed off the last. So instantly, he's made his own job slightly trickier here. Of course, a couple of maximos, and we're right into this game. 19 needed off of 6 then. Can there be a miracle in Sophia for the All-Stars? Here we go, last overtime. It's the skipper. Off the pad. Oh, again, I'd like to have another look at this one. Is there a shot played here? Yeah, dead ball called.
No shot played. Should have stepped inside and taken the wide.
Watch this here.
This is not smart batting. It really, really isn't. I can see there's just no shot offer.
It's tricky. I think realistically it's more evasive than it is trying to play a shot. So that's a dot ball to start, and that's a win. That is huge for the Spartans.
Yeah, dot ball pretty much takes them a massive step closer to a victory. That's where Jacob's just got to be smart. Step inside, take the wide. Might even have gone for more extras because that ball really looked like it might have even beaten the keeper.
Need a boundary. Not going to get it. Vinu holding his nerve at the moment. He's still probably deemed to be pretty much a youngster, but he's so experienced in the T10 format domestically here, and he's holding his nerve. He's in that corridor, and Jacob just swipes across the line.
Yeah, it's Jacob looking like this is too big a task for him. This one has to go to the boundary rope. It absolutely has to.
Yeah, need to get something on it. Can it just be a little edge or something? It's thumped into the onside, but again, not middled. It'll just be one. Again, superb bit of work. And once more, one thing you've got to remember is that this is such a big game because you have to think they're going to struggle in the next game. They're struggling to get a side out. And now, of course, they've got the lefty of Palamath. The opener with the ball comes in at 5. Well, by the way, if he gets 3 sixes here, he's done it for his side. Then he realistically just needs to bowl line and length bowling at the moment, stump to stump. And if you get taken for a 6, then well, you reevaluate after that. But you've just got to let the base, let your skills do the talking here.
Yeah, how about this for a chance for a new batter? Just go out there, hit a 6 off the first 3 ball you face. Well, massive challenge for Pleven. Here we go. Can he hit 3 consecutive 6s?
No, he won't. And again, it's good. Heavy length back of a length delivery. Can only just miscue this out onto the offside, Cam Prelavath, and that pretty much all but confirms it for the Spartans. It's been a close one, and how nice has it been to see both these two sides be pushed to the limit here?
No, it's been good. It's been good to see a really testing game for both these teams. We certainly got to see some of the qualities they possess. I think the All-Stars, they'll look back at a few moments in this match as well, and they'll have a few things they'll need to reassess and just see where they can improve. And meanwhile, for the Spartans, I think now they can really say that they are one of the important challengers in this series.
Well, they are if they can get their full sides out. That's the issue. Jacob just plays this away for 1. So, of course, you've got to remember, Jacob previously a member of the Spartan side. So a little bit of probably a sour taste being left in the mouth of Jacob there, but 16 needed off the last, of course. Just has to be legal now for Vinu, and I have a feeling we could see some big celebrations here because I think we know what a big win this could be. It won't be all 4 points, but it will be the 3 that they'll be hoping for. Last ball coming up then. Just needs to be legal, and gets through, and they will do it. And well, they might get a cheeky run out here. And they might get an extra bit of work here because I think Krishna Kumar might just have his man as Jacob's coming through for the extra run. But it does look and will be the Spartans who end up on top here.
We'll take another look at this final delivery of the innings. This is going to be a run out. Just going to have to slow that down and freeze it right at the moment where the ball strikes the stumps. Oh, always incredible when you see it going in reverse. And
I think he's okay.
I think he's grounded his bat in time. I think he's okay. And that should be fine.
So they'll get a single, but at the end of the day, it's still short of where they probably should have been required to get to. You can see there Jacob handshakes all round for him. He knows a lot of these boys very well. But it's a big, big victory for the Spartans as they do get pushed to the last over as the All-Stars, they just fall short by 14 runs here in match 22. Match 23 coming up. It's going to be tricky for the Spartans. They go again as they're now 4-0, but they're struggling numbers-wise as they take on a strong academic Sophia side. As you can see there, Bashrat Hussain, Lockie McMillan, Manan Bashir as well, Chuktai Yusuf, Daniel Ali, they're all in there. It's going to be tough for the Spartans.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, big challenge for this Spartan side going up against an undefeated team that has gone up there and beaten some of the bigger sides in this series. Of course, they picked up a couple of wins against the Sophia Stars as well. Here's a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it started off quite well for this team. They were, of course, 31 for no loss at the end of the second over. It was really, really good batting right at the get-go. They put some pressure. They really looked to cash in and capitalize on the power play. Kadian and Sunil both batted superbly. Kadian in particular, I mean, of course, he rode his luck a little bit when he was dropped on 4, but he certainly looked to take advantage of that good bit of fortune.
Yeah, he certainly did. And, of course, there was that over, wasn't it, where they had a couple of boundaries against Lakov, and you were kind of thinking, well, maybe something's going to change here. There was a big 6, wasn't it? Sort of timed and went high more than it went long, but still had the legs. That one was gloriously played, really late. And then this one got through Kushal Krishnakuma behind the stumps, who, again, I would like to see him stand up to the likes of Gul, but Ibra came on and got a bit of tap, didn't he? Unfortunately, wasn't able to sort of find the consistent line and length he was looking for, but that one just, of course, took a bit away from Ali Rasul. It was a good effort from the big fast bowler. You can see I think he actually covers the ground, but it's just a tricky one that just gets taken away slightly at the end. Of course, Harry Kumar kept on going and was looking really, really positive, but of course ended up falling short, and it was the big wicket that they got in the last couple of overs that they were looking for. Vinu, again, had his woes out in the middle, but was able to come back nicely and get his side over the line. Jacob Gol in his overs. Well, this was a big moment, and this was again another moment of redemption for Delric.
It certainly was. I mean, Delric, what a game he had. I mean, obviously, there's a couple of misfields, but then right at the end, he got this big run out, and he bowled that final over to win his side the game. The scout Kipper had an incredible redemption arc during that match. He won it for his side, and they pick up a very important victory here against the All-Stars.
That was the old two-footed slide tackle from Ali Razor and his own teammate. Friendly fire out there, but of course it didn't prove to be too detrimental as they were able to get over the mark, and it is going to be 14 runs the margin for the Spartans in this one. And in this one, you can see there, we'll have a look at the breakdown of the scorecards. Kadian at the top 22 off 11 after getting dropped by that exact same partnership of Hussain and Rasul. They end up taking them and doing it nicely. Sunil, 29 off 21 again, but just the run rate not enough. 38 off 21 for Harry Kumar. But the thing is what we've seen there is that you get the top 3, and it looks like it might be a little bit lackluster from there on into the All-Stars.
Yeah, it certainly does. We'll now have a look at the bowling figures for the Spartans, and a great team effort, really stepping up and certainly doing a role. The Ali Rasul figure, the 1 for 16, really set the tone during that power play. Then you had Jacob Gul over 19, the 2 overs he bowled. Chris Lakov with the very impressive figures, a 1 for 17, and then Delric Vinu really stepping up in that final over after he went for 20 in his first over and winning his side the game. The captain had a lovely redemption arc, of course, starting off with a couple of misfields early in the match, and then gets a crucial run out in the penultimate over and manages to bowl the match-winning over as well. The match summary states that the Spartans beat the All-Stars by 14 runs, and they'll be heading into a huge matchup against Academic Sophia for a lunchtime game.
Yeah, the lack of train, of course, getting out of the station. Player of the match performance for him. First 50 in over 3 years on the network. Backing it up with 1 for 17 as well. He's your player of the match here in match 22. Match 23 coming up in just over 20 minutes time. Make sure you return for that one. We'll be keeping an eye. We'll be going over and having a see what's going on in Croatia. Do make sure you come back in 20 minutes time, as it is the big match as the Spartans take over Academic Sophia. We'll be back soon. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Nishay Bats right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Vasilevsky ground here in Sophia, Bulgaria. We're getting ready for game number 23 of this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, of course. And it's a big, big matchup, this one. A lot of people are choosing this as probably the match of the day. We'll go on to see whether that will be the case. And, of course, I'm talking about the fixture between the Academic MU Sophia side up against the Spartans in this one, of course. A lot of the Spartans boys previously did represent Academic Sophia a couple of years ago, but, of course, have moved on to different situations in life and are now, of course, representing Spartans in this one. Let's go out to the middle where Tyron Peters has got the two captains for the coin toss.
Sophia Academy to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails.
We're going to bowl first.
They can have a bowl.
There you go then, Delric Vinu, the skipper for the Spartans, electing to bowl first in this one. I don't mind it. I think it's a good idea. I think they know that realistically the batting unit of this MU Sophia side is their strongest aspect. We know that they're going to be very reliant on Lockie McMillan and Bashrat Hussain at the top of the order. Manan Bashir coming in at 3 is going to be crucial. Of course, you've still got the likes of Chuktai and Hussaif Yusuf, the skipper himself, who can come in towards that 4, 5 and 6 area and change things up if necessary. We haven't really seen them do too much because they haven't been required. Of course, big thing to think about. This is the last game for the likes of Lockie McMillan and Bashrat as well. So, of course, they'll be hoping to go out on a high, and they've got a chance to put a good score on the board as they're going to have to bat first in this one. A little bit, of course, on the Spartans. We know exactly what they're about. Chris Lakov, again, getting his first half century in the last game. First half century in over 4 years. So congratulations to him. And again, we've said it time again, he looks like he's back at his best, doesn't he? So looking forward to seeing how he gets on with ball in hand, of course, because the Spartans, Nish, I can tell you the news from the toss, they're going to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much for that update, Charlie. And we just continue to look at some of this brilliant footage of the gorgeous capital city of Sofia. So much history, so rich in culture, of course. This is not too far from the district court of Sofia. Had a good chance of going for a walk around this part of the city on Monday. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to go through the commercial district of this incredible city. Lions are something you're going to see a lot all around Sofia. Such an important animal in the history of this city. And there it is, the flag of Bulgaria fluttering. And it's always a pleasure to walk through this historic city, one of the oldest existing nations in the world. So there's plenty of history here, so many different cultures to see, as well as, of course, Bulgaria sort of lies between so many different civilizations, a sort of border between East and West. And it's always great to be here. And even better when you get to cover the cricket. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. The Spartans, coming off a big victory in their previous game, are unfortunately going to be heading into this match short-handed. The one good thing for them, though, is that players we're missing are Pramanik, Subhash Chandra, Hristo Ivanov, who were unable to participate. Beg your pardon, were simply not called on to bat or bowl in any of the previous 2 matches they were involved in. But yeah, just all the gaps they're going to have to plug in the field is going to be such a massive challenge for them. Meanwhile, Academic Sophia, they have been amazing throughout this European Cricket Series, picking up 2 victories as well against their rivals, the Sofia Stars, and they want to extend their lead at the top of the table. Academic Sophia going into this game as 70% favorites. Of course, the big thing for Academic Sophia, though, is that this could potentially be the last match of the tournament for some of their key players, such as Lockie McMillan and Bashrat Hussain. So, well, we hope it's not the last time we see them, but it certainly could be. And if those 2 were to leave, it'd just make a big challenge for the Sophia Stars to find someone to replace these 2 key players. Just having a little discussion here. The umpire talking to the opposition captain and bowler. Of course, just waiting for a minute to tick by before we can officially start this game. Still 12:29 local time. And as soon as that clock strikes half past, we'll be ready to bowl our first delivery. And there we go. Here we go. First ball of our lunchtime match coming up. And this one is down the leg side. He gets some bat on it, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. Very nicely struck. Just getting the line wrong, I think that's an issue sometimes with Ali Russell. He does have that tendency to stray too far down the leg side on occasions. And all the batter has to do here is just help it along. Easy pickings for Lockie McMillan, of course. Yeah, as I mentioned just before the start of this match, there's a good chance that this could be McMillan and Bashar Hussein's last match of this tournament. So this opening pair, well, we might not see them again for the rest of this ECS. Well, this is just pushed away towards mid-wicket. Oh, they could come back here for a second run, or will they? Will they not? There's just too much hesitation in the end. So it's best to settle for the single. There we go now. Bashar Hussein getting set to face his first ball. Now, once again, just straying down the leg side. Rasul needs to get this line right. Needs to bowl around that off to middle stump, especially because he gets that ball to just come back in a little bit to the right-hander as well. The pace and bounce he extracts, if he could just get this line right, he'd be so tough to face. The length's okay. I mean, he bowls a good hard length, Rasul. It's just the line that's sometimes an issue for him. Yeah, so both these players, of course, have been in terrific form this European Cricket Series. Bashar Hussein, I'll just tell you some of his statistics for this ECS. This one is a push towards point for a single. Yeah, so Bashar Hussein has been the second highest run getter in this European Cricket Series. 267 runs to his name in the 7 innings he's batted, and he's done it with a strike rate of 204. Meanwhile, Lockie McMillan, I think, his bowling has probably been the more impressive of the two, but his batting is exceptional as well. And this is hit straight to the fielder at mid-off. McMillan departs for 5. Very well taken there by Jakob Gul. It's a simple catch for him. And this extremely short-handed Spartan side get an early wicket here against Academic Sophia. Holds on to this one really well. You can see that one. He's just trying to play it over that fielder at mid-off, trying to get past him. But instead, it's a comfortable catch for Jakob Gul. That's the end for McMillan. And I wonder if we're going to get to see him bat again for the rest of this ECS. Pulled away, and it's just going to fall short of Gul. He was momentarily interested. Nice shorter one there by Rasul. End of the first over. CCAS 10 for 1. Oh, what a great start here for them. Rasul, and when he gets it right, he is so tough to face. Takes this one in shorter. The batter's not in control. It probably just hasn't quite risen as much as he's expected. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we got the great pleasure of joining you from here in Bulgaria for the next couple of weeks. And of course, the Cricketing Carnival continues on ECN. After we conclude here in Bulgaria, we'll be heading over to Rome for an ECS. And we also got cricket coming up for you in Austria and Croatia. And then just look at some of those terrific T20I series we have sprinkled in. Of course, we got action going on right now in Croatia. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu taking you through that. This one is a huge appeal, and the umpire raises his finger. It's the slow finger of death, and Bashar Hussein will depart. The second wicket falls, And this short-handed Spartan side are fighting really, really hard here against the table-topping CCAS. Now Lakov gets the breakthrough off his very first ball. Let's have a look at this. Oh, well. This is a close one. This is a close one. The umpire seems to think it's going to go on to hit the leg stump. Remember, it's hit him on the front foot. I don't think height's going to be an issue here. Just a question of, is it doing a bit too much, or is it going to go on and hit the leg stump? According to the umpire, probably crashes onto the leg stump. That's certainly a tight call. Yeah, it'd be nice to see if this is just frozen on the point of impact. Keep in mind, Lakov gets plenty of in-swing as well, and yeah, you just wonder if that's going to swing quite a bit and then miss the leg stump as well. I think the umpires probably got that just about right. You know, it's certainly one where I think if you're a supporter of CCAS, you'll look at that and say, no, the ball's doing too much. It's not going to hit the leg stump. But if you support the Spartans, you go on to say that it is just going to strike the leg stump. That one is going to be a single. I would love to hear your opinion on that in the chat. I want to start here for Lakov and just, no, it's incredible. I mean, this side, as we mentioned, they're playing with just 8 players in this match. And they've got Academic Sophia in all sorts of trouble here, getting rid of both the openers. Plays that one beautifully under his eyes. And he picks up a single. Now that Shoktai is getting set to face his second ball. Lakov just trying to get his field setting right. They have to make a few adjustments for the left-hander. Pick up another single here. Of course, Manan Bashir was the leading run getter during last year's ECS. He hasn't quite been able to recapture that same form he had last year so far this series. That time around, he was playing for same academic club, but of course, he was still with the Medical University of Sophia. I was going to play this one out towards square leg for just a single. And incredible during that ECS. I mean, the fact that he topped the run charts despite playing 4 less innings than the second place batter and 3 less innings than the third place batter is really just a testament to how great he was during that ECS. 340 runs to his name, average of 68, strike rate of 245, and a top score of 114 undefeated. Wow, that's interesting. Don't see that too often. Wow. You always see something new, I guess, here on the European Cricket Network. Let's take another look at this. Wow, just gets his bat out of the way. Thought it might catch his edge along the way, but no, just withdraws his bat. Doesn't play a stroke. Here's a look at the standings. Both these sides undefeated so far this ECS. Spartans, of course, have such a great net run rate boost because they had those 2 enormous victories against Pleven and, of course, the Blacksmiths, where they won a couple of games inside the power play. Sewell coming in here for the third over, following the same strategy they had in the previous match against the All-Stars. So the All-Stars game was the first time they failed to pick up a bonus point in a match. So the first time they were not able to take all the points on offer or give a point to their opposition, but they won't mind that. I think the fact that they got to brush aside such strong opposition in the All-Stars will fill them with so much confidence. Yeah, probably just pitching outside leg. No, it's been given out. That's what the umpire's indicating as well. He's saying it's probably pitching outside leg, but, well, the finger has been raised. And another wicket here for CCAS. They are running right through this Academic Sophia lineup. I mean, what a fight by this side who are short-handed, playing with just 8 players. Well, let's have another look at this. Wow, to me that looks like it's pitching outside, and well, maybe according to the umpire, it might just be in line with the leg stump. I guess to be fair to him, it's probably a bit closer than we would originally think. Bit of bounce on that one as well, of course. Yeah, well, the umpire gives that an out. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, it's just a question of, do you think it's in line with that leg stump? Yeah, so show hug in the chat. Yeah, I've mentioned that a few times. They are playing with 8 players. That's just been incredible. I mean, you consider some of the issues they have, and for them to have the table-topping CCAS at 14 for 3. That was remarkable. This time he goes for that leg stump Yorker. Doesn't quite get it right, but Daniel Ali will pick out the fielder at square leg. Yeah, he's just asking the fielder to move across over at fine leg. Placed a very, very fine deep third man. Almost in a long stop sort of position, so they've got a backward point and then a very fine deep third. Those are their 2 fielders outside the ring, and then of course everybody else has to work overtime inside the ring. Oh, that one is down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Got Kevin D'Souza joining us in the chat saying, "Go on the boys." And I wonder if he's cheering the Spartans or academic Sophia. Trying to drive that one. Inside edge isn't quite timed as nicely as he would like, and CCAS, and they've got 1 ball left in their power play. Oh, beautifully played. Looks very nice, but goes straight to the fielder. And what an incredible power play for academic Sophia, who have managed to restrict the table-topping side to 18 for 3 in this power play. I mean, we all thought that academic Sophia would find so many gaps in the field. They'd be really looking to capitalize on it. But no, it's turned out to be quite the opposite. They have been superb during this phase. Kraslakov is on to bowl the 4th over, so yeah, they're just gonna stick with Ali Rasul and Lakov for these first 4 overs. Good captaincy, I like this. Just oh wow, that would have been at a pretty comfortable height for a slip fielder to catch it, but then oh, it's a misfield out in the deep. It's a misfield. That's Jake Matthew, who's very fine out at deep third. He's just let that one slip away from him. The ball's taken off. It's absolutely taken off. It's a nasty one for the batter. Really hard to play that. But then that's a fairly regulation bit of fielding that you'd expect someone like Matthew to usually do. Makes a mistake. and they get a cheap boundary. Lovely ball there, good comeback. Very good comeback. Oh, getting some lovely in-swing here. Lakov, and Ali just gets his bat behind that one, plays it with soft hands, and pushes it away towards point. Just one fielder inside the ring, of course. You got to feel for them with all these fielding restrictions. Especially with all the players they have missing, as we mentioned numerous times. 3 players down for this match. So just the one player working extra hard inside the ring for them. So singles are certainly on offer for CCAS. The question is, can they get boundaries? He just gets his bat down in time over there. Oh, it's given a wide. Let's take another look at that one. Yep, definite wide. No issues there. Now once again, just another one that's blocked out. So Academic Sophia right now dealing exclusively in singles. They've hit just 3 boundaries so far this innings. 3-4, still haven't struck a maximo. Need to pick up this pace. Look at that run rate. 6.8 and over. Dab down towards point. That's going to be a single to end the over. So Chris Lakov's over goes for 9 runs. And the Spartans have done a considerably amazing job of containing this CCAS side with all the issues they have, all the challenges they're having to tackle. Now they have the table toppers in a very tough spot at the end of the 4th over.
Now we just enjoy this field and get more cuts and bruises.
There we go then. It's going to be Gul bowling the first over after Lakov. So both Lakov and Rasul were bowled out those first 4 overs. They really looked to set the tone in those first 4 overs, and now they have the CCAS side under a little bit of pressure, and they'll let the rest of the bowling attack try to finish up the job. Now that's a huge appeal over there. That one pitching well outside leg stump. I've got a cheeky suspicion and think I know why they appealed really loudly there. Might have been because of that previous decision this umpire gave, where there was one pitching outside the leg stump. It's going to go back and re-bowl this one. A very important phase of the match here. If they can just continue this amazing job for the next couple of overs, they'll really be able to restrict them to something paltry. Oh, just rushes that one in there. Goal fires that one in. Skids on and beats Chuktai for pace. So of course our umpires out in the middle are umpire Narayan, who's the standing umpire, I should say, and then got umpire Ivan out at square leg. This is struck out towards point. Just going to be a single. A superb job, really, of containing Academic Sophia. And, well, Academic Sophia, I mean, they're so reliant on the likes of Basharat Hussain, Manan Bashir, and McMillan to get them those runs. And it's going to be a big test for their middle order to see if they can step up and really get their side to a respectable total. Just making a few adjustments in the field over here. Oh, just another pause in the game here. I think Lakov is just trying to set the field. Honestly, you have to feel like Rasul and Lakov just tend to take a lot of leadership in the field and really help set the field. Dalrik Vinovich tends to be a lot quieter. You don't hear much from him when he's out in the field. Well, once again, a dot ball, so we got one ball to go until the drinks break. It's going to be knocked away for a single. A terrific over here by Gul. Just 3 runs coming off it, and Academic Sophia are 30 for 3, as looks like some drinks will be coming on for these players, and it's also a chance to welcome you into our commentary position, as of course Academic Sophia find themselves 30 for 3 halfway through this innings. And so, yeah, we will get a chance now to welcome you into our commentary position. Very good afternoon to all of you. Of course, we're here at the Levski National Sports Academy in Sofia, and it's been a real pleasure to bring you cricket over this past week in this gorgeous part of the world. We saw a very interesting match earlier where, of course, the Spartans managed to pick up an entertaining victory against the All-Stars, and they continued their winning streaks. Of course, they faced tons of adversity heading into this match when they were missing 3 key players. And of course now they've got to find a way to somehow salvage a result here, and they've certainly done a good job of that. I mean, they've got their opposition exactly where they want them. They are 30 for 3 halfway through this innings. It's been a stellar effort. I mean, they've been putting in those extra yards in the field, and now they find themselves in a position where they could go on and really cause a major upset by beating the table toppers while being extremely short-handed. Just had one of the players asked me very quickly what the score is a short while back, so I'll go over and inform him while you, of course, turn your attention back to the live action. Oh, it's getting very, very animated out of the field. A lot of heated discussion. Oh, that one takes off. Absolutely takes off. Take another look at this again. He's just going for that leg stump Yorker. He's missed by not much at all. And you got to give Krishna Kumar tons of credit for that incredible take. Is there an edge there? Heard a sound. Might just have been bat on pitch. Yeah, I thought I heard a sound in my headset. Where did that sound come from? Well, hard to tell. It might just have been a coincidence that there was a sound. As the ball went past the bat, it's up in the air, and chance for the keeper, and oh, he spilt it. He has spilt it. That is a shocker. Well, you don't tend to see drops like that from Krishna Kumar. Very, very surprising, and Ali lives to fight another day. Could have been dismissed on 9 of 10. Neighbor are almost getting that all-important breakthrough. Gets behind this one nicely. And it's going to go towards point for a single. Oh, big swing and a miss there, just playing down the wrong line, swiping across the line over there, Ali. Take another look at this. Yeah, as you can see, just going past the outside edge of the bat. Oh, and once again, it's another dot ball and a terrific over. Just 2 runs coming off it. We've seen just 1 over in the double digits, and that was all the way back in the first over. It's just been incredibly quiet. We've had 4 overs so far, which have been 4 runs or less. And that just shows you, I mean, how well this Spartan side have bowled. They've been very tight with their bowling. Everyone's done a stellar job in the field. They've been really, really tight, backing each other up well. They've been covering the extra miles they need to. And this scorching heat here, I mean, today I believe it's up to 34 degrees Celsius right now. And yeah, the temperature always really, really picks up here. I mean, when we come in during the morning, it can be as low as 19 or 20, but when you get to this time of day, it's up there in the mid-30s, and I think we could even have up to the high 30s later in this series. Tries to go for the cover drive over there, but it's a dot ball. The captain coming in to bowl this over. He was very expensive in the first over he bowled in the previous match, but then he made amends in that second over when he held his nerve to deliver his side of victory. Goes for the cover drive again. And it's beaten the bat. It's another dot ball. Yeah, look at that run rate, though. They're going at under a run a ball. I mean, at this point, God, you've got to fault them for at least not doing a better job in terms of at least making sure they run plenty of singles and doubles. Straight down the ground towards the Rasul. Actually took a bit of a Tortuga bounce, and he's done a good job there to corral that in his chest. Yeah, big challenge ahead over here. Big challenge ahead for Academic Sophia. It would be a real black mark in their book if they fail to win a game against the side or down 3 players. Shouts to catch it, but it's going to go away for a boundary. So that's the first boundary we have seen since the first ball of the 4th over. That's how long it's been since we've seen a boundary. Little too much width on offer. It's in the slot as well. The batter gets the chance to free his arms, and he gets it away for a 4. This one is struck away. Does it have enough to go to the boundary? Yes, it does. Back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings. Manages to squirm that one away for a 4 as well. And Delric Vinu, this over has gone for 9 so far. Still got a ball to come. Now then, how is he going to close out this over? We've seen 2 consecutive boundaries. Is the batter or the bowler going to have the last laugh? That's a better ball, much better ball by Vinu. 10 runs coming off that over. That's the combined best over Academic Sophia have had. The best over they've had since, of course, that first over in which they managed to get 10 runs. 3 more overs to go. And Academic Sophia are in all sorts of trouble despite the fact that they do get 10 off that one. Here's a look at the groups for the upcoming ECC. Of course, the host nation for this one is in Group 1, as you can see there. That'll be starting off on the 23rd of September. They'll be facing the likes of Croatia, Turkey, Slovenia, Estonia, and the Isle of Man. Of course, speaking of Croatia, they're currently hosting a European Cricket Series, beg your pardon, a European Cricket International Series against Spain. And of course, we saw Spain score 146 runs in the first innings, and Croatia in response managed to muster just 85 runs. So Spain beat Croatia in that game by 61 runs. Big victory for them. Really, really solid victory. Yeah, I think it's certainly just one of those days on the European Cricket Network where you want to have a couple of screens watching the game over here, and then, of course, watching the action over in Zagreb as well. Of course, those two sides will be playing each other in a T20I match as well, which will be coming up very shortly. This is walloped, absolutely walloped. It's smacked away for a 6. The first Maximo of this innings. It's taken all the way until the 8th over to finally see a Maximo. Very, very firmly struck. He's absolutely clobbered the leather of that one. And he's just going to walk across here and launch this one over fine leg for a 6. Great batting here by Ali, and it looks like they've just woken up since that 7th over where they managed to strike consecutive boundaries. Yeah, watch this, just takes a step across, and he's able to help it over fine leg. Yeah, Ali just looking a different player after that Vinu over where he scored back-to-back boundaries. A wild swing by Ali, but Gul sneaks in an important dot ball. Yeah, of course, so both Croatia and Spain have just a 1 T10 match as part of their tour. This one is going to be gone, and he gets him in the end goal. Once again, Ali looking to go across. He leaves his leg stump exposed, and Ali will get his man. That one just clipping the top of the leg stump. And Academic Sophia lose their 4th wicket. This is a very, very important wicket that they've lost because Ali was starting to look good. It looked like he was going to get them to something respectable. But with him gone, oh, well, what can Academic Sophia realistically get to? 80 runs. Can they even get into the 90s? Yeah, top bowling. Hits the top of the leg stump. Yeah, I was just making a point about the T10s that are going on over in Croatia. Of course, just a 1 T10 Croatia and Spain will play. Great ball there. First up to the captain of Academic Sophia. And of course, Spain do take that one very comfortably by 61 runs. So they will take the ECI series, the only match of the Croatia-Spain ECI. Of course, the Mediterranean Cup, the T20Is will be starting off in a couple of hours. The first match between those two teams, and then they'll have another 4 T20Is over the coming days. So a 5 T20I series between Croatia and Spain this weekend over at the MCG in Zagreb. The Mladost Cricket Ground will, of course, have a chance to visit that cricket ground in September when it's the European Cricket Series in Zagreb. Oh, just walks across and ramps that one around the corner. Beautifully played there by Chuktai. He desperately needed that boundary. He's been going at about a strike rate of 50. Ibrar coming in to bowl his second over. His first one was absolutely exceptional. Gave up just a couple of singles in that over. Got the brick pressure here of bowling this penultimate over. Yeah, Ibrar going for that. A similar shot, but credit to the bowler. No, well, it's a late wide call. Yeah, of course, keep in mind, I mean, that tram line doesn't move with the batter. I mean, those are the ECN regulations. So, yeah, the umpire has got this spot on. I mean, you know, maybe the bowler feels hard done by, but I think over there with ECN rules, you have to go for the leg stump. You really do. Once again, he's going to try to attempt that ramp shot, but it's been given a dead ball. Dead ball signaled. That's pushed away towards cover. And they're going to have to sprint back here for a second run. And they will come back for a couple. So yeah, just that a quick reminder, of course, that previous ball you saw with that attempted ramp shot, that was signaled a dead ball. It's a little bit of inside edge on that one. Just a little bit of inside edge on that. And Chuktai slams his bat in anger. Doesn't want to damage that bat. He then takes a look at it, wondering if he's done any damage. Yeah, definitely no chance of an LBW. I mean, there was both an inside edge and the fact that it was going so far down the leg side. Wild swing across the line by Yusuf. No, but despite that boundary, this has been a great over by Ibrar. 7 runs off it. Struck firmly by Yusuf. This one is racing away towards the rope, and Lakov's done a terrific job. I mean, he took a really, really odd bounce as well along the way, and he's just tracked that ball so nicely. It's a clean take as well. It's gone up in the air, and it's going to land safely. So yeah, just got a very interesting little update to give you about that shot we thought went for a couple of runs. So yeah, there was a moment earlier where we thought they ran 2 runs. That was actually given 1 short by the umpire. That is why the score says 65. So again, a little mental mistake there again by Academic Sophia. Very simple thing that they have gotten wrong. That means, yep, I believe the 3rd ball of the over, which we thought they'd run 2 runs on, that was actually 1 short. So yeah, big mistake from their point of view. Big mistake. And it's probably going to be Delric Vinu bowling the final over here. Now the final over coming up. Can they get to 80? Can they get to 80 here? Academic Sophia. It's going to be given a wide as well. Yeah, Chuktai has been quite good with his bowling throughout this series, but not quite had the impressive figures with his batting. As you mentioned, Academic Sophia have really been dependent on that top 3 of Basharat Hussain, Manan Bashir, and Laki McMillan. Goes deep in his crease, and it's going to be a wide, and especially the fact that they might be losing Basharat Hussain and Laki McMillan for the rest of the tournament after this match. That raises some alarm bells about this Academic Sophia side, because we're getting to see for one of the first times in this tournament how they look when that top 3 doesn't score for them, and the answer is not very good at all. I mean, this is the kind of totals we were seeing from the likes of the Blacksmiths and Pleven during this series. Oh, it's another wide. It's yet another wide. That's now 9 runs given up off extras, and most of them have come off Vinu's bowling. He just needs to get this right, really does. Last over, just one big push. That's what they're saying out in the field. Spartans. And such a good job until now. Oh, jams in the Yorker there. Terrific ball by Binu. Finally gets it right. And they're going to come back for a second run. The throw probably going to the wrong end. I think it needed to go to the bowler's end. I could see the captain, Huzaifa Yusuf, was running to the danger end. There's never going to be a run out on at the striker's end. I think though this was an easier throw towards the keeper's end. He's obviously got the gloves as well. Inside edge, is that going to go away for 4? Yes, it will. Very lucky there. Very, very lucky. Just that little inside edge. That goes away for a 4. Just getting the rub of the green these last couple of overs. Academic Sophia. Yeah, this has been a rather expensive over already. 9 runs off just 2 legal deliveries. That one just well outside the leg side. Strikes the pad firmly. Big thud off the pad. It's got 3 more balls to come. 10 runs off this over so far. And it certainly looks like they might be able to get to 80. More balls to come. It's been a stellar bowling effort by CCAS so far. A wild, wild swing there by Yusuf. Nowhere near the ball. It's just a rash shot. It's a really rash shot. Got a couple more balls to go. 10 off this over so far. And once again, this is a wild swing, and oh dear, I think he should have tried to go for the run out at the striker's end, but his glove goes flying off as well. And yeah, Yusuf once again with just a rash shot, just stepping away. And trying to just swing at this as hard as he can. I mean, look at that, he loses his balance after the shot. The keeper goes for the run up, but there's a glove. There's a tossed out of his hand as well. Last ball coming up. Chuktai's gone at about a run a ball for his 21. Hit firmly towards mid-on, and oh, it's going to go right through Rasul. Well, normally he's an exceptional fielder and someone who does a stellar job out in the field. You don't see him make mistakes too often, but he makes one right there at the end. So the most expensive over of the innings is this over, the final over. 15 runs come off it, and the Academic Sophia do manage to make it to 80. Still a very low score, well below par. And of course, the fact that the Spartans are short-handed won't affect them too much when they're out in the second innings batting, because they're not missing any of their key batters. It's their bottom 3 batters who are unable to feature in this match, so they'll feel like they have done half the job, or hell, maybe even more. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, it was an innings dominated by the Spartans. They came into this match missing 3 players. They fielded a team with just 8 players, and boy, what an incredible job did they manage to do. They got rid of Lockie McMillan, Hussein, and Bashir early in their innings. Of course, that was the moment that Hussein was dismissed, and then Mun and Bashir would get out as well on this ball. It was slightly contentious, of course. Many of us believe that it did pitch outside the leg stump, but not according to the umpire. You then see Chuktai and Daniel Ali put together some kind of a partnership. They desperately needed something. Their partnership was worth 42 runs. It wasn't the quickest partnership. I mean, the two of them, if you combine their strike rates, they went at about 110 for this innings. But at least they got them something. At least they got them to some kind of a total, because if it wasn't for Chuktai and Daniel Ali, this could really have been something very, very embarrassing if 80 isn't already. And that was, of course, the last ball of the innings. A rare mistake there by Ali Rasool. You don't tend to see him make those kind of errors too often. As, of course, the CCAS end up with 80 runs at the end of their first innings. We'll now have a look at the scorecard. So Sidok Chuktai made 25 of 23. Daniel Ali top scoring with 31 of 21. And then you look at that top order, just 12 runs scored by those top three batters, and it's very hard to win cricket matches when your top order fails to click, in particular here in Bulgaria, where we've seen so many teams that are extremely top heavy. You know, once you get into that fragile middle order, you never know what can happen. We'll now turn our attention to the bowling figures. The captain was the only bowler who was expensive, went for 23 runs in the 2 overs. He bowled. Ahmed Ibrar with figures of 0 for 11. Ali Rasool 2 for 14 was great during the power play. I mean, he always gets those pressure overs in the power play and does such a good job when he's bowling during that phase. Chris Lacko with figures of 1 for 13 and Jacob Gull with 1 for 15. We're halfway through this one, and the Spartans are going to need 81 runs in the second innings to pull off what would be a remarkable upset, considering the fact that they might just beat the top order, the top table toppers, I should say, with just 8 men. Join us in 7 minutes with the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to sunny Sophia, Bulgaria, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network for the second half of this big fixture. And, of course, credit to this Spartan side. Just 8 players at the moment, just unfortunately due to other work commitments. And they've managed to restrict what has normally been a very strong, and is a strong, academic Sophia side, has managed to restrict them to just 8, to a grand total in their first innings of a very impressive 80 for 4 off their 10 overs. So that does mean that 81 required for victory. Best way to look at it, 2 boundaries and over. And the thing is, these two, the top of the order in Lakov and Krishna Kumar, will also be running the 1s and 2s. So a couple of boundaries and over, and everything else will sort of just run and flow easily. And you should find yourself getting there pretty quickly, of course. Looking to do it in the 7 overs are the likes of this academic Sophia side. For the first time against the All-Stars, I should say the Spartans, sorry. For the first time, the Spartans didn't take 4 points out of a game. They only took 3 against the All-Stars, looking to maybe go 1 better in this one. Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to have your company here on the network. Couple of people just tuning in after the end of the Spain-Croatia. And we're ready to get underway as Lakov takes this one on. A little bit uppish, as it's Daniel Ali, formerly also known as Daniel Raja, starts us off here in the first over. But yeah, credit to the boys of the Spartans here, of course. I mean, not easy to have 6 fielders, and the rules stated that they were allowed 5 out. 1 man had to be in the ring during at the end of the power play. Lofted up and over the top, lovely pickup. This is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. What a way to start for Lakov. As well, he looks to build on what was a very good half-century at the start of the morning. You can see here, doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, but just that bottom hand starts to come in and just guides it over the top. Gets enough power, gets the elevation. Lovely shot to start your innings. Needs a response, does Raja. And coming in off a couple of paces, not his normal run-up. Back of a length, carved away. Bit of work to do for the boundary rider out in the deep, who does well. And they think about the second. Oh dear, big mix-up here, and Lakov's going to be gone. And that is not the start that they were going to be looking for here. And Lakov isn't even waiting, I don't think. Looks as if he was well short of his ground. And this is a big moment in this game. There probably wasn't 2. I did say they like to push the 2, but it was a really good throw from from in the far distance. Let's have a look here. And you can see that Krishna Kumar wasn't sure. Yeah, that's going to be the end, I think. There you go, Lakov given his marching orders, and Krishna Kumar, unfortunately, isn't meant to be for him. There's a bit of afters out there as well, and Lakov not happy with something that's been said there clearly by one of the fielders. And yeah, there definitely is a bit of afters. You can see someone is going to be getting a talking to from Tyrone Peters, that's for sure. See if we can get a camera on him. And that's going to be a disappointing way to go for Lakov. That, unfortunately, is going to be the first to go then. They get the first, they don't get the second. That's going to be 5 for 1. You can see here, it's that fielder there in the background. That, of course, is going to be Molik Stapak, who is who's been told to, well, certainly for me, obviously has said a few things that clearly didn't go down well. Anyway, new batter is Ahmed Ibra. Bit of an elevation to 3 here. I know that Derek Vinnick was slightly struggling a little bit in the heat. He was saying it's very warm and it is hot out there, so maybe that's just why he's not coming at 3 normally. Ali. Again, a wild swing. Of course, early nerves are not what you want to see from this Spartan side. Of course, you've got to remember that Krishna Kumar can very quickly take a game away from any side. He has got that capability. He has got the ability to take someone out. Take a team out, sorry. Probably not take someone out. don't know if he's a boxer. Wild swing, and this one is going to be a couple of bounces and 4 runs. Well, the old Tortuga, pretty much only just came into the into the cube, but good news is the iPad's indestructible. It came right off. It came off the column, off the pillar. Good shot though from Ibra. That will certainly help his confidence. End of the over. It's an interesting one. 9 for 1 at the end of the first. 258 matches now since the Golden Ball, of course, and of course we jump one. We jumped one in this morning because of course we had a single T10 international, didn't we, this morning? We'll also jump a few tomorrow because of the first ever ECSW that'll be taking place. Lockie, McMillan. Short, and you can't bowl there to a batter of Krishna Kumar's calibre because he cuts this away beautifully and elegantly played. That'll be 4. Of course, this is Lockie and Mashrat Hussein's last input for this this academic side. They return back to Peterborough, where they do play most of their cricket. Come out here for the week. Lockie doing a season out in the UK, originally from Australia. Now goes Fuller, and we'll drop this into the onside, and we'll just get a single. Lockie probably won't mind that. I think he'll be liking the looks of the look of Ahmad Ibra, to be honest. Looks as if he wants to come out and swing from the hip. Bit of a change in field. This is something that you've got to think about. We don't see very many lefties, and Krishna Kumar is one of the best here in Bulgaria, if not one of the best, if not the best, to be quite honest with you. Not really seen too many left-handed batters. Lockie wants to get his field right, does the off-spinner. I would like to see Manan Bashir standing up, and well, Manan thinks he wasn't far away here, does Bashir, behind the stumps.
No side on, there is a guy in front of him.
Steps across, and that is beautiful. That is superb from Ibra. Just gives himself a bit of room, and he enjoyed that one, and rightfully so. Krishna Kumar probably now just going to tell him to settle down a little bit, but that's a glorious shot. You can see there he put a lot into that, didn't he? Through the kitchen sink of that and some. And that's it. That's the thing now. With the single and the 2 boundaries that they've got, that is essentially, that's all you need off the over. Don't need to lose any more wickets. What's going on here? Ibra's getting funky here, and Lockie just takes a moment there. Probably not too keen on what he's seeing at the moment. Goes again, but could be one too many. Tough chance. Daniel underneath it and shells it. Well, dear, oh dear. A few laughs around, but that's not nice to see. They get a single. Ibra gets a life. And when you're only defending a score of 80, that's not what you like to see. You want to be taking your chances. It was a full shot. Didn't get anywhere near it. And Ali puts a comfortable catch down. Last ball of the over, potentially. And Krishna Kumar will push this away. They won't get a dot. They won't get a run. It'll be a dot ball to end the over. 12 come off it. It's a good 2 overs this for the Spartans. 21 for 1 after 2. Have a look at the updated standings. You can see Sophia, Academic Sophia, right at the top. Unbeaten at the moment. Of course, at the moment, you feel the Spartans, of course, unbeaten as well. So someone's got to get a loss in the column. You'd probably say at the moment that it is going to be the Spartans who are in the driver's seat. But you've got to remember, there are only 8 players. So that does change things up slightly. The thing is, though, all of those 8 can bat. Probably got the likes of Jake Matthew and Jad Hussain to come in at the last 2. Well, he dropped a catch. He's going to return for his second over. Flat batted down to Chuktai. Let's be honest here, Chuktai has had a few issues in the field as well. Everyone has. It's kind of a rite of passage here in Bulgaria to have some issues when it comes to being in the field. Krishna Kumar, he's crucial. He is massive in this chase now. Losing Lakov in the way that they did wouldn't have been ideal. And he's now massive in this chase. He's had of course, put one down with the gloves earlier on in the first innings. And they're just taking their time here. Academic Sophia. They're not pushing through and rushing through the overs. They're taking their time, getting their fields right. Short, well-directed short ball. It's sort of half an appeal. I didn't hear anything. Bashir, he's getting a little bit lippy behind the stumps. And of course, classic wicket keepers get lippy after failing with the bat. I can say the same for almost everyone in that lineup. Realistically, Chuktai 25 off 23, probably not quite good enough to be honest. But the thing is, he did a job, didn't he? He was there, was able to sort of stem the flow of wickets. And you look at Bashrat and Lockie also failing at the top. Krishna Kumar just drops this into the onside. He'll get a single. Yeah, again, Manant struggling with the bat, isn't he? He was also getting a little bit loud and at it in the dugout. It's another warm one, folks. Temperatures getting up to 34 now, and it feels it as well. I'll tell you that for free. Tomorrow's supposed to be pretty much the same, and it's a 6-game day tomorrow, folks. So plenty of cricket. Not only that, but also us here in Bulgaria, but also out in Croatia. Comes down, meets it, and again, bottom edge should just be one. .57 needed off 26 for a bonus point. Now, of course, the Spartans would love to take 4 points away from the table toppers at the moment. They'd love to not only do that, but to hand them their first loss as well would be big, big news for them. Again, just taking their time with the field here, and it's not something that it really impresses me too much. I think you've got to be rattling through. Yes, the right-hand, left-hand combination is tricky, but you've got to make sure your fields are right. You've got to ensure that you do. Well, the plan was set, but it's not going to work. This one, not quite out of the middle of the bat. Miscued slightly from Krishna Kumar, but fortune does forever favour the brave. And that is going to go all the way for 4 into the vortex. You can see there, high on the bat from Kushal. I said to Kushal in between games, I said, why are you standing back to Jacob? He said, I don't like, it's too up and down. I said, I don't care, stop being lazy, get up there. And he went, okay. And he did, to be fair, but then he pulled back because Gul was just sort of firing a little bit down the leg side, which is fair enough. When you've only got the 6 fielders, the last thing you want to do is sort of stand up and let anything go through you. So that's fair enough in that occasion. But when there's 11 on the field, I'd like to see him standing up because you can have protection behind him if it does go through him. Or past him, not really through him. Short 6. You can't bowl there. Oh, well, hang on a second. That surely should be 6 anyway. Oh, it's been given as a dead ball. But that's it outside of the field of play. Well, hang on a second. I reckon that's outside the field of play. Because that has clattered off the polling. No, that is going to be given as 6, correctly so as well. Because it's if it hits of course, for those of you who aren't aware, there is a power line, a cable that goes across this field. It's one of the unique aspects. When it's in the field of play and it hits it, whatever happens after that is a dead ball. However, that one, of course, hit the cable outside the field of play. So rightfully given 6. So 4 and 6 to end the over. And again, Spartans on top at the moment, 34 for 1. There's a comparison there. 34 for 1 plays 18 for 3. And it was that top order of this academic side that did fail. And it's a rare sight for them. And this is my concern for this academic side, is when you do lose the likes of Bashrat Hussain and Lockie McMillan, is what's to come. That's the issue for them. Going to have to start looking at Manan Bashir. Not that he can't do it. Did it last year, didn't he? He was the highest run scorer. There's a very leg side heavy field here. In fact, so much so that someone does come over. Yusuf comes back over to the offside. There you go. And John putting it right. Says when you're defending 80, you don't want to give them a easy 5 runs when realistically you're not bowling your overs in time. They are getting probably slightly behind time. Ibrad just starting to get a little bit one-dimensional at the moment. If he's not going to if he's not going to get a boundary, he needs to not chew up deliveries as well, because you don't really want to be stopping the flow. Another dot. It's just it's pretty. It's not pretty, to be honest with you. That's probably the best way to put it. Just swinging from the hip and not really applying himself at the moment. Sits deep in his crease. Chases the wide one. Could be another chance. He put him down earlier. He's going to put him down again. And he's going to tip it for 4. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, I'll tell you what, that man's going to want to hide and, well, hang his head in shame, is Daniel Ali, because the first one, at least, it didn't tip it for 4. But this time, he quite literally tips it over the bar. It was a wider delivery. Didn't need to take it on, but did. And he's going to get lucky. Gets 4. You can see there, should have been a catch on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and he just palms it over. That's not ideal. Lockie won't be happy. And now he's going to carve it through, and this one is going to be a conventional 4. This is a lovely shot into the tournament umpire, tournament referee even. And that's going to be another 4 this time. A beautiful shot. Square of the wicket, and gloriously played. Lockie offering a bit too much width at the moment. He's got to go straighter, isn't he? Got to try and draw him into a false shot. Sticks with the wider delivery, and it's going to be another boundary. 4 to finish the over. It's a really, really big over. It only goes for those boundaries, but it's still, those boundaries kill the over off. And at the end of 4, yeah, we're very much up with it at the moment. In fact, now it is less than a runner ball from here on in, as the score is 46 for 1 after 4. They can see there just how much they are above that rate. Another low-scoring game, though, isn't it? Once more, 80 on the board for the academic side. Spartans looking to chase this down, and well, it was kind of a matter of time that they were going to go to probably one of their most economical bowlers. It is going to be Zirak Chuktai who's going to come on for this 5th over. Krishna Kumar, he's just been starved at the strike slightly over the last couple of overs. 16 off 7. Didn't face a single ball in that last over. Chuktai. Inside edge onto the edge of the mat. Pops up. Again, just dealing in singles. Krishna Kumar, if he stays there, then they should chase this relatively easily. I mean, listen, very rare that you see it, but I know Nish mentioned that he saw it a couple times in Hungary. Looks like we might be seeing it here, where a team who can't field a full 11 are going to finish out on top. And what a story it is at that as well. Once again, still deep in his crease is Ibrad. Has flirted with danger, though. Can he get one out of the screws? No, good delivery. Very good delivery from Chuktai. Of course, out of the screws is a bit of it's a weird saying, isn't it? Of course, it sort of refers back to, from as far as I'm aware, it refers back to old, sort of very old golf clubs, because of course wooden golf clubs used to have 2 screws normally in the face of the club, and it always used to be that if it, the sort of stereotype was if you got it out of the screws on the club face, it would tend to fly a little bit further. This one just played out a little bit nervously, and well, if I'm being honest with you, if you're going to talk quite a lot of smack to an outgoing batter, you don't want to be looking like that when you field the ball. Does Stapak and just looks a little bit nervy when he goes to field this one. Let's watch this one here. Look, really the old twinkle toes. Listen, I'm all for giving a bit of chat to any batter or anyone, but you've got to back yourself up. Probably not the best of examples of it there. Full toss, carved away. Carved away with power and elegance from Krishna Kumar. Over the top of extra cover. Flat hard, and it's gone all the way. 6 runs. Maximo time yet again. 27 now needed off 14 for a bonus point. Just so still at the creases, Krishna Kumar. He looks so good at this level, doesn't he? Just looks like he's got all the time in the world when he's out there. How disappointing will this be for this academic side? Unbeaten in 7 games. And, well, it's the magic 8 for them, isn't it? Eighth game, playing against 8 players in the side. And they are going to probably fall to their first defeat. Short ball. And it was half of an appeal, but I don't think it was a full-hearted one. That's probably a wide in theory if it's going down the leg side, in all honesty. Let's have a look at the side-on angle. Steps down. That's probably a wide, maybe. If you're sticking to the rules that we play. Slower ball. Does pick it. Doesn't get it out the screws, though. Well watched by Hussein. Will just be one. And that'll be the end of the 5th over. Halfway mark reached. Score is 55 for 1. Players will probably take on some fluids at the moment. We can take a look at, of course, the course of action from here on in on the European Cricket Network when it comes to our ECS tournaments. Of course, we're going to be here for another week and 2 days in Bulgaria. Straight over to Italy, Rome. We've got a little stint in Vienna in Austria. Then, of course, in Zagreb in Croatia. And then from then on, we have a good stint again in Khartoum, of course, the ECC. Moving on from there, Malta, we're there for a couple of weeks, a few weeks in fact, a few weeks. Then again, back up in Barcelona. And then we finish with 2 weeks of ECCW action. Cannot wait for the rest of the year, of course, and there's plenty more cricket in between now and the ECC in that as well. We've got the Meltil Shield in Rome. We've also got the of course, first ever ECSW that starts tomorrow. T20 internationals, both in Croatia and in the Netherlands. Plenty of cricket to come here on the European Cricket Network. And do stick around, do subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. And stick around because, well, more and more cricket coming your way. Fluids have been taken on, which is good to see. It is warm at the moment. Highs of 34. With a slight breeze, which is quite nice, although I think it'd be unbearable. Humidity in around about 30%, not too bad. But yeah, interesting. Weird how funny way how the world works, isn't it? 8th game, haven't lost a game. They're playing against a team with eight players in it. And this 8th game might be the first loss of the tournament for this academic side. Just 26 needed off 12. Need to go 13 off the next 2 to chase this and get the bonus point. Again, that theoretically is just 2 off. It's 3 boundaries in all honesty. Here is Hussein. Again, hasn't been one that offers up too many scoring opportunities. He's been very good for this academic side this week. Unfortunately, of course, as I keep mentioning, does leave tonight. He's on the outbound flight back to the UK. Of course, next game is the first international T20 between Croatia and Spain out in Zagreb. Gets underway in around about 12 minutes' time. Of course, Spain getting a convincing win in that sort of warm-up, that teaser. Of course, it was a bit of a rotated side for Spain in terms of lineups and their batting uses as well. Another dot. Like gold dust these at the moment. Still a less than runner ball, 26 off 28 now. In fact, I tell a lie, it's 1 hour and 10 until that next game gets underway. See, sometimes the heat gets to you. Wild. He's bowling in the right areas. Here's Hussein. They'd love a maiden here, wouldn't they? They certainly would love it if they can get one under their belt and just sneak one through. Exact replica. It's 4 balls on the trot now. In that corridor outside the off stump, Krishna Kumar just hasn't been equal to it. Well, now maybe look as if they might just be playing. I reckon this is a double bluff, you know. He's brought deep square leg up into a regulation square leg and he's dropped a man at backward point all the way down to deep backward. I reckon this could be a double bluff here. This could be a short rib cage delivery. It isn't. Sticks at it. Sticking to his guns, and he's sort of saying, well, actually, I can bowl this pretty much time and time again. So just one more to come. No runs off the over. Kuma starting to get a little bit frustrated, but he knows doesn't need to get too nervy out there. 2 boundaries and you're back under a runner ball. And it's going to be a maiden. And it's a really good over from Hussain. Well, it might be one of the last contributions that he'll have in this tournament, but it could be a vital one at that, into at least securing them a point. As it's a maiden off the 6th over. It is 55 for 1 after 6. Boy, oh boy, were they desperate for that over from Hussain. I think he knows that he's done his job there. You can see the story thus far for the batters. Lack of run out after hitting a beautiful 4 over the top. He got run out the next ball, coming back for a second. Of course, Krishna Kumar's been there. 24 off 17, 26 off 16 for Ibrad. Chuktai's going to continue here, of course. Still got the likes of Rasul Gul and Vinu yet to come. Rasul hasn't got his pads on yet. So there is still ample batting to come at the moment. Yeah, probably was up early this morning. That's probably why, Rob. You're probably right. Good afternoon to everyone tuning in, of course, on the live chat. I call it one of the many USPs of the of the ECN. One of the many unique selling points. Direct link of communication between those on comms and they're back at home. Dot ball. It's a 7th dot in a row now. Needs bat on ball desperately here at the moment. Things just starting to get a little bit quiet over in the dugout for the Spartans. Now 26 off 24. Pretty much almost but confirms the point. They have got to get a move on though. If you look at the timer, they're going to bring another man over here. Or are they swapping? Okay, they're swapping up here. So I think that what that tells us is that they're going to look to stick outside the off stump and make him hit through covers. They're going to put a deep extra out there on the offside. And they're also going to bring another fielder over, in fact, as well, and then put someone in at regulation cover. So all that Chukta has to do is keep this outside the off stump. Don't bowl on the leg side. Well, now there's confusion. Once more, really not rushing through this. I mean, already they've wasted a minute in between deliveries here. They want to get it right. They feel as if they do the basics right, then the rest will maybe follow and get them through here. You can see, look, Ibra's just sort of saying, come on, lads, what's going on here? And I have to agree, it's a little bit out of hand. They do have 4 in. They didn't, that's why. Up and over the top. That is a glorious shot. And what a way to sit there and say, if you want to mess around with the field, the last fielder that just came up, just because they didn't have 4 in, was long off, came up to regulation mid-off, and Ibra goes over the top of him and says, that's absolutely fine. If you want to bowl low full tosses, I'll take you all day. What a shot that is. 1 bounce 4. Yeah, that was a rash decision to bring long off up. Steps away and falls over. Well, now they probably will get a run. And what is Bashir doing? That's amateur. That's really not good enough. And rightfully so. His Yusuf just turns around and says, come on, you're better than that. Yes, he's falling all over the place, but you don't need to. He's completely in. His back foot's down at the time of the release of the ball. And the bowler's not there, and they concede a run. And they concede a run at a point where they don't have a single to play with. And that could be just signs of frustration kicking in for Manan Bashir. Another failure with the bat. Now trying to make up for it and, well, potentially overcompensating, really. 15 needed off 3 for a bonus point. Couple of 6s and he might do it. Needs to get this right, does Chuktai. He doesn't. It's a wide. That's exactly what he didn't want. It's an overcorrection, I'm afraid. As he tries to sort of reevaluate his line of length to the lefty, but it's completely wrong. Badly wrong, in fact. He's got it in him, though. We know Chuktai can bowl economically. We know he's so good at times here domestically in Bulgaria. He's now going to change angle. He's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Krishna Kumar. Been a quiet period for him with the bat. Full toss. And this one could it's not going to be taken. And they're going to just going to want to check this to see how high this is. I have a feeling this could be a no-y. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's a no-y. Big no ball. Big no ball. Free hit coming up, and well, things go from bad to worse, realistically, for Academic Sophia. You can just see the wheels just falling off at the moment. Ibra on strike. He's actually been the cleaner of the two hitters out there at the moment. 30 off 19. And he's got the license to go for here. What I want to see is I want to see him stand still. Stand and deliver. Steps away, and it's just too much movement. Way too much movement. And the thing is, I'm telling you now, sparks are flying out there. There's a few words being said. This game isn't, you know, this means a lot to these players out there. They're really going to struggle for time, by the way, massively. I mean, even, you know, 18 at the moment, might as well almost guarantee that to be 13 with the 5 extras. Well, Ibra's saying, let's have a look here. No, it's absolutely fine. No issue with that. They want to win this desperately. It's more I think it's more the embarrassment. If you lose to a side with only 8, and it be the only game you lose, that's a wide. Oh dear, Manan Bashir has a bit of an issue. Chuktai gets this one wrong. Signalled as a wide. Let's have a look here. Of course, steps away again. It's too much movement for him. He's so much better when he stands still and holds a base. And you'll see here from the side on view, this is definitely too high. He's got no luck in reaching that one, is that? Krishna Kumar then with the extra ball in the over. Just 16 needed now for victory here. As they're 865 for 1. Of course, I mean, listen, they'll get a bonus point. I think we're hoping that they would. They get the point, sorry, to Academic Sophia. And this one is up in the air. Chipped. Chance. He doesn't put them down, does Hussain. So, well, the extra ball does mean that they get a wicket in Krishna Kumar. Could there be a late twist in the tail here? End of the over. They do pick up the wicket of the opener in Krishna Kumar. He goes, scores 65 for 2 after 7. Now, I have a feeling that there are going to be a few words being said in and around this one, because I know that these two sides, this is the thing, they know each other well. And Academic Sophia, we saw in that game against the Stars earlier on, the Sophia Stars, that is. They, of course, wear their hearts on the sleeve. Coming up next, though, in half an hour's time, All Stars return as they take on Pleven. 0-11 at the moment, and no signs of change. But you can see there, Pleven are batting first in that one. So reverse after this morning's thumping victory for the All Stars. Well then, the skipper, Sophia Yusuf, who got this side through difficult times against the Stars a couple of days ago. Can he do the unthinkable? 16 needed off of just 18 at the moment. Couple of boundaries and it's game over. Here is Yusuf up against Ibra. Oh, short ball. Genuine short delivery. And he forgets to take the glasses off. And Irfan says, that's fine. That's your one for the over, though. Yeah, rightfully so. Oh, it's close. Close from being a wide, but it just sneaks under. Not a bad start, though, but the thing is now, if you're Ibra, stay deep because you know it's going to be full. Can't go short. Slashed away, and they couldn't afford that realistically. And it goes all the way, in fact, as well. And it's now down just to 10 required. What a shot. Too wide from Yusuf. You knew it was going to be full. He was trying to hide it on that offside, but unfortunately Ibra just gets enough on it. And it slices away, and they're staring down the barrel of their first defeat here against just 8 men. Credit to the Spartans, though. We sort of, I'll be the first to admit it, almost pretty much just wrote them off
before this game even started with just 8 men, but it looks as if they're going to do the unthinkable. That's a no-y. That's going to be, that's probably going to be a no ball because it's one too many. There you go, and the wheels completely and utterly falling off now. The old reliant Robin for the likes of the academic Sophia side at the moment. A wheel already falling off, you feel. Free hit. Slower ball, well bowled. Very well bowled by Yusuf. Listen, Yusuf is one of the nicest blokes here in Bulgaria. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He leaves it all out on the field. And he'll be the first as soon as this game finishes. He'll shake the hands of Vinny, of Lakov, and everyone in between. I think he knows that realistically, his side have just been outclassed here. Good afternoon to Rob, to John, to NI Nick as well. Pleasure to have you with us. 9 needed for victory. Slower ball, edge, gone. Well, there you go. Could be a slight moment of relief, but is it slightly a little bit too late? I guess the only benefit of that is they get an extra minute, which might help them, but the thing is they are really struggling. I tell you what, Yusuf's struggling in that heat as well. It is warm, but good to see that the one of the hitmen for this side gets a wicket. It's a wide delivery. Should have just left it, really. It's an ugly shot. And that's going to be a wicket to tumble. It's 72 for 3. So Yusuf gets a wicket. Good catch by Manan. He was walking all around the place. Takes it, though. That's all you can do. Good little innings, though, from Ibra, getting a little increase up to 3. Does well, doesn't he? Gets runs on the board. 36 off 26. Not the most quickest of innings, but runs are runs. Going at above 100. Not too upset. Here we go, then. Big matchup, this. Skipper against Skipper. As it's Delric Vinu coming in at 5. Just again, 9 needed. But 2 fresh batters at the crease. He knows it's going to be full. It has to be. You can't bowl short. He bowls short and back of a length and beats the bat. Well, all you need to do, you know it's going to be up full, not short. All you got to do is just set that base. Strong base, high back lift, and you'll clear this easily. It's 50 metres. It's a short boundary straight. Are they going to make hard work of this 9 runs? There it is, full, and played away. Bit of work to do for the fielder out in the deep. Does very well. Does cut it off. They'll come back for a couple. So they are going to take it into the 8th over, and they'll finish on 74 for 3 after the 8th over. Well, they are going to now go back to the likes of Bashrat Hussain. Started off with a maiden. If he bowls another one, they can take this into the last. But he's got to get through this over in pretty much 3.5 minutes. And they don't seem to be rushing around here. They'll be very much aware that they're under the time constraints at the moment. But they've got to get through the over. And in reality, if they don't get through this over in 3.5, then already it's 5 runs off what they require. Well, Hussain, this is going to be his last involvement for this academic Sophia side. And, well, it could be a crucial one, couldn't it? Really could be. So then, 7 runs needed. Here's Hussain. Good cricket. Sensible cricket. Nudges for 1. I'll think about the second, but probably not to Chuktai's arm. It will just be a single. They have got to get a move on, though. I'm telling you, they've got just a couple of minutes. There you go. Hussain does realise this. Ah, this is cheeky. This is cheeky from Gul. He just goes up and has a little word. Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. 6 needed. Sensible, very sensible. Does he split the field? Yes, he does. And the skipper just uses the extra bit of pace of Hussain, and it's going to be 4 down to the vortex. Sensible cricket shots, those last 2 balls. Gul just pushes for 1, and Vinu doesn't look to be the hero. Just plays a sensible shot. He knows where is the ball going to run away. Of course, it's the vortex. Well, now you might as well squeeze up here. Make them hit over the top. Just 2 needed. And at the moment, even if they don't pick up wickets here, they're probably going to get them anyway. 2 runs needed. 2 runs needed, 4 balls left in the over. Oh, yes, no is the call. Could be a run out. It's a terrible throw. Oh, Chuktai. Oh, what could have been? But in all fairness, there wasn't really anybody home. It's well backed up in the end by Jared George. They'll come back again. He's got a ball quickly here. Well, you can see what he's trying to do here, but the fielder wasn't really ready. There was a fielder on the onside that wasn't ready. Vinny wasn't ready. I can understand what Hussein's trying to do, but yeah, to be honest, it's a little bit cheap. Vinny was ready, to be fair, but yeah, there was fielders that were moving around, I will say. Now he's ready. He's only bowling off a couple of paces, this Hussein. Oh, wild swing. Wild swing. Are they going to be able to drag this deep into the 9th? Just 2 required. Surely you've got to get everyone up here. If he gets through, he gets through. So what? They'll drop and run. That's sensible. That's all it needs to be. That'll tie the scores. That'll level them up. There was a rush of blood the previous ball, wasn't it? From Vinny, just swinging from the hip. Well, credit to him. They'll be okay time-wise, but you've got to bring everyone up now, surely. Got to make Gould hit big. Don't let them drop and run. Make them work for this. Make them win it rather than you lose it. And you can see here, look, they're just saying, hey, come on, but I think realistically they're going to be fine time-wise. No issue here. Well, Gould, swing and go for it. You might as well. Off the pad, dot ball. So they're going to get away with it time-wise, and they are going to take it into the last. And the scores are tied at the end of the 9th. It's 80 for 3. Well, who would have thought that a score of 80 would go into the last over? And Yusuf now has to bowl this last one. And he's got he's got no runs to play with. If it's a maiden, it's a golden ball. Any extras or any single run, then it's going to be a victory for the Spartans. Everyone has to be in here. Has to be. But the thing is as well, at the same token, you've got a couple of wickets in hand. Jacob Gould, if I'm you, I'm setting off and going. Maybe not to start the over with, but you don't want to leave it too deep. Okay then, just 1 for victory, last over. And they're just going to want to check this just to make sure, but I think that's a dot ball to start. But is that going to be, it's the 1 for the over. So you know now, I tell you what, that could have been. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, maybe. Surely they're not going to bottle this. Surely not. Yusuf takes his time. He's got time to play with now. Delrick up against Yusuf. Skipper against skipper. Oh, dear. It's going to be a wide. And it's unfortunately not going to be the way of Yusuf. He doesn't hold his nerve. And Vinu, well, he sees his side through. And the 8-man side of this Spartan team have broken the dominance of the academic Sophia side. They lose their first game. It took eight games for them to lose a single match here, but they have done it. And coincidentally, in the 8th game, it's their first loss against just the 8 players of Spartan. And credit to them. They did all the hard work. All the hard yards were done in that first innings with the ball and in the field. Just 6 outfielders. If you take away your bowler and your keeper, they restricted one of the best sides in this tournament to just 80 off of their 10. And they end up getting on the right side of a victory. As this is what's coming up in not too much time at all. 20 minutes. We'll see the All-Stars take on Pleven in that one. Pleven batting first. So looking forward to seeing if they can maybe right some wrongs in that one. Let's have a look at the highlights though. And well, credit to the academic Sophia side. They were able to take it deep, but of course Lakov got off to a beautiful start as he played an elegant lofted drive over the top. And again, this was the run out though. Probably was never to, it was straight to him. It was a really good throw. There was a bit of hesitancy from both batters, and Lakov was gone, and there was a few bit of afters at the end of that as well. And I know for a fact that Malik Stapak will be having a word or two being said to him from Mr. Peters at some point. But Krishna Kumar again at the top of the order, got some runs to start with. He was able to consistently just nurdle ones and twos and get a boundary every now and then. But of course, he was well supported by Iprad at number 3. A little bit of a promotion for him, but it ended up paying off. As of course he was eventually taken by. That was a good catch in the end by Hussein. And talk about Hussein. His second over wasn't the best, but his first was very good. A maiden, and he kept his team in it with a slight glimmer of hope. Yusuf took a catch, took a wicket with this one. It was a wider ball that was chased, and realistically, if you let that one go, then you don't even have to go into the last over. But of course, Delrit Vinu played a glorious shot off Hussein to push this one away. It was sensible cricket, and there was nothing that the fielder could do. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, it was Yusuf who would bowl a wide, and unfortunately it would end up being the end of the game. I'm telling you now, by the way, there's afters that are still continuing at the moment, so clearly not happy with some things are a couple individuals, but of course that's what happens in fierce competition. Things get said, and of course we never like to see it carry on after you leave that white line, but nevertheless, credit to the Spartans. 8 men on the field of play, and they beat statistically the best team in the competition at the moment. It's a loss for the academic side, and that one is going to leave a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth of the academic side, because in the last game that we see the likes of Lockie McMillan and Bashrat Hussain, their contributions weren't really very useful. Of course, Hussain did keep them in the game with a maiden, but Lockie going for 24, going wicketless as well. They just weren't able to be prolific. Credit to the Spartans, though. They get over the line, and again, it's another victory for them. And credit to them. Credit where credit's due. The best side won in this game. Match 24 coming up in 20 minutes' time. Pleasure to be with you here on this one. We'll be back very soon. You're watching the European Cricket Series Bulgaria on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to, of course, the Vasilevsky ground here in Sophia, Bulgaria. You would join me, Charlie Hutton, here on the European Cricket Network for the 24th game of this European Cricket Series. It's a repeat of the first game we had this morning. It is Pleven taking on the likes of the All-Stars. Let's go ahead and have a look a little bit earlier at what happened at the toss as the two captains are out in the middle with Tyrone Peters.
All-Stars to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a head.
You're going to bet.
They're going to bet.
There you go, then news from the toss. Pleven winning this one, and well, to be honest with you, the tosses have, well, not to be horrible, but it's the only thing that they have been able to win over the course of the last couple of days. They've won the toss, they're going to bat first. It's what we expect to see from them when they win the toss, and I don't mind it. And I think realistically, the All-Stars, they won't be too upset about that one either, because of course we know that the All-Stars, they were dominant in their victory against Pleven earlier this morning, of course, not losing any wickets in their first innings when they batted and got to a total in the 160s, and of course Pleven yet again not even getting to 60 in that one when they looked to chase that down. So once more getting a loss in that one. Of course, we know that the All-Stars, of course, they lost to the Spartans. Spartans again looking very good out here today, but the All-Stars, they'll be a little bit disappointed they didn't get over the line in that one. They did take it deep, they took it to the last over, but of course Delbert Vinny was able to keep them quiet. But the All-Stars will be looking to go one better again here after a good positive start against Pleven in this one. For the fourth time today, let's go over to Nishay Bat, who's in the commentary box. Nishay, news from the toss. Pleven, they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much for that update. So let's see if Pleven can post a big total on the board here. They've just struggled in the first innings in setting those big totals and putting some pressure on in the second innings. I think one thing we'd really like to see is just give someone else in that batting order a chance to bat. Here's a look, of course, at the beautiful Vitosha mountain that is adjacent to this gorgeous city of Sophia. And we'll now have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between the All-Stars and Pleven. Of course, the All-Stars picked up the victory this morning against Pleven very, very comfortably. And they'll be looking to improve their record to 2-1. They, of course, failed to beat the Spartans during our second match of the day, and they'll be looking to return to winning ways with a big victory here against a strong opposition. Let's take a look at the win predictor over here. As you can see, the All-Stars 96% favorites to Pleven's 4%. So we're set for the first ball. And let's see how Pleven's fare this time around. It looks like there isn't going to be much of a change with the batting order again. So, yep. I mean, I do sound like a broken record. I think we all sound like a broken record. Once again, it's Amal Thomas and Alan Jose. Well, despite all the issues they've had, they've not changed this opening partnership or changed anything in their order. I mean, you could predict 1, 2, 3, 4 for them. Match after match, it's always the same. And, well, what's that old saying about if you repeat the same thing and expect a different result? Probably a bit loony. There we go then. First ball coming up. That's one that's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. So our fourth match of the day. We got one more coming up after this. We're well into the afternoon. It's 2:30 local time, and the heat has certainly picked up. I mean, I believe it's up to 35, 36 degrees Celsius right now. Certainly feels very hot, I think. When you come into the ground in the morning, it's get this nice cool breeze. It's so lovely, but when you get to this time of the day, boy, the heat really gets to you. 36 right now, expected to get up to 37, 38 in an hour or two. Going to be challenging conditions for the players, the ground staff, everybody who's participating, helping put this event together. Of course, we've got plenty of other cricket going on the European Cricket Network as well. Croatia and Spain playing the first T20I of their Mediterranean Cup Series. Spain, of course, won the toss there and decided to have a bowl first. Spain took the T10 match those two teams played against each other this morning, the sole T10 match of their series. In just 29 minutes time, those two sides will be set to do battle for the first T20I of the Mediterranean Cup. Another one that's going to be a wide down the leg side. Struggling with his line to start things off here. He's not quite been able to get it right. Oh, he uses his foot to block that one out. Pushed away towards point, and that's going to be a single. And this is another one just going across, but Avith going with a much wider line on this delivery. You can see that one is just sneaking inside the tram line. Got a few messages in the chat that are worth reading. Of course, Helix joining us as well. Very good afternoon to you, Helix. Got Rob Thompson as well, who said he's signing off after this. And NI Nick going for a lunch break. John Gray making a great point that the Spartans thoroughly deserved that victory, especially since they had just 8 players. Yeah, extremely spirited effort in this when you consider the fact that they managed to beat the best team in this European Cricket Series so far. It really puts into perspective how impressive a victory that was to go up against the side who have yet to be beaten. Managed to beat the Sophia Stars a couple of times as well. For them to lose their first match against an 8-man team, it really is a remarkable story. The first over comes to an end, and this is a good opportunity for us to have a look at the ECC groups. Of course, the host Bulgaria are in the first group, and alongside them are Croatia as well, who are currently playing. They're obviously hosting a series against Spain. They were defeated this morning in the sole T10 match that those two countries will play against each other, and in 25 minutes' time, Croatia and Spain will do battle once again in the first match of their best-of-5 Mediterranean Cup Series. Oh, it's a misfield. That is a misfield. Really shouldn't have gone for 4. It was a very gentle prod towards mid-off. Looked like it was going to be a dot ball, but the fielder has just let that one go past him. Yep, I think I know who that is. That might be Mukul Kadian. Not something you expect to see from a player with his high standards. No, beg your pardon. It's actually Deepak Bhandari. It's they're actually moved Mukul Kadian into his position and put Bhandari somewhere else after that misfield. So now it's Kadian at mid-off. Just a slower ball, a bit of variation going down the leg side for sure. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. Played away towards fine leg, and that's going to be 4 runs, just straying down the leg side there, Babu. And Jose plays a very good shot here, just helps it on, doesn't look to overhit it. I mean, these two never really look to overhit anything, so that doesn't say much. Just gently prods that one away towards fine leg, gets a boundary. Not the best ball there by Babu. A nice comeback delivery by the seamer. Here we go then. 2 balls to come in this second over. A bit of width on offer there. Should carry, will carry, and it's taken. It's that man, Bandari. He'll feel a lot better right now. Obviously involved in that misfield earlier, and he would have felt gutted after that error he made. But he gets a chance to take a catch. It's very soft. To be honest with you, this is just catching practice. And he holds on to that one. Another wicket falls. No, it's going to be a long walk back for Alan Jose, who, I mean, despite all the issues he's had, I mean, he's averaging under 10, I believe, for this European cricket series. He's still asked to open the batting in every single match. No, I got to say, if you've got a captain or a selection committee who's that faithful to you, you're doing something right in terms of charming people. One ball left in this over, and it's going to be Jassim Rahim, another player who's a lock at number 1. He's got a nice technique, Rahim. I think just struggles with actually getting ones away. And oh, that's an out. That's been given out. It's been given LBW. Well, this could be quite close. Let's have another look at this. I mean, he's gone across here a fair bit. And let's see, where is the impact? And yep, he's gone. Well, the umpire's got that one right for sure. Raises his finger. And I think that's the thing with shuffling across. I mean, you're always prone to one that just nips back in. And that's why he's been dismissed. Shuffles across. One swings back in. And there's just no way he can sort of go around his pads and play at that ball. So just something to note here, of course. Akshay Babu will be on a hat trick on the first ball of his next over. We'll have a look at the standings over here. Of course, the All-Stars picked up a win earlier this morning against Pleven, and then, of course, were defeated by the Spartans in their second match. This is pushed away towards point, and there's a fielder there who'll collect it. Pleven move on to 15 for 2. Nishay Bhatt here in the commentary box, and alongside me is Charlie Hunt.
Thank you, Nish. Good afternoon, everybody. Or should I say, of course, a very double den to everyone. And in this one, it's again an interesting one. Of course, can't blame the Pleven side for batting first. I think they know that, well, it's probably best for everyone. This is a wild swing. Jacob very good with the ball. He's got a good history here domestically. And he leads his, he's not down as a skipper, but he's certainly part of the leadership group, and he does very well. That one just sneaks inside, not too far away from being a wide though. Yeah, but umpire absolutely got that spot on. Just keep in mind, if even just 1% of the ball catches the line, it's not a wide. Yeah, the new rule, the bowler, or the line bolt that belongs to the bowler, but not on the leg side. It's ugly. It's going to be a minimo. Not quite the best from Jacob, just losing his rhythm there, just falling off his run-up. You see here, he just completely falls over, and it's not the best of efforts behind the stumps. Of course, that's Nitin Sunil. He goes for a minimo. Yeah, he gets that one wrong. I'll be Jacob. I think extras, though, are going to be so important in this match. I think the All-Stars really struggled with extras this morning. That was their big Achilles heel. They gave up almost 24 runs in extras from what I recall. Yeah, they did a better job in the extras department when they went up against the Spartans, but yeah, I think this Pleven side, if you can deny them that charity, they've usually struggled to get to 50 or 60. Yeah, I think that's what they'll be hoping for, around 70 again. Oh dear, that's another wide. This time it is a good take from Sunil. This one just get a bit of bounce on it. The last one just sort of snuck underneath him, but that's another wide. Yeah, he's just getting that one wrong over there, isn't he? Huge thanks to, of course, the local organising committee for looking after us. Lovely spot of lunch again. Once more. Nice bit of food to keep us going. And back to the right line and length this time around from Jacob. Gets this one right. Yeah, better line and length there by Jacob, and that's why he needs to keep it against these batters. You know, if you just keep it outside the off stump, or a good 6-7 stump line, I mean, let's be honest with you, they're more often than not, they're going to fail to get bat on ball, and you're just going to see dot ball after dot ball for the rest of the innings. Yeah, good afternoon to Helix saying, I hope you got your Peacock Friday shots on. Absolutely correct. Yes, we do. And, of course, not only Peacock Friday here, but also at Croatia. Struck firmly. Does he get through the gap? Bit of work for the skipper to do. Gets the boot out. Might not be pretty, but it's effective. And they'll just come through for a single. Nice to see Krishna coming in at 4, of course, which is nice to see. Of course, he comes now outside alongside the likes of Amal Thomas, who, well, again, has had a really tricky time with it.
Yeah, he has had a very tricky time. I mean, he was at least a bit consistent at the start of the tournament, but he seems to have lost that consistency now as well. I mean, you know, you could have banked on him those first 2 or 3 days to get you
20 runs.
20 off a run of ball, but he's not even getting that at the moment.
Yeah, it started off at 20 a runnable, then sort of fell to 20 off 30, and since then it's sort of fallen off to pretty much around about an average of about 6 or 7. It's not pretty for him at the moment. He's really struggling. Another wide. Talking about struggling, so is Jacob. He can't get out of the over. That's the 4th wide.
Yeah, Duncan saying he's switching between this match and the Med Cup. Well, he can just have them both side by side. You know, have a couple of windows. On one side, you can have our match, and on the other,
double screen if you want. Double screen if you fancy it. Yeah, it gets underway in about 15 minutes. Oh, Flay's about at this. Finally does close off the over. I think there might be one more. I think there's one delivery left. There is.
Also got picture-in-picture mode as well, which you can have one on a sort of larger screen and then one on a sort of smaller one as well. Tend to watch a few things that way as well myself.
You might lose a few people with that one though.
PIP mode, there we go.
Don't try it. Don't try and tell that to Rika because you might blow his mind. Last delivery up in the air, gone. And that might be one of the softest dismissals I think you'll see. Just literally pops this one up to backward point. And yeah, it is a little bit like catching practice. Amal Thomas doesn't even get to more than about 6 or 7. He gets to 2, and he's going to go. He just pushes straight to the fielder. And another one goes. Another one bites the dust. Jacob finishes a tough over with a wicket. And the score at the end of the power play is 24 for 3.
Yeah, just more catching practice. Gives that one to the fielder at point. And yep, this is pretty much like it is before the start of a match with the coach just tossing a few up for you to catch. Not really provided much of a challenge once again in these first 3 overs, Pleven.
No, pretty similar story time and time again when they bat first. But I do get why. It was funny at the toss this morning. Amal Thomas lost the toss. And I did say in this intro, I said, in the intro for this game, I said it's kind of the only thing they've been able to do successfully is win the toss and bat first every time. But he was a little bit disappointed when they had to bowl first at the start of the morning. This is, of course, Babu's on a hat-trick, by the way, and it's one of the worst hat-trick deliveries you'll see.
Shocking. And, you know, sometimes these hat-trick balls,
not the best.
in between overs, they're often the ones where you're most likely to get a wicket because
everyone just
batter's
forgets.
just not aware. Yeah,
everyone just forgets about it. He'll be annoyed if he takes one now, though.
Oh, he might. Maybe just doing a bit too much. Oh, the umpire's raised his finger, so... Well, my initial thought was maybe just a touch too much swing on that, but the umpire disagrees, and of course his opinion matters more than mine.
Let's have a look here. It was doing a lot. I called it, by the way. Let's have a look. Is it doing too much? Tough. It is tough. Let's see here. He sort of steps back, and there's probably too much going for it not to give it, if I'm being honest with you. But nevertheless, another one falls. It's not quite the hat trick that they was looking for. But unfortunately, it is going to be another wicket. It's 4 down now, 25 on the board.
Yeah, he'll be wishing he stretched a little bit more before bowling that opening ball of the over. I was so close to getting a hat trick. I'm not wonder if Babu's even realized what's happened here.
Probably not. He's probably unaware. Could we see a Michelle Pfeiffer? 3 for 9. We haven't had one yet in Bulgaria this year. We certainly had a few last year. Could we see one here?
Haven't seen a Pfeiffer for a long time, at least in the games I've covered.
Oh dear. Down the leg side. Back to the regular programming. Just not quite getting that one right. Is there a fight back? It would have to be a big one. Taj and Kamal. Taj, again, has shown signs of promise, but hasn't clicked. Well, there is a sign of aggression from Kamal, but doesn't get anywhere near the bat.
Well, at least he's trying. And I think that's one thing with Taj and Kamal is, you know, they're going to at least try to hit big shots. And if they get lucky, they might catch the odd outside edge that goes away for a boundary.
Oh, dear. Well, this is probably going to be a no-eat. And I think it's already been called on field. I just want to double check. Let's have a look here. I think it might just get him. Does it dip, in fact? Let's have a look. Well, it's pretty much hit him right on the hip, so that'll probably be a no-eat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's about as clear as it gets for the umpire. Free hit coming up.
Could be a big chance. Well, takes it on, and they might get a single. Is it going to be run out? No, it's not. Well, if there's ever anyone in the team that you probably wanted him, it is Jacob. But he doesn't quite get there.
Take another look at this one there. It's a full toss. It was there to hit, but he just didn't quite have the room to free his arms and play the big shot he wanted to.
Oh, what a peach. What an absolute ripper of a delivery. Taj had no idea.
Oh, there's nothing he could have done about that. We'll take another look at this delivery. Oh, look how far it comes back inside. Many a batter would have struggled with that.
Yeah, it really wasn't too much that Taj knew about that one. Again, looking to apply the squeeze here. Another one would be nice. Up in the air and lofted over the top. Couple of bounces, will probably go for 4 and does. Glorious shot from Taj. That's the thing with him. He does come out and show signs of promise.
And this is why I wouldn't like to see Taj open the batting. I mean, I'd go with Taj and Anandu Krishna to open the batting. I mean, those two, at least they play with positivity. Krishna's one of the only ones who's actually been able to make some runs over the last couple of days. Just let those two go out there, see if they can make some runs in the power play. You know, they might get lucky with the odd ball that just flies off the edge of their bat or something, but at least they're positive. I think right now, Amal Thomas and Alan Jose just seem stuck in their own heads, and I think even for their own good, it'd probably be better if they got demoted down the order.
Yeah, end of the over, and it's a disappointing end to it as they concede a boundary. And just a dot ball to finish, though, so a nice little comeback from Babu. Great figures for him, 3 for 16, end of 4. Pleven, 32 for 4.
Yeah, the Pleven 11 not quite working out for them as they are 32 for 4, going along at a rate of 8. Keep in mind, they've had 15 runs of extras as well, so once again, half their runs coming courtesy of charity.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's always been the issue. Oh dear, that's going to be 16. A wide to start as he tests. So chill. Okay, sorry, comes in.
Yeah, that's now 16 runs of extra, so
keep an eye on the umpires here. I reckon they might have to be thinking about this action. Inside edge, and this is probably going to go for a boundary, or is it? Oh, he's got the shin out. There you go. As effective as ever, and they only get one. Well, Taj was almost caught wondering.
We'll take another look at this inside edge, and yep, just coming off his shin over there, sticking a foot out, and he's able to stop that from going towards the boundary.
Definitely something that needs to be looked at, isn't it? This, for me. Oh, inside edge saves him. Otherwise, that's going to be plumb in front. Good delivery, though.
Yeah, it would have been the easiest decision in the world for the umpire if that had struck the pads. Just gets that little inside edge, as you mentioned.
Just have a look here. And yeah, I'm just saying that you can just see here that they're now umpires are talking to him about his action. Well, he's not happy with it, but he is just being warned. This is his pre-warning. And you can just see there the umpires just eventually have a chat. We'll come back to live action. Another one. And let's have another look here. I think he's okay with this one. But still just told to be careful with it. Of course, it's if it stays bent, it's okay. But it's the extension that's the issue. This one played straight to the fielder. Well, Kamal went walkabouts. That's good. He gets told about it, and I think he's fixed it. He's not extending as much. He is just sort of, it's staying bent.
Yes, an extension, of course, which just generates that extra bit of pace and makes it that much tougher for the batter.
Now that one probably could be, as it does get pulled away nicely by Taj. Another boundary for him.
I think that one is a bit more concerning. I did see a bit of an extension on that, I believe. And funny enough, that's the one that actually goes towards the boundary. Ooh, probably needs to just slow that down a touch more, but feels a little bit off to me.
Good shot, though, by the way, from Taj. Moves on to 8. Last ball of this 5th over potentially coming up. Not yet. These laces are undone. Told you, there's something about Bulgaria and laces. They can't do them.
Yeah, we've seen that a number of times today. I think seen some shoes flying around as well. So one batter lose a shoe while he was running for a single.
Okay, then, with the ball to go. 38 on the board at the just before the halfway stage. Not yet. And he's now, it looks as if he's just in his own head slightly here. Is a kill, he just can't quite work it out at the moment. Tars just happy to let that one flow through, rightfully so. No need to take that one on. Why would you? It's a freebie. And you take the freebies at the moment.
Yeah, just 22 runs off the bat so far. That's really, really hard to fathom. I mean, we've seen 17 extras, and they're still just about going to make it to 40 halfway through the innings, as both sides will take a well-earned drinks break. That's, of course, a chance to welcome you into the conference. Initiative Hut here alongside Charlie Hunt. And, of course, Pleven find themselves 40 for 4. And it just goes back to the extras. Without those extras, this would be a much more dire situation for them.
Yeah, but that's the thing is it's nothing new. It really is nothing new for this Pleven side. And listen, again, we say it time and time again. They very easily could have turned around and just said, look, we're not bothering. We're not going to. But they're here, they're giving it a go, and they're out there. And I'm telling you now, by the way, it's 35 degrees out there. It's reached a maximum of what it's been since we've been here, and it is warm out there.
Oh, it's really hot, and you have to commend them for battling it out in these tough conditions. And you know, they play the right way. You know, they play with good spirit. And you certainly don't see them creating any challenges either.
This, of course, is today's question of the day. Who has the best batting average in the European Cricket League? Only the ECL. Don't bring the ECC into it. So instantly, that takes away Lewis Deploy, of course. But get your answers in and just think about who's playing today. That's all I'm going to say. That's your hint. You've got a game to go. That's your big hint. I've been letting people go astray. I've heard some interesting answers. But just think about who's playing today. Is it here? Is it Croatia? Is it somewhere else in the world that's playing today? I don't know. There's lots of cricket. Anyway, get your answers in. And I look forward to seeing if you're cheating or not. 40 for 4 at the moment. 5 overs down. And they're going to go to the skipper, Hari Kumar. He's going to come on for this 6th over.
I think the fact that you mentioned that it could even be outside of European cricket just makes it that much more interesting, I think.
Maybe.
When you mentioned who's playing today, you know, the initial assumption would have been on the network, and then I think most guesses would go to a certain country. I think people would be looking at their squad. But the fact that he opened up
yes, it's
options in general.
It's a Croatian. Oh, up in the air. Got nowhere near it, though. Should be taken. And is, makes no mistake. Taj's little cameo comes to an end. And, well, unfortunately for him, he does get to double figures, though. Nice to see. Got to celebrate the small victories.
And look at this. At least he's trying to hit a big shot here. I mean, that's not something you can say for the openers, and that's what I like about Taj. I mean, obviously, you know, he's not quite as experienced or as skilled as maybe some of the other players out here in Bulgaria, but he certainly gives it a good go, and he tries his hardest when he's out there. And, you know, they've got to push this guy up the order. I really would like to see him open the batting. I mean, I wonder how many runs he could potentially make in a power play. I mean, could they get to 30 runs in the power play with him out there? Maybe he gets lucky on 3 or 4 deliveries that fly away for a 4.
I like your optimism, Nish. I like your optimism. Drop and run, and it's a good single as well. Good running, good call from Kamal. Get a single. Any plans this evening, Nish? Of course, you've got a big day tomorrow. 6-game day tomorrow, so you got any plans this evening, or are you just?
I think the plan is to get as much rest as possible for tomorrow.
Not a bad idea. Outside edge. There is a fielder there. Oh, has that hit the... I think that might have hit... It has. It has hit the wire. I'll tell you what, I don't think I've ever seen a day where the wire's been hit so much.
Yeah, I think it's at least the second or third time.
It's the second, but we had one come off the tower.
Yes.
Which obviously was for 6, but yeah, they don't even get a single there in time, so that's just going to be a dead ball straight away.
Yeah, it's still amazing for me. I mean, never seen a cricket field like this. It still catches me by surprise.
Oh, up in the air again, goes for it. Alvin Jacob doesn't put them down. It's going to be another catch. And once more, it's, again, to be honest with you, look, you can't be too negative because they're trying to go for it. It's very often that we've seen them sort of get bowled out or caught in the ring. At least we're seeing them give it a go, but unfortunately just couldn't get the power. And Jacob doesn't put them down. And another one bites the dust. Kamal goes, 6 down, 41 on the board.
Yeah, I can't fault the approach, as you said. I mean, I'd rather they go down fighting, trying to hit big shots, rather than just walking it around. 2 of 10. But let's have a look at this again. That's a simple catch for the fielder.
I found the secret, Nish. There's breeze that comes through that.
Oh, yeah.
There's breeze that comes through the bottom of the cube. If you open it up, my legs are all nice and cold. How lovely. Paul in at 8. Oh, asking the question. Umpire turns it down. Have a look at this. I think it's probably the right call. It is the right call. Lucky it doesn't go onto his stumps, though. See, look now, nothing there.
Yeah. And now you open that flap up, and there's our air-conditioned ice cube.
I found it. I found it. Thing is, they can't really do much. Well, unfortunately, neither can Paul. It's going to be another one that bites the dust. And we'll get another view of a potential party animal in Derek.
Oh, let's have a look at this. Yeah, that one goes and crashes onto the stumps. It stayed really, really low, as you can see. And this has been an interesting over. Akshay Harikumar is getting a wicket on pretty much every other ball. So he's managed to get 3 wickets this over, but of course, not a hat-trick. And there, of course, is Peacock Derek coming out to greet the batter. And, well, this is turning into a real slide here for Pleven, who have now lost 7 batters.
Sorry, I'm just doing some in-house open design. There we go. That's not working. Come on.
It actually is working. I mean, it certainly feels a lot cooler than it did previously.
Thing is, though, when we go on Comcam, we have to move it back. But it's probably worth the hassle at the moment. There you go. Oh, just stand in that corner. See, I do my corner. You sort yourself out. Well, 41 for 7 at the moment. And they're going to go to Bandari. He's going to start with an okay delivery.
A decent delivery to start off there for Bandari. And now got Alvin Thomas and Chen Thayil out in the middle. Haven't seen Thayil bat much.
No.
During this ECS.
Oh, we've seen Alvin Thomas a little bit. Well, that shot probably would have looked good on the pool table. Playing 8 ball maybe. Nish is now in a fly issue. There's a fly. You won't leave him alone. He got a friend.
A few of these flies.
Got a friend.
I remember they were bothering you as well, I think, before
yes.
lunch.
Yes, they were. Oh, good delivery.
Stays rather low, that delivery, once again, and it just sneaks well under Alvin Thomas's bat. We'll have another look at this.
Actually, do you know what? I've just looked on Comcam. I don't even need to put it back down. How lovely. Oh, get in. What a day. See? It's the small wins in life. It's the small things that make you happy. Well, what I like seeing is these Pleven boys giving it a go, but that's an excellent bit of work on the vortex boundary.
Yeah, great take out in the deep at third. Thomas is restricted to just a single, saves 3 runs for his side. So, yeah, let's see how Thayil does here. I mean, looking at him bat, I think bowler's first thought in his mind will be toe-crushing Yorker.
Oh, wow. The shorter ball, Thayil. Not too sure about this one. They don't get a run either. Dot ball.
Yeah, Yorker length. You got to go Yorker length to Thayil.
Do you want to feel the power of the fan?
Oh,
how good's that?
That is amazing,
go
actually.
Go on, hold that for 5 minutes. I'll let you have it. Go on, there you go. See, don't say I'm not a nice person, because honestly, people sort of look at me, well, that's another wicket. Plays all round it. Thayil goes for another duck. We're going to see another view of Derek. He's been a busy man, as Derek, at the moment. Well, it's going to be 8 down now, Pleven. And away goes the batter.
Out comes Peacock Friday, Derek. And yeah, Thayil's time out in the middle is very, very small. Didn't get to last long. Just a couple of balls for him before he trudges back to the dugout. Yeah, just never really looked like he was going to score a run, I think, when you saw him trudge out to the middle.
Yeah, not too short. And that was number 10. Let's have a look at number 11. It's good that, though, isn't it? Got to say, have you ever met Yoz?
So is Yoz the name of the fan?
No. Yoz is the man who gave me the fan.
Really?
Yoz is part of the integrity. And Yoz gifted me that in Romania. Speaking of Romania, that was a past event. This is what's coming up next. Of course, we've got Bulgaria and Croatia on at the moment. And then, of course, Italy and the Valletta Cup, Netherlands, Austria, and Croatia again will be there twice in the next 2 months. 42 for 8 at the moment. But yeah, it's a good fan, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
I had it at dinner yesterday.
Yeah, I remember you brought it over for dinner.
And it actually was pretty. The thing is, right, is I saw this. I bring it honestly, I take it everywhere, especially being back in Spain, 30 odd degrees. It's warm. Oh, Noe. And top edge. This is probably going to be 4. It is. This is going to be a minimo. There we go. This will help. That's going to be a few extra runs. So yeah, and everyone sort of looks at me and goes, why have you got a fan? What are you doing? And all of a sudden, everyone sits there and goes, oh, it's quite warm. Oh, it's a bit hot. I'm getting a bit warm. And I go, I draw my fan now. And everyone sort of goes, oh, yeah, do you mind? And I sort of sit there and go, right, stop judging me then, because honestly, it's a lifesaver. How's used it yesterday?
Yeah, when we were out for dinner yesterday, he did actually use it. And that's funny. I mean, we were inside that restaurant, but
it was. I think it was hotter inside than it was outside. It was stuffy. Swing and a miss from Alwyn Thomas. Can't quite get it correct, can he? That was a free hit as well, of course. Good comeback from Bashir.
Yeah, they could pull them out here. I mean, the All-Stars they certainly have a chance.
Don't think we've seen a team bowled out yet
No, we haven't.
in this ECS. Off the
there's-
toe end. You know how I took the mick out of the fly, taking an attack on you? I've got 3 of them now. See? Rico's always right. He says, never say anything you don't want to have. See, look, non-stop now. Can't get away from them. Romania was the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Romania was the worst, heat-wise and bug-wise. Oh, I went through 2 bottles of mosquito spray that in 2 weeks. It's pretty impressive. So is this. Into the onside. Might just want to check side on, just to be sure. I think it's okay. I think he just dips this one at the end. Let's have a look.
Well, I remember Romania last year in the middle of August. This one is under the waist. Yep, it's really, really hot, very humid as well.
I'm quite concerned about Malta in 2 weeks' time, to be honest. I'm sort of worried about that one. Actually, speaking of which, maybe I can release who is playing in it. I'll lick a bit. I don't mind. I'll do it. Okay, so Malta are taking part, obviously. Shot chorus. This is the Women's Valletta Cup, by the way, folks, coming up in a couple of weeks. I now can't find me information. Where am I going here? Here we go. So, Malta, Isle of Man. The Greek side will be represented. Serbia. And finally, the MCC. Gone! And it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Bright again. So, Peacock Derek is back in the action. Well, he's going to be charging us for overtime at the moment because he's getting a fair bit of use.
Oh, Derek's getting his steps in on this very hot day. Another wicket falls here, and now you're going to have number 10 and 11 out in the middle for Pleven. This could be very interesting to watch. Having seen the rest of their lineup, you kind of wonder what 10 and 11 are like. Haven't had much of a chance to see either of those 2 batters. Yeah, you do have to feel a little bit for Alvin Thomas there. That one stayed very, very low.
Yeah, well,
And
by
I
the
think,
way,
again, this is just the kind of pitch where you have to plant your front foot and just look to play with a vertical bat.
got to remember that the recently new lowest total was 50. Can they get to 50? They might fall just short of it as Pradeep comes in with a ball to go in the over. I think the umpires may have just miscounted slightly.
I beg your pardon, that was Deepak Bright who got dismissed. Alvin Thomas is still out there.
He's sort of watching it all unfold. No batter in double figures yet. Once again.
Yep.
We thought Taj did, but it's been corrected. He's only got 8.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because of one short. That might be the case. I know there were a few instances of that were corrected in the previous match, but
maybe.
Yeah, 20 runs of extras so far.
Oh, yikes. Well, this one, he's going to get 4. Oh, Pradeep, where have you been all my life? Oh, wow. I don't know who's more shocked, him or his teammates.
Everyone's up in that dugout for Pleven, and this is why, I just wouldn't mind them shuffling their batting lineup a little bit.
Reverse the order.
Just give everybody else a chance to bat. Give someone else a chance to throw their bat at something, and at least they can enjoy themselves for a few moments out there in the middle.
Not a lowest total anymore. They get above it. 53 for 9 with 2 overs to go.
Yeah, they found their way somehow, Pleven, of just about avoiding the lowest ever
I know
total.
how.
They managed to dig themselves out of some real holes. I mean, yesterday they were about 17 for 6.
17 for 5, I think it was.
17 for 5,
yeah.
yes.
I know how. That's going to be it. This is, well, hit towards the bowler.
I'll take a look at this. What happens here? Struck back, and that's just a bump ball.
There's a few inquiries. Up in the air again. Oh, my word. No way, Jose. Well, it's not Jose. It's Alvin Thomas who's got this one away. Nice shot. 4 runs.
Oh, gets this one away as well. He backs away, and somehow manages just to carve it behind point. 4 of 4. Yeah, great shot there by Alvin Thomas. He gets to a run of ball 11, so finally someone in the double digits.
What is it about Pleven and just sort of all of a sudden getting up to a somewhat okay score? What is it about them?
They always kind of wake up around the 7th or 8th over stage.
I don't get it. Too late, though. Or is it? Inside edge.
No, it's incredible. They just somehow find a way to always avoid that lowest ever total mark. I think they've mostly been hovering at about 50 or 60-ish in terms of their score for a number of games now. And no, they've somehow managed to avoid that wooden spoon of having the lowest ever European cricket total.
James is... Listen, normally I wouldn't be sort of giving like to a slightly negative comment, but this one does make me laugh. He says it's like watching a family playing on the beach on holiday. I mean, that might be a bit harsh. Listen, they're out there. That's probably a no-e.
Yeah, it's going to be given a no ball. Let's just see where this lands. It does land off the pitch.
It's after the... Is it after the wide line?
I think it might have just been after the popping crease, but it's going to be a free hit.
Well, it's going to be another one. That's a wide. These extras, man, honestly, what's going on?
They somehow intimidate the opposition into giving all these extras. It's
happening?
It's quite incredible. I mean, whenever they bat, they seem to always get lots of extras. You'd think for a side that, you know, have a few issues with their batting, most teams would just be content to bowl full and straight at them and not really look to overcomplicate
More
things.
runs. That's the 60, by the way. 60 comes up now with a wicket in hand. A couple of balls left in the over, or one even. That aircon unit's not doing much anymore. Oh, no, it's still there. Just got to hold it up. Oh, dear. The cube. Looks great. It's got no air. And it isn't a cube. It doesn't feel like an ice cube. Whoever came up with that name really had probably only been in... Oh, no. Is he okay? He says he's all right. Whoever came up with the idea of the ice cube was only sat in it for about 2 minutes, because it's never really feels like an ice cube.
No, it certainly doesn't. Especially not on these scorching hot days. We've got to take a look at the bowling card over here. They've used 7 different bowlers so far, the All-Stars. And I wonder who they're going to turn to for the final over. Do they introduce an 8th bowler into the attack, give someone else a chance to roll their arm? We'll wait and find out. But yeah, it is rather interesting how it got the name Ice Cube. I mean, for starters, it isn't a cube, as you mentioned, and then yeah, just never really very cool. It tends to be the most humid position. You know, the scorers always seem to get the nice spot at every ground. We need to do an inquiry into that.
Ah! It's another shot, and it's another 4. Well, this is unbelievable. I can't believe my eyes. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But if I speak now, I am in big trouble. I prefer not to speak.
I prefer really not to speak. Just great shot over there. Just backs away and cuts that one towards cover for 4.
Yep.
Thomas gets to a run of ball 16 now, which is easily the biggest total we've seen. I mean, the second highest score we've seen so far today is 9.
Yikes.
So almost double.
Oh, nearly. They're going to get a couple here at least. They'll get 1. So are they going to get to the 70 again? What is it about this Pleven side? Honestly. You can see they've got underway out in Spain at the moment, or in Croatia even, in fact. Spain winning the toss, fielding first. In that first over, or second over, in fact. They're being pretty restrictive with how they're bowling at the moment, not letting too much go. This one, they're going to get away with it again. Should be 1. Will do. Pradeep being the best number 11 you'll ever see. Yeah, currently 3 without loss in the third over. Atif Mahmood and Atif Mohammed opening up the bowling for Spain.
You're checking the private thing. You're giving the scores ahead of the stream.
Dot ball. 3 for 6 for Harry Kuma, by the way. Best figures, probably. Oh dear, never mind, there's a wide. 67 now, they're getting there, aren't they? They're getting closer to that 70 mark. They got to 69 in the last game yesterday. Can they get a little bit further?
Yeah, by hook or by crook, they just always find a way to get to 60 or 70, this Pleven side.
It's a dot ball. Sneaks it in. Alwyn Thomas. Even with these boundaries, though, he's still 16 for 18. Too many dot balls yet again, and they just start to add up pretty quickly. Potentially the last ball of the innings. And they will get at least 1. Oh, and it will just be 1. So they get to 1 less than what they did in the last fixture of the day yesterday. They get to 68 for 9 for Pleven yet again. And once more, it's just another disappointing outing with the bat. Things just not clicking. Too many extras for the likes of the All-Stars, though. Once more, you take away the grand total of their extras, which of course was in the end 24, and you take that away, and oh dear, 44 for 9. Yikes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take away those extras and they would be in serious trouble. They do have a little fight back at the end. They managed to make a good 26 runs off the last 3 overs. A credit to the likes of Alvin Thomas at the end for hitting a few boundaries. We'll now have a look at the highlights of this innings. And of course, once again, we saw the same opening partnership of Jose and Amal Thomas. Thomas scoring just 2 runs. Jose managed to get 9. They wouldn't really be able to do too much. Of course, Rahim was dismissed for a duck. That is a good catch taken there by Deepak Bhandari to get rid of Alan Jose. And that would be the end for Jasim Rahim. He, of course, departed for a duck, and Akshay Babu was on a hat-trick after that delivery. Extras really helped Pleven. They were the beneficiaries of 24 runs of extras. And then you look at most of that top order, just weren't too many runs from any of them. You could just see Amal Thomas getting dismissed over there. Hitesh Uchil taking the catch to get rid of him. 2 runs of 7 deliveries. Anandu Krishna would also get dismissed, making just 1 of 4. He was caught plumb. LBW. Tafsil Thaj would try to give it a big swing, but he would make just 8 of 10. Mukul Kadian taking the catch to dismiss him. There is 1 of 2 fours we saw Thaj hit during his innings. He made 8 runs of 10 deliveries. There was a catch by Mukul Kadian to get rid of Thaj. And unfortunately, wickets would continue to tumble for Pleven. Albin Jacob taking that catch would be the end of Habib Kamal. And, well, let's just have a look at some of these moments. Cleaning him up there, Akshay Harikumar. Joe Paul would not trouble the scorers. He was out for 0 of 2. Antachen Thayil would have an identical score as well of 0 for 2. You just see 3 straight batters facing a couple of balls and getting out for a duck, because you're now going to see Deepak Bright get out in the same way as well. He was bowled by Irshad Bashir. And Pleven, well, at one point it looked like they were going to get bowled out. Keep in mind, they were 49 for 9. 2.1 overs were left, and we thought that, hey, surely Pleven are going to get bowled out. But that 11th wicket partnership managed to put on a score of 19 runs. And they just guided Pleven once again to 68. I mean, they've kind of made it a habit to always get a score in the 60s or just about make it to 70. And that was certainly what they did again. Let's have a look at the highlights, beg your pardon, the scorecard of this innings. Amal Thomas making 2 of 7. Al Jose with 9 of 7. Rahim scoring a duck, a golden duck. Anandu Krishna just a 1 of 4 for him. Tafsil Taj managed to strike a couple of boundaries before he was dismissed by Akshay Harikumar. Alvin Thomas the top scorer with 17 of 20. And then you can just see that tail over there. 3 straight batters dismissed for a duck of 2 deliveries. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for the All-Stars. They use 7 different bowlers, assigned to give a number of players a chance to roll their arm. And I have to say, most of that attack will be very impressed with how they did. Akshay Harikumar with figures of 3 for 8 is certainly the pick of the bowlers. So the match summary states that Pleven have set a target of 69 for their opposition, the All-Stars. And we'll see how the All-Stars fare in the second innings. They'll certainly be looking to pick up that bonus point and bounce back after the loss they had earlier today. Join us in 7 minutes' time for The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Pleven has set a target of 69 for the All-Stars, and well, let's see how the All-Stars go about this one. They'll certainly be eyeing the bonus point and looking to pick up their second bonus point victory of this European Cricket Series. Of course, they beat Pleven this morning in dominant fashion, but then were handed a defeat by the Spartans in our second match of the day. So the All-Stars will be looking to return to winning ways as we just have a beautiful breeze going from the offside to the leg side. And we can feel that certainly helps. Makes you feel a lot better when you're in the quote-unquote ice cube. As we'll have a look at the bonus point equation. Here's if they're able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less. Something they'll certainly back themselves to do. They'll have to go at less than 10 and over to achieve that. Or if Pleven are able to restrict them to 47 or less, which, let's face it, is highly unlikely, then Pleven will pick up the bonus point. There we go then. Just moments away from the first ball of this second innings. And it looks like it's going to be Alvin Thomas to bowl this first over. Yeah, he's bowled the first over in most matches for this Pleven side, who, mind you, don't shuffle their bowling lineup too much either. I think their bowling lineup is much like their batting lineup. Here we go. Starts off with a wide. That would have been wide to a left-hander as well. Well, take a look at this. By the way, they've scampered across and picked up a single as well while the replay was on. So it's a 2 for no loss without a legal delivery bowled. Oh, wow, great wicket keeping there. I mean, great use of his feet. Yeah, just take a look at the reactions here. Great reflexes. Just sticks that left boot out and manages to stop it. Very David De Gea-esque, using his feet to save one. That's another wide. Yeah, Alvin Thomas is someone who struggles with wides as well. And I think the last thing is Pleven side want to do is give back those 20 runs they were given of extras. Gets this one just inside the tram line, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, just watch that one. Just turns ever so slightly. You can see it goes over that tram line. This is played away very nicely. The ball was just a bit too short, and it's set up nicely for Hari Kumar, who just strikes it straight through that cover boundary, hitting it through the line. Beautiful shot. And it's a nice way for Hari Kumar to get off the mark. Yeah, really, really good cricket. Now cleaned him up. He's got him. Gets the wicket here, Alvin Thomas. Just keeps that one simple, full and straight. Hari Kumar plays all around that one. And they've lost a wicket. Great bit of work there. Gets his man. And you can see he's just looking to play across the line over here. And it's clattered into his stumps. The first one falls. And they are 7 for 1. Nishchay Bhatt here in the commentary box. And alongside me is Charlie Hunt. So something to cheer about here early for Pleven.
Yeah, early signs of promise, maybe. Of course, the thing is, for this All-Star side, they just have got to keep a bit of a steady head. Listen, they know that they've restricted them here, but it's not, as much as you would say this is a very below par total, in the context of where we've been and where we're playing, it's not drastically below par. You know, let's get this right. 70 here is probably 30 runs short. Anywhere else, you probably say that's about 60, 70 runs short. But it's not that as short of a good score as what you think. So there is certainly scope for an early upset, potentially, for Pleven. Can they get some points? Thomas once more then. Down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Can't bowl it there, I'm afraid.
He certainly can't bowl it down the leg side. And yeah, as you mentioned, Alvin Thomas has already given up 5 runs of extras so far. Make that 4, beg your pardon.
Oh.
Tosses one up, and it's one that he's just swung all around. I gotta say, these All-Stars batters looking a little bit shaky and nervy to start out this innings.
Yeah, they are a little bit. They just sort of look a little bit tentative, don't they, at the moment? This one carved away, and this is probably going to be at least a couple, if not 4, and it is 4. Nice shot from Padavath, who just carves this away beautifully on the offside. Is it me, or just anything a left-handed batter does that a right-handed batter could do as well? It just looks more elegant.
Yeah, it always does. Certainly does. They're way more aesthetically pleasing, and I say that as a right-hander.
Yeah, me too. End of the first, it is 12 for 1 after the first over. This, of course, is the 259 mark. We keep on going. We're going to edge very much closer to that 300 mark. And then, well, the thing is, as soon as you get past that, all of a sudden you're going to motor along to 400.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's going back to that point about left-handers. I mean, I know a couple of left-handed people who've told me that it's not great to be born left-handed. I mean, it's just way more difficult to have to write and do a bunch of other daily tasks. Let's just go back here to live action, and that one was really, really odd.
Hang on a second. This, oh dear, he's done himself some damage. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. He's not happy. He's done a bit of damage here. Well, first off, he almost jumps out of the way of the ball trying to field it, and he's not happy now. What does he do here? Oh no.
He's turned his ankle.
No. Medic, come on, where are you, pal? Hello, you're on your phone. Oh, come on, mate. Come on, get your eyes off your phone. Needs something doing here. Look, he hasn't got a clue. He has not got a Scooby. Come on, wakey, rise and shine. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, he's down and he's not getting up. That was a horrible one. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, finally the medic sort of get to move on. Oh, that's not nice. That really was not pretty at the moment. What I can tell you, though, take a break. As Croatia, 25 for 1 at the moment. And it was Hamza Salim Dar who picked up the wicket of Rashid Hashmi. It was 1 of 14, by the way. Of course, the Spanish lineup pretty strong in itself, of course. Interesting they've gone with Alec Davidson-Soler as the keeper. Of course, they are looking to experiment a bit and see what works, of course, going into the qualifiers over the next few weeks in Guernsey. Good to see that he's getting a bit of medical treatment here, so I think they're probably just going to field with the 10 at the moment as he stays off. And yeah, not nice to see that he goes down there, and hopefully we wish him a speedy recovery. But we're going to continue on here with the fixture at hand. 16 for 1 at the moment, and might have to make that 20 for 1. No, you don't. That's well fielded.
Yeah, great bit of fielding there, and it's good to see Pleven not making mistakes in the field. I think another Achilles heel they've had is just a lot of the errors they made in the field. I think at times they're giving up needless runs to sides when they're already defending very low targets.
Short and respected by Pradavath. I think my concern for this All-Stars lineup is if they, similarly to Pleven, if they lose early wickets, I don't know what there is to come. Bit of the unknown. Lofted and fetched and gone for 6. That's a glorious shot. Yeah, really nice pickup from Pradavath. And it goes all the way, 6 runs.
Yeah, it really is a glorious shot. It's just slightly over-pitched, and he has banged that one away over long on. Very nicely hit, meets it on the half volley. I think that concern, though, about the top order applies to a number of teams. You know, you look at CC Academic Sophia. I mean, I'm very concerned about them for the rest of the tournament. They obviously suffered that big loss at the hands of the Spartans this afternoon. But it wasn't just the fact that they suffered that loss. They're obviously going to lose Lockie McMillan and Basharat Hussain for the foreseeable future. And that was the first game we saw them lose their top 3 cheaply.
And it wasn't great
afterwards. Got to a respectable score.
Yeah, that one, it's going to be a no ball.
So it just makes you think, how are they going to negotiate the rest of the tournament without 2 of those players? They're 2 top run getters.
Yeah, the thing is that what they have done is they've maximised them whilst they've been hit. They've used them to full effect. And of course, 7 and 1 record. This one turned nicely off the free hit. This will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nicely played. Yeah, that's the thing is they've made the most of them whilst they've been here. You know, 7 from a possible 8. They did well to get things going. But yeah, since now, of course, we'll be losing them. It's going to be a tricky one to negotiate for them.
It will be. It will be a big challenge. And I think the important thing to note is we don't have a league format. I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down to finals day, no matter how good your record might be in the group stages. And how are they going to win those matches against those big teams? That one just pops right through the fielder's hand. That was a catching chance. That was a catching chance. I mean, Pleven had put a few chances like that down in the past. But as you can see, just going down the leg side, and it pops right through his hands. Oh, the bowler will be feeling he should have taken it. And worst of all, goes away for 4.
Yeah, a little bit. That's unfortunate. Now just 37 needed as it's the end of the second. 32 for 1. And you can see there that at the bottom of the table are going to be Pleven, realistically. Afyonkarahisar come in tomorrow, and they do take on Pleven. So they've got a nice welcome into the tournament, of course, the Turkish side. But yeah, you can see there at the moment the Stars and Spartans now rising up there. But Stars, of course, lost 2 games to Academic Sophia. This is launched, absolutely launched into the onside, and this is going to be 1 bounce for. Nice shot.
Very nicely played. And yeah, just going to that point about Afyonkarahisar, of course, a bit of a mouthful. Takes a while to learn to pronounce that name. Yeah, they're going to be such an X factor in this tournament. I mean, I know a lot of teams are very fearful of them, and know that they're going to come in here with a lot of talent. So let's see how that side fares against some of the real big boys. And worst of all, Pleven still have to play them a couple of times.
Yeah, it's actually Pleven's last 2 games tomorrow. And I think there'll be a sigh of relief from every member of that Pleven side. And I know there might be a slight sigh of relief from maybe a couple of those at home as well. But what I will say is that without these guys, we may have really struggled to get a tournament going here in Bulgaria.
No, I mean, full credit to Pleven. I think these guys have turned up. They play every game, and they play the right way. They also field 11 players in every match. This one's a shot. Is it going to land over the rope?
Yep.
Yes, it will. Goes for a Maximo. Balavath gets that away for a 60. All-Stars now need just another 26 runs.
Yeah, they're not far away, are they? And there'll probably be a few extras in there as well. But do you know what I love? I love the fact that this Pleven side, of course, they're all good mates from uni. And of course, there was a bit that went out on social media when Rico spoke to a couple of them. You know, they're all good mates from uni. They stick around. They don't sort of disperse into mini groups. They all sort of sit there. They enjoy their time out here in the sun. And yes, it's not working for them, but they're enjoying their time. They're loving life. Rightfully so. Right about 24 off 8 now, sorry. Oh, inside edge maybe. Or is this going to be buys? Let's have a look. It's a good bit of work from Kamal. Let's see what the umpire says. I think there's bat on this. Yes, there is bat on this. Let's have a look here. Yeah, definite inside edge. Good to see that the fielder that went off is up and walking. But he just doesn't quite look too... He is sort of walking quite gingerly. You might be able to get a shot of him in a moment or two. Well, Sinel just drops the bat on this one. Dot ball.
Yeah, he's limping back right now alongside the medic, just making his way back to the dugout. And, well, it'll be interesting to monitor how he is. Pleven don't usually have too much depth in their side, so I wonder if this means they'll have to play tomorrow against Afyonkarahisar with 10 men. There he is. He's making his way back.
He's really limping.
Yep.
He properly turned it over, didn't he? Wasn't fun. That was a wide, by the way.
Yeah, that's Rijin Pradeep, who is limping back to the dugout, so that just confirms the identity of who is injured.
Nice shot. Oh, dear. Gets through the fielder. And they come back for the second. Good running. Good finish to the power play. At the end of 3, the score, 47 for 1.
That's a great power play here for the All-Stars. They're already 2/3 of the way there. Just another 22 runs for them to take it, which you'd expect them to make within the next 1 or 2 overs.
Do you know what I kind of find a little bit crazy? With a game and a bit to go today, tomorrow is, of course, Saturday. My day is off on Sunday, and then your last day is Monday. That's going to go really quickly. That's a bit scary.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, time's gone by really quickly, I think, here during many of these matches in Bulgaria. I think some of them have been a lot shorter than usual as well, just because we've had a number of early finishes.
I don't think, I was going to say, I don't think I've had so many 45-minute to an hour breaks as I have over the last couple of days. Outside edge, and you've got to feel for Pleven, because that's actually not a bad ball from Amel Thomas, but Pradevath just swings and swings hard, gets an outside edge, runs away for more.
Yeah, just throws his bat at this, throws the kitchen sink at this one. And, oh, well, I just Doesn't
No.
seem like it's got any glove, no.
No.
It's gone away for a 4.
Let's just say that Taj hasn't looked like taking too much. If he was to take that, which is a very thick outside edge, I think I would have run around the ground or something. Probably not, but you know what I mean. Down the track, and 6 runs! Nice pickup from Badabath, and he is, well, he's had enough of being out in the sun. He wants to get home early.
Yeah, very brave there by Amal Thomas, looking to toss one up. And just advances down the wicket, meets it on the half volley, and smacks it away for 6.
Yeah.
It's a couple of big blows needed now for the All-Stars to take this one.
Whoa. Croatia, 54 for 1 in the 7.4 overs. Manzoor has been able to really get things going. Asking the question and got him! Amal Thomas, there you go. And that will be a wicket, and he does pick up the big one of Padavath. So, well, once again, getting wickets at interesting times, but it's going to be the big one. He goes.
Yeah, that one, look how low that stayed. I mean, it's a half tracker, and oh dear, we need to have another look at that one. I mean, well, I'd love to hear your opinion on this.
Let's have another look at this here.
It's a half tracker. Look how low it stays for so. That's really tough for the batter.
Oh, that's not out.
I mean, the impact is well outside the leg stump there. I mean,
That's not out.
he's been hard done by.
Just slightly. It's not out. Anyway, it doesn't matter because this is going to be hit into the onside. And, yeah, well, the less said about Jose, the better at the moment. That one is going to be 4 more. There's the new batter. Comes out and starts nicely. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, very nice shot to introduce yourself to the crease. Plays that away very nicely. And now they're just 8 runs away from picking up their bonus points. So, yeah, a couple of shots will do the trick. A couple of boundaries.
And this is probably going to be one of them. This is up in the air, and there's 4 more. There's half of them. And Babu's come out and hit 2 back-to-back 4s.
Yep, he's done that really well, hasn't he? This ball just sits up really nicely for him. He stands tall, and he hits this one away towards square leg. Terrific shot. And here we go now. 1 shot to win it for the All-Stars. They just need 1 more boundary. Will they do it for the last ball, the 4th over?
Oh, well, probably. This might go all the way. Is going to... Oh, what a touch.
Wow.
What a touch from Habib Kamal. And I wonder what this is going to be given. Does this bounce twice before? And, yeah, I just want to check to see whether or not this is going to be a no or not, because I think it might be. 1, 2, yeah, that's a no ball.
Yeah, double bounce.
That should be a no, I think. Has to be a no ball, surely. Bounced twice before. Surely. That's not 4 either, by the way.
Yeah, clean bit of fielding. And now just have a look at this side on.
What's standing ump's doing here? I think he's waving and the umpire says, I don't care. What? No. Huh? What have I missed?
Oh, we really, I think, need to have another look at this side on.
What have I missed? Excuse the expression if you're a Davy Diggs fan or a Hamilton fan. What have I missed? Virginia, my home sweet home. And Pleven want to go home. They can't. They've got 2 more games tomorrow, unfortunately, for them. Anyway, well, just 3 needed. I can't believe that wasn't given as an OE. Surely it bounced before. Anyway, Raheem, 3 to play with. Well, none to play with. What a glorious shot that is. Babu, showing signs that coming in at 4 is going to be good for him because he's come out and hit glorious shots. And it's an 8-wicket victory for the All-Stars. Yet again, making it 2 wins from a possible 2 against Pleven. 2 from the day for them. Good start to their tournament.
Oh, very nice stroke over there. That one is smashed away for 6, so they pick up a victory against Pleven here. The All-Stars, of course, so they'll still be ruining that loss they had earlier today against the Spartans. That will give them something to think about, as, of course, they'll make their way back home. This is...
yeah, of course, Pleven have got at least a game, maybe 2, coming up afterwards. So, of course, tomorrow, I think it's 2, because I think they might have to take on Afikon Isar as well tomorrow. But, yeah, of course, a game coming up after this one. Today, of course, Academic Sophia, they take on the Spartans, of course, with again a repeat of that 3rd game. Of course, it was a last over game. Well, could be a close one. Let's have a look at what's coming up, of course, in the highlights, because, well, they started off well. There was a wicket to start off with, but after that, it was just runs, runs, runs.
It certainly was runs galore. Nitin Sunil faced just 6 deliveries, managed to make 12 runs, but really the star performer was Jedin Pavdath with 35 of 12. Really just batted Pleven out of this game, smacking 7 boundaries during his time out of the middle. Hit 3 sixes, set 4 to the boundary rope along the ground. Akshay Babu right at the end, he managed to add the finishing touch, striking 2 fours, and then of course hitting the winning 6 right at the end. Pleven did struggle a little bit with extras as well. They gave up, boy, a number of runs of extras. 6 to be exact. They bowled 5 down the leg side. Good bit of fielding over there right at the end. I mean, we just wondered if this one was going to be a no ball. It didn't matter too much. As well, of course, take a look at this one. This one went away as an edge, rather fortuitous boundary. Yeah, this was a beautiful shot. Nicely struck through the line, met it on the full, and smacked it a long, long way. This was rather contentious LBW decision. To us, it looks like the impact as well outside the leg stump, and a very unfortunate way for Jedin Pavdath to get out, considering he was batting so well. That ball just stayed extremely low, and it also was given LBW by the umpire. And Akshay Babu managed to hit a couple of boundaries at the end of the 4th over, and then he would hit the winning 6 right at the start of the 5th over, and that would wrap up this game for the All-Stars. They would take this one against Pleven by 8 wickets with 5.5 overs to spare.
Yeah, so 4 points again for the All-Stars, so they'll be pretty content with their efforts yet again, just proving to be a level above Pleven, or Pleven proving to maybe be a level below. And of course, this is the confirmed scorecard. And yes, Sunil sticking around, 12 off 6, didn't really have too much to do. And then of course you got the likes of Pladavath, who went really nicely actually, played well for his 35 off 12. And Babu came on and hit a couple of boundaries to get over the mark. Bowlers, the less said about them, the better again. Alwyn Thomas did bowl okay, picked up a wicket. Both the Thomases pick up wickets as well. So nice to see that they end up with a couple of scalps to their names. So we're going to be back in, quite a long time. It's going to be a 45-minute break. First long one we've had all day, which isn't a bad thing. Looking forward to seeing the last game of the day, as of course it will be the Spartans taking on Academic Sophia once more. It's going to be a big game to finish. Could be a tight one. Looking forward to it. We'll be back soon. You're watching the European Cricket Series Bulgaria with myself, Chana, alongside Nisho, but right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. It's the last game of the day here in Bulgaria, of course. Match number 25 of this European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria. It's a repeat of the thrilling match that we had in that third game of the day, of course. It's the clash of some of the Titans here. The Spartans, they're taking on Academic Sophia in the last game of the day. Let's go out to the middle. Tyron Peters, he's got the two captains for the coin toss.
Spartans to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
We're going to bowl first.
They're going to bowl.
There you go then, no shock there as the skipper for the Spartans in Derek Vinny wins the toss, and he's going to have a bowl first. Good news is that there's a full couple of 11s out there, which is nice to see, so levels the playing field. But how disappointed would that Academic Sophia side be after coming up against a side with just 8 players against them, and they couldn't get over the line? They just fell a little bit short in every department, of course. A maiden from Bashrat Hussain was able to get them into that last over, but of course there just wasn't enough runs to play for. Of course, you've got to remember and look at this, and I know that Nish will take you through the lineups in just a moment, but you've got to remember that both Lockie McMillan and Bashrat Hussain both gone. They're outie, they're done, they're finished. So Academic Sophia, they've got to look for other avenues for at least 2 overs of bowling, and also who's going to open the batting. I would assume that they're going to go with Manan Bashir at the top of the order alongside Zirak Chuktai, but both of them have had pretty disappointing tournaments thus far. Of course, Chuktai kind of played the anchor role in the third game of the day this afternoon, so maybe he can just go that one step further and become the powerhouse that they desire. Looking forward to this one though, of course. It is the last game here. It's the last bit of action on this beautiful Peacock Friday. Let's go over to Nish Bat, who's in the commentary box. They say news from the toss. The Spartans, they're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very, very much. Yep, lovely bowling action right there at the end. As we're going to see Academic Sophia here taking on the Spartans. Yeah, good to see the Spartans are able to field a full 11 for this match. I mean, how remarkable was that victory earlier today when, of course, they were able to pull off a victory despite missing 3 players in their lineup. They did it with 8 men. They beat the top-ranked side in this tournament. That was a remarkable result. Meanwhile, for Academic Sophia, yeah, they're missing numerous key players, such as the likes of Bashrat Hussain and, of course, Lockie McMillan, who have been so important to their success over this past week. How are they going to replace that vacuum those 2 leave behind? That is going to be such a huge challenge. Well, the win predictor is convinced that the Spartans are now the favorite after watching that match these 2 teams played this afternoon. And Academic Sophia probably heading in as underdogs for the first time this tournament. This is going to be a completely different scenario for them. I mean, they've tended to head into these games with favorite status and usually with the pressure of having to win the game. But I think this might be an opportunity they'll relish. They'll relish the fact that they're going into this game without the weight of expectation, without that pressure that they have to get the result. And maybe that just allows them to get one back on the Spartans for that result they suffered this afternoon. Here we go. First ball coming up. Beautifully struck, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Nicely fielded by Subhash Chandra. Outside edge. And that's going to go down towards third. It's going to be a single. So the first runs of this innings, and they're slightly fortuitous. Chuktai just forced onto the front foot, catches the outside edge of his bat, and it's going to be a single. And of course, a good opportunity to welcome back Charlie Hunt into the commentary box. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. Very different scenario here for Academic Sophia, playing as underdogs in this match, according to the win predictor, probably for the first time this tournament.
Yeah, and interesting to see who they've gone at the top. Surprised no Manan Bashir. So they, of course, have gone with Daniel Ali at the top alongside Zirak Chuktai. So, well, will it work or not? Only time will tell.
It's just going to have to go back to the mark here. Rasul's been very, very good throughout this series. I think he really sets the tone for his side during the power play. I think it's just one minor criticism you could do of him is that he sometimes just strays down the leg side of his line. Oh, that's a good line. That's a really good line, but it's just played so beautifully. That is beautifully struck there by Ali. And usually he would have a deep backward point in place. That tends to be the fielding plan he goes with, but doesn't on this occasion. And that's been struck away for a 4.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. And of course scored a 30 odd in the last time we saw them against in the repeat fixture of this one, but again it was no one else around him that really could get going. As I mentioned at the top there, Chuktai of course played that anchor role. Is he going to look to maybe do the same here as the opener? Only time will tell. But Ali Rasul, I'll tell you what, he's strapped up in every way. He's got strapping on his foot, I saw earlier, he's strapping on his arm, he's sort of being held together by a piece of string at the moment. He's a little bit lackluster to start with, a couple of runs coming against him at the moment.
When just going down the leg side, that's going to be a wide.
Tell you what, if you thought that our pitch was misbehaving every now and then, have a look at Croatia, because that is that's dangerous out there. It's tough. It's tough to play on. It really is. Of course, looking for a bit of revenge here, Academic Sophia at the moment.
This one is just a wider delivery that he's unable to get any bat on. Yeah, getting the length right over there, Rasul. Nice and full.
Yeah, he's asking the right questions after that boundary, isn't he? Missed up with a wide after that one as well, but yeah, you are right. He is just finding the right mark now. Needs to be consistent, doesn't he? Left arm over the wicket. Couple of balls left.
Oh dear, that's definitely a no ball. That'll be confirmed side on, but he can even see that straight up here. That is a huge no ball, just one that slips out of his hands. He doesn't do this too often, Rasul. And it's a rare no ball for him. Let's take another look at this.
It's ugly.
Yeah, massive, massive no ball.
Yeah, not quite the best from him. Of course, yeah, as you mentioned at the top, both teams with 11. Jacob Gall he picked up a really bad injury, but I don't think it was in the playing field. I feel like it was as he walks off, his ankle just completely went. So I know he's struggling with it at the moment, but he's out there at the moment.
Oh, straight down the ground. What a shot. Just to the right of the commentary tent. And that's going to go all the way 4-6, capitalizing on that free hit, Chuktai.
Yeah, lovely shot. Really nice shot. Gets that front leg out of the way. So what I'm saying, I feel like opening is his place because he can utilise all full 10 overs. If he comes in lower down, he may just not be as confident as he probably should be going into it, but this is a great shot nonetheless. Nice way to open up your Maximo account for the afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody, of course. And, well, Chris just saying, yeah, we've moved on to 409. Getting there slowly. Last ball potentially.
Yeah, full toss on the pads. Poor delivery there by Rasul. Gets that one badly wrong. And Chuktai just has to help that one away. Goes away for a 4.
Yeah, this might just be a bit of fatigue coming into it. As this one just strays down on the pads. And it's a nice flick off the hit, really, from Chuktai. End of the over. Score is 18 for none after 1. This is what's coming up tomorrow out in Croatia. Big one to pick at, though, of course. We've got 2 more T20s coming your way in the Mediterranean Cup. But the first ever ECSW. The Jinx Zagreb taking on the Lavender Lionesses in matches 1 and 2 tomorrow. How exciting is that going to be?
Yeah, 2 of the finest names as well in the network if you look at Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses, but just a great moment of history, and very, very happy to see that. We, of course, had our first ever ECCW last year, and to make this big stride, have our first ever Women's European Cricket Series, and, of course, got the Melzel Shield coming up as well later this month. So, yeah, big month of women's cricket on ECN.
Well, you're going to go Lakov.
Outside edge, and if there was a slip in place, that would have been a catch, but don't tend to see too many slips in T10 cricket.
Yeah, like a bit of a smile on this on his face. He says, "Oh, not too upset about that one. I don't mind you sneaking away. Means I'm doing my job." But good afternoon to everyone, to John, to Helix, to Chris as well. It's a pleasure to have you with us here at the moment. Chuktai, can he continue on with good form at the moment?
This is run down towards third, and he's made a meal of that one. The fielder, Hristo Ivanov, was out there, and he just lets one slip underneath him. 4 runs.
Yeah, that's misfortune, I'm afraid. It's a classic Chuktai shot. He loves the dab down to the third man, but this one gets through the fielder. Yeah, you're right. Ivanov having a bit of troubles out there this afternoon. Of course, the evening game. It's currently nearly 5 o'clock. It's 35 degrees. It's stifling warm at the moment. Really is.
Just pushing at one that stayed rather low. Yeah, very tough conditions here for the players, and you know, for these guys, you know, it's their third match of the day, and you know, it's been really testing. It's been physically difficult. They've been tested mentally as well. And it's a big challenge, and they're just gonna have to put in a big effort for these next couple of hours. Yeah, this is going to be a very important matchup. I mean, if the Spartans can pick up a second victory here against Academic Sophia, then all of a sudden they become the team to beat in this ECS.
Yeah, they're the only, well, currently, the only sort of leading side that are unbeaten.
Yeah, everyone just pitching outside the leg stump, and it catches some of the pad along the way. They'll pick up a run off leg buys.
Yeah, they'll take every extra they can get, of course. Interesting that Daniel Ali comes out to open, though. I really do feel as if Manan Bashir was best served to come out. Okay, he's not had the best of tournaments, but he hasn't really been sort of required. Hasn't had much time up there, if any. So that's a bit of an interesting choice, but it might pay off.
Yeah, so I didn't see a leg by called for the previous ball. I think you're suggesting there might have been some bat on that because it's just been given a single.
Maybe. End of the over. 24 without loss after 2. Not a bad start, going at 12s.
Yeah, so very decent start here, and you know, Chuktai and Ollie, credit to them, throwing in to open the batting. I mean, they've had to create a new opening partnership after losing their openers for the remainder of this tournament, and well, so far these two are doing a fine job. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. As you've mentioned, Spartans the only undefeated team left. Of course, they still haven't seen Afyon Karahisar play just yet. They'll be playing their first matches tomorrow, and the Academic Sophia suffered their first defeat earlier today at the hands of this very Spartan side, in a remarkable result where, of course, the Spartans, playing with just 8 men, managed to beat Academic Sophia quite comfortably. Oh, this one is short, wide, cut away, goes for 4.
Yeah, once again, just struggling a little bit is Rasul. I think, yeah, you're right, fatigue might be starting to play a factor here for this Spartan side. I think that's one thing to mention, is that for the Academic Sophia, they've actually had their games pretty spread out. It's never really often come in clumps. They've had a game on a day here and there, so that might work in their favour. But this is a much better start compared to the last time we saw them a couple of games ago. Can Rasul pick up a wicket?
Gets behind that one and blocks it out.
Yeah, of course, the Academic Sophia side have had an unfortunate last couple of years, realistically. Been in the final 2 in the last 3 years. Of course, last year there was no final played, but they lost to the Indo-Bulgarian side, of course, now known as the Sophia Stars, back in 22 and 21. Of course, it was that Indo-Bulgarian side that lost the original back in 2020 against the MU Dons.
This is pushed away towards point. There's a fielder out there. It's just going to be a single.
Of course, Game 5 is normally the old random question time and food chat and what have you. Nish, I've got a question. Obviously, not spent too much time with you. Where did you pick up your cricket knowledge from?
From my dad.
Ah,
yeah.
Okay. That explains it all. Because your playing history, it isn't very vast, is it? You're first to admit it, not in a negative way. This one, oh dear, well that's negative. That's not the best from Chandra in the covers. First involvement with him, it's not the best.
Yeah, this is he's going for that wide Yorker, and he's just missed it. It's a lowish full toss, and it's struck away towards cover. 404. Yeah, my dad absolutely loves the sport, and he kind of got me into it. I mean, we used to play quite a bit at the park. I mean, back in the day. I mean, go for a hit with a. Obviously, we used to use a softer ball, sometimes a tennis ball. I mean, back when I was growing up in Cyprus, I mean, cricket was something that was just unheard of.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and this is a big shot pulled away, and it's going to go all the way for 6. What a strike there by Ali.
Ali Rasul looks tired. Ali Rasul looks very, very tired, and I think that might be the case for a lot of these boys, because you can just see as soon as he bowls it, he just sort of goes down his hinges and just looks a little bit beaten here at the moment. Too short, drops it too short, and unfortunately, you can't bowl there, not on this ground.
Yeah, you're right. He just doesn't quite have that same spice and bounce that he normally has.
Just lacks that oomph, doesn't he?
Yeah,
at the moment.
Doesn't quite have that. He's not been able to kind of generate that pace he normally has as well. It's just, you can tell he's just trying to push himself to get through these 2 overs. Here we go, last ball. That's going to be pulled away as well, and it's going to go away for another boundary. You got to feel for Rasul. And it's a rather expensive opening spell for him. Well, this is some great batting by Academic Sophia. We're going to end the power play 43 for no loss.
Yeah, Ali Rasul struggling.
And then, of course, I first had the chance to actually properly play the sport when I went to uni.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Getting to actually play more with a hard ball.
Did you play any indoor cricket?
No, mostly just village cricket.
Yeah,
Cricket, you know,
nice.
mostly a lot of 20 and 40 over matches.
Love village cricket.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, on a Sunday, I mean, you spend your whole
In the
afternoon.
UK, it's just, yeah, as you said, on a Sunday with your mates, having a joke and having a laugh. No one really, the cricket's secondary. Cricket's massively secondary. And you just kind of, yeah, you're right. You just enjoy it. Might not be in the sun, but you enjoy it.
I mean, it doesn't feel that hot when you're moving in from Cyprus.
No, God, no, I can certainly imagine. But of course, if you've got any other questions, get them in. We're happy to answer them. Of course, you've got to think about the answer to the question of the day. The answer, of course, who has the best average at the ECL? Of course, I will say put a little thing out there. It has to be a minimum of 5 innings. I'll put that one out there. Lakov once more.
This is pushed away towards square leg. He's going to try to get down and stop that from going away for a 4. And this will trickle over the boundary for 4 runs. Chuktai will pick up a boundary.
Yeah, today, by the way, this is how I'm telling you that it's warm. A nice clip off the pads. Laptop's starting to struggle. Laptop's starting to get slow. And it hasn't done that all week, and it is starting to get a little bit warm, and I can tell I'm sort of pressing a button and nothing's working. I feel a bit like Rico.
Well, I'm not going to say what my opinion is on that laptop manufacturer.
No, not a fan?
I think we might get in trouble for that. I'm not one to...
Okay, we won't give it away, but you're not a fan?
No, not a fan of that company.
So you're an Android user?
Well, yes, but I mean, obviously I'm talking about laptops here. But
yeah, I know, but that
just
so we're not explicitly giving it away. We're just avoiding any form of any lawsuits that you might get from saying.
Yeah. I'm really not a fan of that company.
Okay, is there a reason why?
Oh, this was nicked, and it should have been caught. It really should have been caught. Oh, Lakov's missed out on the wicket over here.
Oh,
outside edge. And normally he'd snaffle those. I mean, we know Kushal Krishna Kumar. He's a terrific wicket keeper, but he's put that one down.
Just sort of jumped at that one, didn't he? Didn't need to.
Yeah.
Just needs to stand still. Drop goes down. Ali gets dropped on 20. Lakov, well, that won't please him.
A massive, massive moment in this game. Oh, this is going to be played away towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single.
So why are you not a fan of said brand?
Overpriced products that they're usually much further behind than their competitors. And then they market them as we're the first ones to come up with it when the rest of us have had it for about 2 years.
It seems like something that you're quite firm on here. No, listen, I respect it. You're probably right, to be honest. But the thing is, when they kind of suck you in. When you're in with a couple of different products, you can't get out of it. Do you know what I mean? As in, like,
I got out of
like
it. Go ahead.
The ecosystem that you're in is kind of like, because everything obviously works together, and everything sort of syncs up. I feel like it's tough to get out of that when you're in it.
Not true. I get that. But I think, because I'm someone who's into brand loyalty as well. But I've broken it a couple of times with phones and also with consoles. You know, I used to be a PlayStation guy. Now I have an Xbox.
Okay, right. So this is the last day we're commentating together.
This is struck away towards long off, and that's going to go away for a 4. Really nice shot. And it's gone for a boundary.
Some of the Pleven boys have stuck around to watch this one, and some of them might be having a little snooze. They've had a rude awakening as a grizzly enters and disturbs their slumber. Slumber? Enter the over. Oh, it's getting warm. 55 with that loss after 4.
Yeah, going along at a great rate here of just under 14 as Academic Sophia.
Okay.
Of course, her 55 for no loss at the end of 4.
I want to know more about you, obviously. So, what's your favourite game you've commentated on?
Oh, well, it's so hard to say because we do hundreds and hundreds of matches, but there's always this one match that sticks in my brain. So that's why I'm going to go with this one. It was a game I did in the night series, 2021, back in Cyprus.
Back in the day.
That was actually, I remember, I think, the first time I did games under the light. And that
night series in Cyprus?
Yes.
Wow.
That really stands out to me because I think cricket under the lights is just, it's amazing.
As long as the lights are good, yes.
I mean,
Jacob Gould?
if there's a full toss, he's going to stick his foot out to try to stop that from going to a boundary. Oh, Lakov's going to take a blow as well.
Okay, so what was the game?
And I remember this match between the Nicosia Tigers and M-Docs Cricket Club. The M-Docs Cricket Club are a corporate club, I think.
Yep.
Yep. And the Tigers and M-Docs obviously have no love for each other. It looks like the ball has no love for the fielder there either. Just sneaks underneath him and goes away for a 4.
It's another one that goes through Ivanov, by the way. Yeah, you're right. There's no loving relationship between the Grizzly and him at the moment. It's gone through his legs once more.
So it was an intense match. I mean, we saw Muncuds and everything, the whole lot, some real tempers flaring. And the M-Docs kind of have a history of letting games slip away from them. And it looked like they were finally going to get one on their rival. 10, I believe 20 plus needed in the final over.
Okay.
That's a big shot, and it's going to go, whoa, straight to the fielder at the dugout. I should say the batter. I mean, he almost felt like a fielder the way he took that. Great catch. I think that's Manan Bashir who's taken that one. Great catch. And he'll be saying, send plenty more my way. And then, well, somehow from 20 plus requiring the final over, it gets down to 10 needed of 2.
Yeah.
4. 6 needed of 1.
Uh-huh.
Full toss on the last ball, and they win it with a 6, and then the whole team runs on the pitch, and they really rub it in. This is another one that goes for a 6, and yeah, I just remember that. It was quite a match. I mean, obviously, had the chance to commentate that with Ujjwal as well, and boy, if anybody can go back and see how Ujjwal and I used to commentate. We used to do 2 games a day, and we'd lose our voices at the end of the match.
Really?
It's just...
Does Ujjwal have a pretty similar accent to you?
No, I think it's slightly different. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it was quite. It used to be quite a very different experience. I mean, doing just the 2 matches a night, and then
Perfect. I think we should do it everywhere. it's a lot easier. Ball to go. At the moment, goal. 17 off the over. It's not been pretty. And dragged into the onside. Well watched. Still going to be a dot ball, of course. Yeah, Gould is struggling with an ankle injury, so keep that in mind. End of the over. It is a good one. 17 come off it. And the score 73 for no loss.
And we'll now have a chance for both these teams to get a drink. And, of course, they're in a great position here. CC Academic Sophia, they're batting superbly. And this is just the response they needed after losing a couple of key players.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is as well, and it's good to see that the 2 players have come up to the top of the order and they're working and they're clicking. And we know that they can. We've seen them do it domestically for ages here in Bulgaria, for both for Chiktai and for Raj. Of course, you've still got Manan Bashir to come in at 3. He has got an ECN 100 to his name. So it's not like he's a stranger to getting runs either, but good signs for this, for the Academic Sophia side, because we were both a little bit concerned that with those 2 dropping out and making their way back to the UK, what's going to happen with them? And it looks positive.
Yeah, certainly. And I think with Manan Bashir, keep in mind, he was the highest run getter in last year's ECS. We haven't quite been able to see him at his best so far this series, but I feel now with a couple of key players gone, he'll be able to step up. So
well,
what's that you're pointing at?
Just to the left of us, some get drinks. Ali Rasul takes a nap. He's had enough. He says he's done, he's out, he's bowled his 2 overs, and well, the less probably said about those 2 overs, the better. Okay. He says it's too hot. It's fair enough.
Fair enough. I mean, he's really had to put in a big shift, I mean, over these last few days. I mean, bowled plenty of overs, and he's always bowling the pressure overs as well in the power play, and he does such a stellar job. Looks like we're about to resume, and we can now return to live action.
Get me back in front of that fan.
So I'll reverse that question to you. What would you say? I think I know the answer to this question.
I think you probably do, because I don't stop talking about it. Go on, what do you think it is?
The Hungary game, right?
Yeah, the final. It's the bronze final and the final 2023. I don't stop talking about it. It is immense. Have you gone back and looked at it?
I have. I did.
How good is it?
It was incredible. I mean, I couldn't believe it when it happened. Like, I really didn't feel like it was going to be broken, and then
it's just bizarre. But that bronze final was so good. I think it was like a 35 off the last 4 or something. Pretty insane. Hang on a second. Good luck. It's got snow on it.
Oh dear, that's another chance that's been put down. That's a couple they have dropped. I think. Oh, this is not the Spartan side we've been seeing for the last couple of days.
Does feel as if they're trying to maybe return the favour after the win this afternoon. You can just see, as I said though, yeah, it looks like players are just starting to sort of fade away a little bit. It is warm. By the way, this time tomorrow we still have another game to go. Fun. Flicked in the onside. That's going to be 4.
Yeah, very nicely played. Really nicely struck there by Chuktai. Just works that away off his pads, gets it away for 4 runs. Yeah, massive, massive partnership here for Academic Sophia. And I think regardless of how these last few overs go, they're going to have a big chase on their hands in the second innings.
Yeah, as I was saying, there's Tizer. Oh, yeah, pick up Ty. Yeah, very good. Very good, Mr. Peters, Mr. TR himself. Oh, you thought you got away with that one. Nope. That's going on the old highlights.
No, this is worked away exquisitely square of the wicket. It's going to go for 4 runs. Really, really nice shot.
Yeah, stunning. Timing of the purest class. Look at that. Just calms it away. Just slightly opens the face. And yeah, the crack of Willow against Leather against Willow, in fact. Nice shot. Yeah, and that final again between the Blinders and the Tigers was just the rivalry and everything that goes on, and just the celebrations. I said to Rico, I said, if the Blinders do it, the celebrations will be insane. And they did it. And of course, they went back-to-back this year as well. Congratulations to them. And on that note, congratulations to Manav Naik as well. Of course, he's here scoring at the moment. Part of both sides. He didn't play in the final, but he was there. He had a big part to play in the build-up, though, didn't he? Played in every game up until that final.
I thought you were going to go with Hungary's chase last year.
No.
When they won it with a couple of overs to go.
No. I'm talking about the final, the ECS final.
No, I got that, but wow. That Hungary chase, though, I think that one really blew my mind. I mean, that back then, the highest ever chase on the network and done with a couple of overs to spare.
To the left, of course, EK, the dog that's sort of been around and came and intruded on the pitch a little bit earlier in the week. He just returned and looking for some food, and Simon often obliges and feeds him quite a lot.
Worked away beautifully off the pads. Really nice stroke. Goes away for 4 runs. End of the over. What an end to the over. Chuktai moves on to 40.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not bowling the right line and length are anyone really for this Spartan side. Academic Sophia 87 without loss at the end of the 6th. Still 4 overs to go. Running the risk of getting what could be one of the higher scores of the day, and if not of the week so far. Let's have a look at the tail so far. You can see the 2 batters moving up the order after they drop out a couple of big names. Chuktai and Ali going well, both in the 40s. And of course, you've got Manan Bashir, Yusuf to come. But of course, it'll be interesting to see what happens if they pick up some very quick wickets.
Goes big, goes long. Does he have enough distance on it? Nope, he doesn't. And he's finally going to be taken. 3rd time lucky. Ali survives a couple of times, but Rasul will make no mistake over here. That's the end of his innings, and the first wicket will finally fall. What a mammoth opening partnership.
Yeah, good catch down in the deep. Straight turn, didn't really have to move much, but again, it's sometimes tricky in these hot conditions to watch it all the way. The eyes start to go fuzzy and you lose a bit of concentration. But nevertheless, good catch. End of a good innings, though, for Raja. 42 and out for him. 87 for 1.
Yeah, 87 for 1.
Random question from Jacob. It's a good one. He says, Nish, what is it like living next door to Charlie? I'm imagining midnight raves with countless attractive people and all of Charlie's Hollywood's friends keeping you awake.
Yeah, that probably explains all the helicopters that were
I told you not to tell anyone.
Hotel.
I told you not to tell anyone, all the paparazzi. That was just Rico leaving for the airport this morning.
Gets the old Uber chopper out to make his way to the hotel.
Is that actually a thing in New York, or is that just
made
up?
Is it Dubai?
Is it
UAE?
Dubai? That would make more sense. I know there was like a thing about it in New York. Yeah, but by the way, first ball, first wicket, second ball, minimum.
It just goes down the leg side. That's going to be a wide, and yeah, starts off with a minimum over there. Ibrar getting that one badly wrong. You want to get it right first up to the new batter, in particular when it's someone like Bashir. Yeah, this one, it's poor delivery. Now that, can he come up with a better response here? Oh, well, it's going to be an appeal, but probably just going down the leg side. Umpire Ivan is unmoved.
I think my laptop's about to die, by the way. It's just cooking. You know the memes where you can cook that like a fried egg in the heat? I reckon I could do that on top of my laptop.
Yeah, I want to comment. I've been on these ECN events, and sometimes, a handful of times, I've been given one of the laptops with your brand if they have an extra one at the scorers table. I don't get my own one, and well, I've noticed that those ones have tended to overheat before some of the other companies. That's all I'll say.
Yours is hot though. Like yours is warm. Mine's just pretty much the same.
Well, this is a pretty cheap laptop, but you know, I mean, knock on wood, it's actually held up quite well in the heat.
Mine's actually, listen, I was in Romania, I did 40 degrees and it was absolutely fine, but for some reason here in 35-degree heat, it just seems to be a little bit slow, but it's okay. It does the job. Gets used heavily.
This one's going to be a wide. Take another look at this.
Too wide.
Very wide. Easy decision there for the umpire.
Too wide. So, no, I'm one of the quieter ones when it comes to in Mihoto. I sort of get in, and that's it.
I think that's what it generally is like when you're on the tour.
It's 4.
Oh dear, he forgot where he just seemed to lose his bearings over there. He goes beyond the boundary up to field that, and it's going to be 4 runs.
Interesting. And thing is, that's not normally you say, oh, that's from someone who hasn't really played too much cricket. Gull is not exactly a stranger to the game of cricket. What's happened here? He just completely loses his bearings. Yeah, you're right. And he just sort of goes, oh, well, that wasn't the plan.
That one stayed nice and low, and it gets past Bashir's bat.
Yeah, just, of course, keep an eye on what's going on out in Croatia, of course, at the moment. Croatia taking on Spain, of course. Croatia finished on 1-2-5. Spain 23 for 1. Mohamed Isan gone for 14 off 7.
Yeah, Spain looking to go aggressive early, going at a run rate of 12.6. This is not too far outside the outside edge of the bat. Just a little bit trapped in his crease when he's trying to play that shot, Manan. As the 7th over comes to an end, Academic Sophia are 19-9 for 1. Here's a look at the fixture list tomorrow, and boy, we got a hextuple coming up for you tomorrow. So much cricketing action. Really looking forward to covering all of that. Also get to see Afyo and Karisar for the first time in this tournament.
Hang on a second. You talk about this. I want to work how many overs we got. If we get full overs every game, how many overs we got on the network tomorrow?
120. Oh, on the network if you include Croatia as well.
You talk about this.
Yep.
I'm going to do maths.
Or maybe you should do it the other way around.
4, 6. No, wait, you put me off now. Oh, for goodness sake, I need out.
If only you could hear the rest of our conversation that I was responding to. This one's Lakov, who's going to just sail this one quite well. He actually ends up taking that on his chest.
240 overs if we get every ball. Because you got 6 T10s here, that's 120.
Yep.
Maths. You've then got you've got 2 T20s, which is 80, correct?
Yes.
Get in there. And then you've also got 2 T10s.
Which is another 40.
Get in there. Shot.
Hit beautifully through the line, and oh, well, Lakov was indicating it's a 6 before he changed the signal to a 4. Very eager to cost his side a few runs over there, being a bit too honest.
A little bit premature. You just want to check the bounce on this one. And Lakov thought it was going for 6. I thought it was going for 6.
Me too.
Let's have another look here then. There you go, slow it down. And, ooh, 6, I think.
Oh, we'll just have to
go backwards a little bit. Let's have a look.
Maybe zoom it in as well.
Oh, no, 4.
Yeah, it is a 4.
That's 4. That's confusing. Anyway.
Oh, great ball there by Chandra. Nice comeback ball.
Yeah, it really is a good comeback. You're right. Yasser Ali in at 3 for Spain. Of course, probably got Abdul Kaye still to come. Hamza Salim Dar. Christian Munoz Mills. Atif Mahmood, of course, coming off a good 27 in the T10s. So, yeah, so 240 overs of cricket tomorrow. Heavy. Heavy, heavy, heavy. I think one day when we were in Estonia and there was sort of night series and internationals going on everywhere else, we were upwards of 300. Oh, wow. Well, that's a rooftopper. And Chuktai will bring up a near enough big 6 yet again. That might be the biggest one so far.
Oh, what a hit there by Chuktai. This one's dug in short, and he's absolutely walloped that one. Gets underneath it and smashes it over square leg. Yeah, just hits the top
I feel like
of the roof of that driving range.
There's one of 2 areas that you don't bowl to most left-handers. One's on their pads, the second one's on their hip. Because they're always so good at getting it away. Just feel like it's almost like a rite of passage. If you decide that you're going to be a lefty, you don't want to, like, you know, on like a video game, you used to have to obviously like unlock certain bits for certain things. I feel like it's sort of like one of those starter builds is if you choose to be a left-handed batter, you automatically unlock the flick off the pads and the flick off the hip. No? Just my brain?
That's a perfect analogy. I mean, I couldn't have thought of anything better.
Oh, good comeback.
Yeah, very good comeback ball over there. And it's just been a good back and forth. I mean, anytime Chandra's getting hit for a 6, he's responding with a great ball right after that. So
how good is this from Chuktai, though? Again, I said he's going to probably be there to try and bat the whole 10. Looks as if he's going to bring up a half century. He's faced pretty much almost half of the delivery so far that's been bowled. He's doing a good job here.
oh, he's just walked really far outside his crease. I wonder if that's a no ball because it seems to have just caught the edge of the pitch. No, it's been given a wide by the umpire. We need to look at this one again. Oh, I think he's gotten lucky there. I think that's just about caught the edge of the pitch. It's going to be a wide.
I think it's almost like pretty much exactly on that byline. Kevin, move. Kevin? I'm not going to be able to see much here, are we? Yeah, we'll come back to Lava. Oh, no, that's pretty deep in the crease. Anyway, wide given.
Yeah, this is going to be struck away for a 4. This is set up so nicely for Bashir, who had all the time in the world to just play that through the line. Gets it away for a 4. 18 runs coming off that over. A really good one for Academic Sophia.
Going to be one of the biggest scores we've seen in the last few days. This 117 on the board with 2 overs to go. And this is the thing, Bashir, I said, he is a good batter. I don't think you should be wasting him. But then again, Ali did turn around and get a good 42 runs. So not bad issues this for Academic Sophia. And a good comeback after a really disappointing outing with the bat in the first game for them a couple of games ago. Okay, what's your favourite cuisine?
Oh, that's interesting.
The question I often ask is if you have to have one meal for the rest of your life, what's it going to be?
Let's just take a look at this one. Yeah, big swing and a miss there for Chuktai, who, of course, with a couple of runs, will bring up his 2nd career half-century. Yeah, I'm way too indecisive on these sorts of questions. I'm sort of the wrong person.
I guessed that yesterday.
to ask these kind of things to. I mean, obviously grew up with eating a lot of Indian food and obviously Greek food as well. But I've always had a big liking for Italian food. So if I had to, I'd probably go for that as my number 1.
Is that why you begged Vinny to be on the Rome trip? This has happened again, by the way, and it's pretty much a direct copy.
I actually, one of the tours I said I'd be most interested in doing is Vienna, and that's because Rico's always talked so wonderfully about the ground over in Vienna.
Yep, wide called. Good to see Kevin George back, by the way. Again, he's been around Bulgarian cricket for a long time. Good to see that he did say he's picked up a bit of an injury, but he's going to give it a go. He's got a bit of a shoulder problem, but he's going to be giving it a go for the Spartans. Of course, they need it. They needed numbers, didn't they, after that last game? Or did they?
Oh, this one just goes past the fielder at mid-wicket. He's going to try to use his feet to stop that, but it's just going to be a single, so Chuktai now's got a chance to bring up his 2nd career 50.
Yeah. Before we get there, okay. Italian favorite dish. One dish.
Oh,
come on, one dish.
I can't name one.
Yes,
dish.
you can. Come on.
Oh, give me. I need an over to think about.
An over? Game will be finished by then. The innings will be.
How
anyway.
about I reverse the question to you, and while you're answering, I think about
absolutely, no worries. Okay, give me after this ball.
Oh, he just gets that one off the toe end of his bat. Goes towards mid-off. It's just going to be a single. I mean, if he can bring up a 50 here, it will be his most impressive knock ever. I mean, keep in mind, his first career half-century came against Pleven, and no disrespect to them, but that's not the same as getting it against Academic Sophia.
I could hit 50 against Pleven. Okay, starter, prawns and garlic. I'll wait for after this one. Ooh!
Oh, goes a long way. Oohs and ahs here in the commentary box. Massive hit there by Bashir. Just straying onto the pads. And what a hit. That is massive. Enormous.
Been one of those days where everything just kind of mumbles and yeah, prawns and garlics to start. Then I'm going to go with, this is like, if I'm on like, I always describe it as like my death row sort of like meal. Lakov's interested, by the way. I'm going to go prawns and garlic to start. I'm going to go with a large Domino's pizza with stuffed crust, with big pot of the green sauce. And then to finish, I'll probably go with a big plot of... what's it called? I've forgotten what its name is now. That's really embarrassing. Sticky toffee pudding. There you go. Boss, thank you very much.
Pudding
See you later.
No, it is great.
Mic drop. I'm out.
Yes, you see, I can't top that, so we'll just leave it there.
Yeah. Lakov gave me a thumbs up, I'll tell you that. I'm talking English Dominoes, though, like full thing, stuffed crust, the whole shebang.
Edge, and it's going to go past the keeper, and it's going to go away for a 4. Yeah, lucky boundary over there. Streaky boundary for Bashir. Now we'll take another look at this. I mean, you can just see swings wildly at this, catches the outside edge. Off it goes for 4.
Ibra's had enough. Look, he just doesn't know what to do anymore. Look, why always me? He says, why always me? Well, fortune favours the brave. 130 up now, by the way. Come on. You've got to be decisive, Nish. I'm making you be decisive. You've got... Right, I'm going to do the next 2. You take the next 2 off. You've got 2 balls to think about it. Oh, here we go. Up and away. That's gone. See you later. We need a new Grizzly, please, because Bashir has come out. And I told you this man has got a century to his name on the network for a reason. He can hit it long, he can hit it high, and he can hit it handsome.
Oh, what a strike over there. I mean, this is beautifully struck through the line. Have to butt in to do this line. But yeah, great stroke. I think
not allowed to talk. Not allowed to talk.
My first thought in terms of Indian, if you had to make me pick one for Indian, I'd probably go for a chili chicken.
Okay.
I'd probably go for that.
Okay.
But I mean, another cuisine, a little hard for me to think about it.
Okay, right, I'm going to put this to you, right? Death row. You're getting done tomorrow. You want your last meal. I want your starter, main, and your dessert.
Oh, starter, main, and dessert.
Yeah,
Goodness
this is what
me.
I'm saying. Right, so let me do
All
this.
right, I need the innings break to think about that.
Okay,
because this is not something
fine.
I've ever thought about.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, to be fair,
I've not thought about getting the death penalty.
Well, no, neither have I, but it's often a question that Rico and I talk about quite a lot.
Food talk with Rico is quite different. Here's a look at, of course, today's Hunt the Answer. Who has the best average in ECL history? I gave you my guess during
batting
the
average,
innings
by the
break,
way.
of course. I believe I said Asa Tribe, and by my guesses, I probably got it wrong today as well. I think yesterday my guess was Hamza, and I certainly had that one wrong.
Hamza probably would have been a better shout for this one.
Right.
But Hamza's wrong on this one. Asa Tribe's also wrong on this one. And I did give the hint away. It is someone who's playing today. On the network or not, I'm not giving it away, but he's playing today. He's playing a game of cricket today.
Yeah, you just need to dive into both the ECN live matches and also look at what's going on Crick Info
go on
as
Crick
well.
Info and just sit there and study it. Do the old Mike Ross from Suits and just go photographic memory just all the way through. Have you seen Suits? Are you?
No.
Right, here's a go. I want to find out more about you.
Right.
Same vice versa. TV series?
Favorite TV series, probably Breaking Bad.
Oh, good shout. Very good. Derek Vinu is going to get hit into the offside, sorry. It's going to be 50 for Chuktai. And well, that's a really, really good way to bring up another one for himself there.
Yeah, this one's very, very nicely struck. Good one. Towards long up. Yeah, I don't probably watch too many TV series, but I've only watched a handful, which I sort of look at, and I'm like, when I see the critics say, okay, this is like a 10 out of 10, then I'll give it a watch.
Are you someone that sits there and goes, if Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb give it some good ratings,
yes.
then I'll watch it?
I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people who's actually rating it as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. That's a wide.
What about you? What would you go with?
My favorite TV series ever?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm a big TV guy. So, I mean, I've watched How I Met Your Mother 3 times.
Oh, that was the first sitcom I ever watched when I was a kid.
Love How I Met Your Mother. Another good one. I'm a sucker for some really bad TV. So, like, Below Deck. You probably know Below Deck.
I know what it is, but I've never seen it.
Oh, I love it. I think it's so good. Another one. Yeah, Suits is probably up there for me as well. It's tough to make a decision.
I think if you have to go into sitcoms, the two that come to mind for me are probably this old British classic. I don't even know if you've heard of it, called Mind Your Language. It's all the way back in the 70s or 80s. Yeah. And then obviously The Office, but the US one. I actually prefer that over the UK one, which sounds blasphemous to a number of people. But yeah, 5 balls to go. And Vinu just pushed this one down the leg side.
Marzi, of course.
Yeah.
He's sent me 2 messages. First of all, the answer, and he is correct. His answer was correct. I won't tell you what it was, because obviously that spoils it.
This one's up in the air. It's going to go a long, long way. Flat batted away. Well, this is a tennis shot by Bashir. Forehands this over long on. And it's gone for 6.
Don't mention tennis. Can't believe you've just done that to me.
Apologies.
Can't believe you've just done that to me on the day of Andy Murray's retirement.
Oh,
How
right,
can you do this to me?
Oh,
Don't be like that. Come on. Andy Murray. If you said that with Rico, he probably would have burst out into tears. He's a big cricket fan. And second thing he said is it would probably be kebabs for him. And I turned around.
I knew that.
Yeah,
I knew that.
It's shock horror, right? Shock horror. But, I mean, that sounds like we're trying to, be a bit horrible. That man's lost so much weight. Marzi's lost so much weight. He's done so well with it. Credit to him. Vinny, can he get a response?
Oh, it's up in the air. Oh, this might land safely. Yep, certainly will land safely.
Oh, they come back for the second. Kev's got a good question. He says The Office, but which one?
No, I did state it, the American one.
Yes, Nish. Good man. The American's so much better than the UK. Sorry, but it is.
I've never actually watched the last two Christmas special of the UK one. I believe they're supposedly the best episodes, but yeah, I do prefer the American one.
Gavin and Stacey?
Never seen that.
No, it's very English. Kev will know what I'm on about.
I know what it is. Again, I've heard these names, but I just wouldn't be able to tell you anything about them. Through the line, over long on, goes for 6. Great strike there by Bashir. Smashes that one a long way as well.
Great pickup. Now, I'm not too sure how much you know about Bashir, but what I will tell you is his history is very much tape ball, and you can kind of see that with the way that he plays his shots. He's very, very strong with the front arm, and everything's very whippy, strong wrists as well. He's in touching distance of his own half century here. He's very rapidly catching up with Chuktai.
Yeah, a bit like, I believe Bobber has a similar background as well for Spain. I mean, he's...
Yeah, but you can see that more with Bobber. He's so in that area, whereas Bashir at times does look like it more than anything, but really good stuff at the moment.
Oh, well, this one's going down the leg side as well. It's going to be a wide.
You can just see the way that Krishna Kumar goes there. He's had a tough time of it with the extras. He's had to deal with a lot here. Yeah, US office, 100%. Gavin and Stacey is up there. I used to love it when I was younger. I'm trying to think of any more. I don't know. You have got the innings to think about your death row dinner, by the way. You have got an innings to think about it.
I think if I was put on death row, I'd probably be so indecisive. They would already have me at the gallows by the time I was still deciding.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, just leave me alone. Oh, dear. 2 balls left. Can he get it right?
Oh, this one is very wide. Going to be a wide to a right-hander as well. Do you think I could delay? You could possibly delay getting executed if you just took forever to guess what your final meal is.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go down really well. It's like, I was thinking of having the fish, but now I'm looking at it, might have the steak. You just do that, I'm an R-ing for the next two years. No, probably not. Annie has said, hey, Charlie and Nish, I think either DDC or John T. Jenner has the best average at the ECL. Interesting. Not giving anything away. Not going to give anything away. The good thing is we haven't got to rush the answer. We'll definitely get to the 5th over in the next innings.
Another wide down the leg side. And is this going to go away to the rope as well? No, it won't. I mean, that's a good fielding effort. But unless he's touched the back of the rope, I mean, you certainly believe it might be a 4.
I think there might be contact here, Nish. Let's have a look. I think he's done really well to get there. But again, I think this could be 4. Let's see. Watch that back foot. There you go.
That looks pretty clear. Very conclusive. And I think he probably realizes it well over there. You could just see a bit of a sheepish expression.
Minimo.
As he throws the ball back.
Another Minimo. Delric. He's in the walls at the moment. 25 off this over at this point. And he is struggling, isn't he? You can just see it. You can sense it. You don't have to be a body language expert to have a look.
At least managed to get one legal ball in over here. This is going to be a single. Yeah, Vinu has been a bit expensive today, and he's not going to be helped by the fielding over there. Oh, dear. Massive mistake. That's Jakob Gul, who's normally so good in the field. That's the second mistake he's made in that position today.
Yeah, long barrier fails him this time around. Okay, you've got quick fire answer. Favorite film?
There's 3 for me. I'd say Goodfellas, Godfather, and Inception.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I respect it. Supersonic over inbound, by the way. Look at this, 29 with the ball to go, unless it's a dot.
You can sneak your answer in right after this ball.
I will. Got another ball anyway. My favourite, again, I've got 2. The Gentleman and Hot Fuzz.
Oh, yeah, Hot Fuzz. Hot Fuzz is quite funny.
Hot Fuzz genuinely is one of my, if I'm having a bad day and I'm sat in bed, I'm like, I don't want to do anything. Chuck me Hot Fuzz. I'm out. I'm done. I'm happy. I'm up and away. Easy peasy. Supersonic over, by the way.
When I was a kid, that's when Mr. Bean's holiday was for me. Anytime I had a flu, I just used to put that on.
Mr. Bean's holiday. Wow.
I mean, this is back when I was 12
okay.
or 14, or whatever. I mean, whenever I had the flu and I was stuck at home because I was ill, that's what I'd put on. Straight down the ground, and Lakov's done a very good job to track that, and then he puts in a strong throw to the keeper's end. And could this be a run out? We'll have to have a look at this one. But yeah, terrific fielding effort there by Lakov. It was good to see him still fighting hard late in this innings. He fields that perfectly. Brilliant take, and then fires a throw in to the keeper's end. and it looks like he's gone.
Yeah, he will fall short. So he'll be out. Not good for the average, but nevertheless, a good innings comes to an end. And I said at the start, didn't I? I called it. I said he's probably going to look to be the anchor here, and that's exactly what he does. He sticks there from ball 1 all the way through to ball 60. Well, I nearly cooked myself then, but he's there at the end, and he does get out. But nevertheless, they will get the single, so it'll be 169 for 2 at the end of their 10 overs, and that is a superb bit of work. And what a comeback that is from this Academic Sophia side. A lot of people, don't get me wrong, probably us too, here in the comms box, probably in that crew where we were probably writing them off considering they lost their 2 big players, but they've come back, and boy have they come back with a bang.
Yeah, they end up with 169 runs. What an incredible performance. The Spartans are going to need a Herculean effort in the second innings if they want to chase this one down. Let's just have a look at the highlights over here. Zidok Chuktai brought up his second career half century, making 55 of 28, and this is probably his most impressive of the 2. Incredible batting here against a very strong opposition. You have to say at times the Spartans looked a little tired. They looked exhausted. They had a tough day on the field. Keep in mind that earlier today they were playing with 8 men and they had to cover so much ground fielding for those 3 players who were missing, and it just looked like it's taken a toll on them. And they just unfortunately weren't quite at their best during this first innings. And Academic Sophia were absolutely ruthless. Daniel Ali as well made 42 of 18. And then Manan Bashir came in at number 3 and probably played one of the better innings we have seen from him this ECS. Of course, he will look to step up now that Lucky McMillan and Bashrat Hussain have left this tournament.
Yeah, of course. It's one of the highest ones we've had yet. It's actually the second highest total that we've seen. We had a 168 from the Sophia Stars, but the Academic Sophia beat them by 1, so they go second. Of course, we had a 178 all the way back, or 179 by the Sophia Stars, actually, back on match 5 on day 1. But there's Tizer. Tizer had a bit of a stinker in the old field, and well, he won't be too happy to see that one in the highlights package, but I tell you what, Tizer, 9 times out of 10, he would have taken it. Listen, some of these shots were really nice, so that was the end of Raja, though. He, of course, was taken due to a good catch by Ali Rasool down at long on. But again, the woes just continued, and you're right, I think that massive effort and the adrenaline from that 8-man victory in match 3 has just almost drained all of the energy out of this Academic side, or out of the Spartan side, sorry.
Yeah, it certainly has. We'll continue to look at some of the highlights of this thing. Just some great shot making, and then we saw some misfields from players we're not typically accustomed to seeing making misfields. Jakob Gul with a couple of misfields at mid-wicket. I mean, so rare to see him make errors like that. Normally, he's absolutely perfect out in the field, and then, wow, saw some great 6s hit as well. They hit 9 6s in this innings, and keep in mind the maximum rate so far this European Cricket Series has been about 3.5, so this is much more than we have been accustomed to seeing over this past week. And it was just a great display of power hitting. It was good to see good old-fashioned T10 cricket, the sort that we're so accustomed to seeing on ECN, come to the forefront today. 169, that really feels like a proper ECN T10 score. And there was the second error that Jakob Gul made. Not something you see from him. Tried to put the long barrier out, the ball just slipped past him. That last over, though, for Delric Vinu went for 31 runs, a supersonic over, and now CCAS are in a terrific position. 52 runs is what they managed to get off the last couple of overs. We'll have a look at the scorecard over here. Zidok Chuktai with a half-century, second career half-century for him. Big congratulations to him, and this is probably the greatest innings of his career. He'll be very impressed with this. Daniel Ali making 42 of 18, and Manan Bashir with 44 of 15. Just a terrific batting performance by this top 3 who led this side terrifically and have put them in a good position to go on and win this game and return to winning ways after suffering their first loss of this European Cricket Series. Here's a look at the bowling figures. Chris Lakov with good figures of 0 for 18, but then the rest of the bowling attack, well, the less said the better about a lot of them. They were all a bit too expensive. Ahmed Ibrar picking up the only wicket in this bowling attack. He managed to get rid of Daniel Ali, who was caught by Ali Rasool at 28 runs of extras. That is going to be a huge issue for the Spartans. I think at times throughout this tournament they have struggled with extras, and that is something they're going to have to clean up, because when they face the big teams like the Academic Sophia Cricket Club, they are going to get punished for it, and they certainly were in that first innings. Join us in 6 minutes' time when we bring you the second innings of match 25 and the final innings of this fantastic Friday.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to, of course, this Vasilevsky ground for the last innings of the day. It's going to be a tricky one here because it's going to be a big chase of 170 needed for this one. And, of course, we know that this is going to be a pretty tricky one to deal with and to handle for the likes of Krishna Kumar and Chris Lakov, as this, of course, is not going to be easy for these two sides. Of course, they looked very, very much tired in the first innings, didn't they? Not to any fault of their own, but that sounds a bit harsh. But what I do mean is that they realistically have really struggled to of course deal with the heat, and you can't blame them. They're looking a little bit tired out there. But credit to them, they're going to look to give this one a go, I'm sure. Lakov alongside Krishna Kumar are going to look to try and get a start here, because realistically, if they don't get a good power play, it's going to be almost impossible to even chase. Of course, it'll be an interesting one to try and get a bonus point out of this one, of course. So that has to be maybe their main focus. But at the same token, they're a good batting side, so why can't they take this on? If they get a good start, then it may be a different story. Of course, it'll be interesting to see where they field Mr. Tapak, because, well, he was the one who was getting involved in a bit of afters after they got Lakov early in the last game. Let's see what happens. Daniel Ali to start us off up against Lakov. Short and placed away nicely, but a work to do for the fielder in the offside. And he gets the long barrier out, shows Jacob Go how to do it. We'll get off the mark with a single and gets going straight away. Nicely played into the offside, of course. Thing is, as well, with this opening partnership, you've got to deal with the right hand, left hand, and that's always something that teams seem to struggle with time and time again. But it's a big, big moment, this. Of course, Krishna Kumar, can he sort of replicate some form that he found last year when he was hitting the ball to all ends pretty quickly and easily as well? Raja, of course, a bowler that has been used heavily for the national side as well. Krishna Kumar, not out of the middle of the bat, right off the toe end. Almost a bat breaker, that one, but he will get 4 to start. That's a nice shot, as he was given the license to go for it. It's full, it's wide. He throws the kitchen sink at it and gets 4 for his troubles. Bit of a loosener from Daniel Ali, that one. Not quite on the money this time around, but still. 4 is 4, and it doesn't matter how you get them. It's what goes down in the book at the end of the day. Raja, or Ali, I should say. Once more. Oh, he's copped him in the shoulder. He's probably just going to take a bit of a moment just to see if he's okay, but he says he's all right. But this one right in the shoulder. Oh yeah, not fun at all. He says he's all right, nothing in the head, which is of course a positive. But yeah, Raja, this one just lifting slightly. You can see a bit of a glove onto sort of the chin area, but he's okay. A bit of an update out in Croatia. Of course, Spain 72 for 3. Yasir Ali and Hamza Salim Dar sort of steadying the ship after some early wickets. And this one is just played into the onside. He'll drop for a single. Yeah, of course, stick around as well. We'll, of course, give you the answer for today's Hunt the Answer. Of course, that one coming up in a few overs' time. We will be able to give you that at the 5th. We had to rush it yesterday, but nevertheless, it was of course the question. I'll remind you quickly without the graphic. Don't need to bring it up. Who is the best average batting-wise in the ECL history? Get your answers in. Inside edge from Lakov. Straight to the fielder. Good work. And I can welcome back fellow commentator Nishay Bhatt into the box. As well, we look at this one and you kind of start thinking, well, maybe, just maybe, this could be well, a moment of magic with this chase.
Yeah, certainly going to need a moment of magic. I mean, Krishna Kumar and Lakov, wow, they're really going to have to pull off something very special here. Oh, it's up in the air. Should be an easy catch. And it is an easy catch. Ali will get the first wicket. Krishna Kumar departs. And A wicket falls in the first over here. The Spartans are 7 for 1. Yeah, he's just caught the leading edge and is chipped up in the air for a fairly simple catch. He just threw that shot a little bit too early. We'll take a look at this replay of this wicket. I just got a few of the players from Pleven still hanging around. Just one of them whistled just across the thing, and there we go. Daniel Ali takes that catch. 260 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network, and of course that golden ball was all the way back on the 10th of June in Cyprus, and well, we've been to 3 different destinations so far, and we're yet to get a golden ball. So, yeah, hoping to break that streak as soon as we can and get another golden ball. There we go. Second over. Oh, very nice shot. Beautiful shot by Lakov. Times that one so sweetly and elevates it over long off for a 6. Oh, it's a tremendous hit. Yeah, just the ball swinging away ever so slightly. And he just uses his hands wonderfully, follows that ball, helps it over the rope for 6. It's a Zirok Chuktai coming into bowl. This over, he of course scored a half-century in the first innings, and that was his 2nd career half-century on the European Cricket Network. Oh, great ball there. Terrific ball. Excellent comeback delivery, but it's going to go away for 4 byes. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Gets past the keeper, and off it goes for 4 byes. You got a feel there for Chuktai. It seemed like he'd absolutely nailed that Yorker.
Yeah, it's a great delivery. Really was. It was too good for Lakov. He couldn't get anywhere near it. And yeah, it's an excellent bit of work to unfortunately see go to astray, because it was a super delivery.
Oh, this is struck away and straight to a fielder. Straight to a fielder. Lakov will depart. And he's picked out the fielder at cover. The 2nd wicket falls here for the Spartans. This one is huge. Lakov has been the in-form man for his team. He's reaching out at this one. And he's picked out the fielder at cover. Oh, that is a great catch. And everything is going academic Sophia's way. The man who's taking that catch is Nakwi Sheikh. Great moment for him. And this is a massive, massive wicket. Potentially match-changing. The Spartans are 17 for 2.
Yeah, it's always a really, really nice moment to see for a new fielder. But at the same token, it's just not going the way of the academic Sophia of Spartans. Sorry, it's a complete polar opposite to what we saw in that 3rd game of the day. And at the moment, Chuktai, he's going to have Ibrad in his sights, who comes in at 4. Of course, again, had a good little innings in that chase of 81 earlier on in the 3rd game. He's in at 4.
Oh, it's up in the air. He's threw this shot early, but it's going to go away for a 4. So lucky boundary there for Ibrar. He got that one all wrong. His heart would have been in his mouth. He would have feared that it might pop up and potentially carry to a fielder. No, it's gone away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lucky one to get away with. It was a sort of very early shot that he had to really pull himself back on. But he gets 4 to start. Listen, I don't think these two are going to go out without a fight. They're going to go out swinging. And I don't mind that. I don't want to see people sort of go dead bat at this. Just give it a go.
Oh, well, does he just get a little bit of bat on that? He has. And the keeper's just done a superb job to get down and save his side some runs. That's Manan Bashir. Top bit of work.
Yeah, really good stop. Just kind of got put off balance, I think, with the wider delivery, the way it was going, and then had to readjust himself, and did superbly at that, because it was almost going to run through him. But stuck the old boot out with the pad. Did very well.
Pushed away towards point. Ooh. Gets past that fielder, and it's going to race away for 4. So lucky boundary here for Gul, but the Spartans are going to need a bit of luck if they are to win this game, just opens the face of his bat, and off it goes for 4. Yeah, we have a little question here on the chat regarding the scheduling of these fixtures, and basically mentioning that some of these teams have had to play back-to-back games, and a lot of these players are fatigued. I will comment on that after we have a look at the standings over here. Academic Sophia, of course, won 7 out of 8 games so far. Their only loss coming against the Spartans earlier today, when the Spartans picked up that miraculous win, playing with 8 men, going up against a really, really strong Sophia side. So yeah, just addressing that point. I mean, when these schedules are made, of course, the teams are considered and consulted heavily. And since many of these players aren't amateur players, they, of course, have to play cricket around their work schedules. And so on occasions, that means they do have to play numerous games within a single day when they have a day off.
Yeah, no, you're completely right, Nish. This is just scooped up. They'll come back for, they'll come through for a single. This one into the onside, but.
And then also, logistics play a big part of this as well. I mean, you have a team like, of course, Aya and Karisar will be coming in tomorrow. They're making the big trip from Turkey. So, simply for logistical reasons, it would be much more convenient for them to play most of their games within a few days, and then they can make that trip back home. And yeah, I mean, these teams are consulted when these schedules are made, and it's done taking the interests of everyone who is participating at hand.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And there's a lot of different things you got to take into account, though. This is the thing, doing the schedule. There's so many different moving parts that go into it. There's a lot of different things you got to think about. Of course, this is the last game of the day, but the action continuing out in Croatia at the moment. Spain looking like they're going to chase this relatively comfortably. 83 for 3 at the moment in the 9th. Hamza, Salim Dar and Yasser Ali out there at the moment.
Yeah, Goal just getting some bat on that back of a length delivery, and he will pick up a single. And then, yeah, of course, John explained that point quite well in the chat as well. Completely agree with you. Talking about how teams like Pleven, for example, have to travel quite a bit to get here. In the past, we've had sides from as far away as Plovdiv who have come over to play cricket as well. And they have requested that their games be grouped together, so they have to make that trip less often. So, yeah, I mean, these schedules are made by considering the team's needs.
Absolutely.
Two more balls to come in the power play. And that required now, it's just shot up to under 20. A couple more overs like this, and I think we could be past the point of no return.
Yeah, already in 19s, isn't it? Need a couple of big overs.
This could be wide. This could be wide.
You're going to have to check it. I think it might be. Probably should be. Let's see. Yeah, it's a wide.
Yeah.
That's a wide. He lifts up. Oh, it's got to be given, surely. Surely got to be overturned. Oh, no.
No, it hasn't been.
Oh, no. Well, maybe there's something we're not seeing. Last ball of the over. Not yet. What a spell this is, though, by the way, from Ali. 1 for 10 off of 1.5 with the ball to go. Been so crucial for this Academic Sophia side in recent years, and also for the Bulgarian national team, proving his value at the moment.
Struck over the fielder at mid-off. It's going to go all the way for a 6. There's nothing he can do except watch that sail over his head as the power play comes to an end. The Spartans are 39 for 2.
Yeah, of course, looking for what would be a pretty intense chase, but early wickets have kind of already taken the sting out of that one. You can see there in comparison. Wickets, the issue, runs only, 8 runs behind, but the 2 wickets already fallen, and it's 2 big ones as well, as Lakov and Krishna Kumar both back in the shed, both Gul and Ibrar out there at the moment. Chuktai, of course, has bowled very well in this spell, but a bit of a change here. Yusuf's going to bring himself on. He normally doesn't come on till the sort of 8th and 10th, but he's going to come on and bowl the 4th.
Yeah, so Yusuf, as you mentioned, usually bowls in the death overs, but he has a tendency to be a bit expensive at times, so maybe he's the bowler to look to target. This one's gone up in the air. Should be a catching opportunity. It's just going to land beyond the fielder, and it will land safely. So just the 1 run the Spartans are going to pick up. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, you can see he's just trying to hit that one over that backward square leg boundary, but he's just been a bit too cramped for room to really execute that flowing pull shot.
Yusuf, again, he bowls good areas pretty consistently, does the skipper.
Oh, that wasn't too far from the leg stump. That wasn't too far from the leg stump. The leg stump would have felt the breeze of that ball whooshing by. It stays very low. Got a feel for the batter. Oh, and it's not too far away. It goes between the gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, of course, this one looks as if, the thing is, and what I was wanting to mention a bit earlier, but I forgot, and I'm going to have to wait now. It's fine. It's only going to be slapped. Should just be one. But what I was going to say is, with a win here and a loss for the Spartans, this looks as if this now means that everyone's going to have a loss. Of course, apart from the Turkish side that come tomorrow. But it just shows you that there's a pretty level playing field out there in the top, especially in that top four. Everyone's beating each other. Everyone's played against each other. It's been pretty level playing fields. No one's really run ahead. So it just means that come next Friday, could be in for a thrilling finals day.
No, it certainly could be. I mean, you look at those top 3 or 4 teams, I think we haven't had a chance to see Afyon Karahisar just yet. Oh, this is going, but it's going straight to a fielder, and it's going to be a catch, so Gul will depart for 6 runs, and Yusuf does the trick. The captain picks up a wicket over here. Yeah, a little bit cramped for room, and he always delivers, doesn't he? He finds a way to get these wickets. He did it against the Sophia Stars when he won his side the game in the final over, and he's done it here again. Takes the all-important wicket, and now you just feel this game is slipping away from the Spartans, and we're just inside the 4th over.
Yeah, that's again another one that that bites the dust. And well, the dust is settling on what's been a great day of action, of course, here in Bulgaria again. 5th day, very quickly coming to a close. Of course, 6th day is a big one. It's the 6th day of action, 6 games tomorrow. Woof. It's going to be a hot one, and it's going to be a long one. But plenty of action, and I think it's going to be an exciting one, of course, as we will welcome the last side to take part in this tournament. It is, of course, Afyon Karahisar, and that name will get easier by the time we get to the end of next week.
Yeah, I think knowing the sort of quality of Turkish teams that have generally traveled to Bulgaria, you probably expect Afyon Karahisar will be up there as one of the big contenders.
Well,
I mean, that's why they're making the big trip
well,
over
that's
here.
the thing, is like they've got big boots to fill.
Yeah.
Istanbul won it last year, so they've got to try and replicate that. Yusuf, skipper against skipper.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're starting to see who the top 4 or 5 teams in this tournament will be. I mean, Academic Sophia obviously up there as one of the contenders. Spartan have proven themselves as well. I mean, I know they're not quite getting the result they need in this match, but that victory they picked up earlier this afternoon certainly puts them right up there. The Sophia Stars, I mean, obviously lost a couple of games to Academic Sophia, but that second one, it came down to the last ball. They could easily have won it.
Thing is, as well, as Yusuf is, well, more than anyone, was, I think, the most frustrated with the way that they lost that game, just down to the fact that he had, okay, listen, he needed a miracle. He needed a maiden just to get it to a golden ball in that last game. And I think he was more frustrated at the fact that he ended up losing it with a wide rather than sort of making the batters hit. End of the 4th, 38 for 3.
Yeah, and I think you also have to, I think then the question is, I mean, where do the likes of Pak Falcon, Viren, and the All-Stars fall in this equation? I mean, only seen the All-Stars 3 times, 2 of their wins coming up against weaker opposition, and the one time they had to play someone of quality in the Spartans, they did lose. And then Pak Falcon as well. I mean, sure, they managed to drop the Blacksmiths and Pleven 4 times so far this tournament, but again, when they had to face quality opposition, they got hammered. So I think that just means that you look at those teams in Pak Falcon, BSC, All-Stars, and you wonder where they're really at, despite the fact that they have winning records.
Yeah, that's true. It is true. And I think it is testament to the levels of what we're seeing here at the moment. Here's George. It's not great from George. Not a good start. A little bit of a loosener, maybe. First time we're seeing really seeing him with the ball. You can just see there, doesn't really follow through. Just kind of stops on it. That game up there at the moment. My internet's died, by the way. Either that or my laptop's dead. Nope, it's just the old Palantir dying. There you go. See, nice.
I have to log in again as well, but yeah. Just the 2 overs he's bowled so far this tournament. This one is launched away for a 6. Massive hit there. And I wonder if this is an actual strategy by them that they believe Gerard George is somebody who can really help them in this kind of position, or that they're turned to him simply because they feel like they might have wrapped this one up. Of course, George is worth pointing out. He's 21 years old, turned 21 back in January. Bowled a 4 overs so far this European Cricket Series, and they've gone for 42 runs so far, picked up a couple of wickets, and they've, of course, come against Pleven. So, yeah, this is a totally different challenge here, going up against
it's always
Spartans.
It's always a little bit tough when you sort of go, oh, you've done really well, and then you sort of then second it with against Pleven. It was someone got runs, wasn't it? I think Chuktai got a 50 against Pleven last year, and he just got, he got 50 against Pleven. Pleven last year, I think we're a little bit stronger. This year they have just struggled with numbers and with players and individuals. But, I mean, the thing is, they're about to go. If they don't get a win tomorrow, that's 2 years without a victory. That's 2 years on the network with no win. I'd love to know if there's anyone else with that record. This one up in the air, Manan Bashir. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Derek, get back. Oh, no. This is ugly. And it's a drop chance, and that's not the way to do it. Manan Bashir saying, I've got my gloves. What are you thinking? And the man from fine leg comes in and completely takes him out. Oh, no, this is not pretty at all. It's a genuine top edge, completely miscues it. Watch this. No communication. And it's like a ball when it sees red. They both were looking at the Grizzly, and they weren't thinking of anything else apart from taking a catch. A drop goes. Vinu down on 7.
Oh, big swing and a miss there. Just goes past the leg stump. Yeah, that was an enormous moment. I mean, that was the keeper's catch, and I think, this just comes down to fundamentals. I mean, there's so many teams. I mean, I've even seen this in international games on the European Cricket Network where you don't see players calling. You just don't see that, and I think, this is why just getting those fundamentals right is absolutely important. John Gray asking if there's any chances related to Boom Boom Basil George. Nope.
Pretty simply. And of course, George's his first name Gerard. But no, I assume no relation. I'm assuming. I'm going to probably put sort of.
It's a pretty common surname because he's not the only player even playing in this match with that surname.
True.
So
that's very true. Kevin George of the Spartans. Last ball coming up, folks. Last bit of moment to get your answer in. Who has the best ECL batting average? Last ball before we find out. Maybe. Nope. Have you heard about this happening with me? It's like for the last year, I've used to turn around and say, oh yeah, last ball coming up, and then they bowl a wide, and I do it almost every over. And now I kind of had to retrain myself to go potential last ball of the over.
I think the other one that's always very interesting is when you're about to say first ball coming up, and then they pull up in the middle of their run up.
I tell you what, clearly, you know what's happening here? George is saying, I just want people to have a little bit more time to think of the answer. That's what he's doing. Good on him. The man of the people. Do you know what? Tomorrow we're going to have another game to go after this.
Yep.
Hoo-wee. Do you know what that does mean, though? 2 saffron meals from Prakash. We're getting dinner as well. Ooh. Get in. Never going to say no to that.
No, this is played out towards cover. It's going to be a single, so we will come to the halfway stage of this innings. The players will stop for a brief drinks break as the Spartans are 49 for 3, need 121 runs in the second half of the innings. So, well, you've got to say they've come out here, Academic Sophia. They look really good. They've been very solid. I think they just batted the opposition out in that first innings by posting 169 runs, and they've been very solid with their bowling. They're hitting those lines and lengths with perfection. Yeah,
scoreboard pressure is seeming to be a little bit too much. Okay, then, the big question of the day. Who had the best average at the European Cricket League in history? And, of course, it was a minimum of 5 innings. That was kind of the way that it was worked out. I wonder if we can bring it up. The answer, maybe. There we go. The answer is Daniel Doyle-Kaye of course, I put Pakai Care there because that's the team that he has represented the last couple of years, of course. 62.83. It's pretty outstanding. There was a good couple of mentions. The top 10 actually is pretty star-studded. There's some big names in there. Of course, there were a couple of people that got it right, so congratulations to you. Did you get the hint? Did you get the hint now? They're playing today?
Yeah, I did get the hint. It was actually
I tried to throw you off.
It was actually much closer to home than we thought. It was right here on the network at DDC. I mean, obviously, no surprise that he has one of the best average in ECL history, the best average, I should say. I mean, an incredible player. And getting a chance now to tune up against Croatia and then He'll be out there in a month's time, part of that Spanish squad, as they, of course, head to the ECC and look to go one better than last year.
Yeah, of course, they've got the World Cup qualifiers to come up as well in Guernsey. That's going to be their main focus at the moment. But yeah, if you got it right, congratulations to you. I know that actually that was one that kind of sent a few people sort of in circles here on the ground. I know a few of the crew were sort of, everyone was kind of coming up to me, and Tyser actually really likes these questions. Tyser always sort of sits there and chews at me and says, well, is it this? And I kind of don't give him a response, because if he gets it right, I can't tell him. But if he gets it wrong, I will tell him he's wrong.
This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single.
Who was your guess?
My guess was Ace of Tribe.
Yeah, actually, let me read out the list here. I've got it to me. So Jamie Watling is actually second of the Old Victorians. Peter Seeler for VOC Rotterdam is third. Charlie Brennan, Old Victorians again, so 2 in the top 4 from the Old Victorians. 5 actually in the top, 3 in the top 5. Jonty Jenner is 5th. Mark Simpson Parker, MSP. Oh, Vienna CC. Jason van der Merwe 7. George Hankins at 8. Oh dear. Think of a single, not there. They won't take it. Mohamed Nissa at 9, of course, and a bit of a rogue shout as far as Abbas from the Tallinn Stallions in at the top 10. Ace of Tribe, number 11.
Yeah, she's just outside the top 10. But yeah, I mean, I'm no surprise there's a player from the Tallinn Stallions. I mean, Estonia, they have so much batting talent. I mean, of course, Sahil Chauhan made a big record last month, a couple of months ago, I should say, when he managed to score the fastest ever T20I century. Outside edge, goes away for a 4. That's going to be a boundary. Vinu gets a little bit lucky over there, streaky boundary. But yeah, just going back to the point about Estonian cricket, I mean, they have a very, very bright future ahead. They're developing something really special over there. Of course, got the likes of Stefan and Medaguch involved in Estonian cricket as well. And yeah, so much talent over in Estonia. And they're going to be a team to watch. I believe Bulgaria and Estonia are in the same group as well.
Yeah,
so they'll certainly provide a stiff challenge to this Bulgarian national team.
I'll put those up there as probably themselves and probably Croatia. I think nationally, I think could be the sort of 3 ones to pick out from there. Actually, I think Luxembourg in that group, I think they're in Group B of the Challenger Division. I think they're going to be the favourites to maybe take one of the 2 promotion spots into the Premier Division.
How would you put the Isle of Man or Hungary? Or a big part of Czechia, because Czechia obviously coming off a great tournament.
Nah. Czechia are going through a little bit of a change at the moment. It's kind of what's going on. Oh, well, what could have been? Oh, he's taken this one on the inside of the wrist, and that hurts.
Yeah, that is very painful there for Chuktai. I mean, you got to credit his effort. I mean, keep in mind his side look like they're going to pick up a very comfortable victory here, but he's still just putting his hand up there, and boy, for a bowler, ouch, that is going to hurt.
Not fun at all. He's still down.
But
he's just trying to feel a bit more sensation. Sorry, Nesh.
No, but it's interesting that you haven't quite given the Isle of Man the chance. Obviously, a slightly more established cricketing nation. I guess they kind of get that a little bit of favoritism because of that.
Yeah, I just think the T10 game is just one of those that you look at the amount of players that Estonia have got, you know, seriously crazy strike rates in ECS history and different sort of things like that. I just think, you know, the experience in T10 just tends to be something that is rather crucial. I think it tends to be worth more than what people first give it.
Yeah, I think this is something I've noticed with a number of players. I mean, a lot of cricketers who maybe come from more traditional cricketing backgrounds and they've grown up playing a 20 or 50 over cricket or 40 over cricket, and then they come in here to the T10 format. It just takes them quite a while to adapt as well. And the other thing, of course, the advantage that European cricketers have is the fact that they're quite used to playing on these pitches as well. And I think for some of these players coming in from the British Isles or other more sort of established cricketing nations, it's just, it can often be a challenge just to go from turf wickets to the artificial mat. Almost happened again.
I was just going to say, he's completely pulled out of that one as Chuck type. Fair enough. He's got protection there, but he completely, look, he goes, no, not again.
Just has to train his brain not to react somehow. I mean, the instinct was to just stick your hand up, but then some part of his brain just remembered that pain and was like, nope, pull it back.
The old muscle memory kicking in. Nope, don't want that one again.
Now, slower ball. And this is going to be launched over for a 6. So Vinu reads that one really well and just powers it, muscles it over cow corner.
Yeah, nice pickup. Really nice pickup, and he picks it. Chuktai looks a little bit defeated at the moment, doesn't he? as he's just seemingly struggling at the moment. And you can understand why. End of the over, score 61 for 3 at the end of 6. Are you having issues with yours now?
Oh, no. That was just...
Okay. Thought you were looking around for some help.
For some reason, the email app just opening up. Outlook. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, Ahmed Ibrar and Delric Vinu, the only two with double-digit score, and then the rest of the batting order just hasn't been able to carry the water. As we look at this, going at just about 10 and over, it's not going to be good enough at this stage. They'll struggle to even get a point. Oh, what a shot.
Tower.
What a shot.
Tower. Oh, nearly. Where is it? Is it in there somewhere? Oh, there you go. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good catch. Very good catch indeed. There you go. Very good stuff.
Who's up there in the tower?
Dennis, good stuff up there. Evasive action. Good catch by the old extension cable.
Oh, incredible there by Dennis. I mean, it would have been a heart and mouth moment watching that ball coming right at you, but cool as you like. Dennis, well, that's why they pay him the big bucks. This one is going to land safely inside the ring. Just going to be a single.
Why do the tower get more than the cube? I've not had a catch. I want a catch. I want to take a catch on camera.
Far too much equipment over here. I think Spring, I'm on your side.
No.
We don't need any. We don't need any catches coming our way.
It's fine.
Comes off the toe end of the bat.
Did you happen in
go away
Romania?
for a single?
Did you happen in Romania? So obviously have my setup, and Vasu was scoring before Cluj played their first set of games. So he was scoring, and sort of we had a long break, and he went out and hit a few from the middle. And I'm sat by the score in the scorer's hut, not really paying attention. All of a sudden, thud, and he does it twice onto my iPad, up in the air, chance. Good luck with the sun.
Oh, it's been put down. That was a chance. And just I think catching though has been a bit of an issue for both these teams in this match. Just struggling to take their opportunities. This one went high up in the air and should have been taken. Really should have been taken.
Slightly into the sun, but yeah, and he hit my iPad twice on the flush, and iPad was absolutely fine. Indestructible. Touch wood.
like a Nokia phone from back in the day.
Nokia brick.
This one's struck away towards square leg. It's just going to be a single, so 1 run. Picked up over there.
I can't update people on what the score's going on in Croatia at the moment because I got my laptop. It's not working. Can you tell us?
Yeah, I can
what's
go ahead.
going on at the
Spain
moment?
are just closing in
Are they?
on a victory, so just
yeah,
12 more runs needed for
Who's batting
Spain.
at the moment?
You got Christian Munoz-Mill, of course, Lauren Burns.
So what did Yasir end up on? Let's have a look.
41 of 35.
Nice. Hamza 19 run a ball. Alec Davidson-Soler 1 for 2. Oh, swatted away. That's probably going to be a no ball, I think. Might be even be a wide. Okay, no side on view available at the moment.
So that was the first for the over, so it's been given a wide, not a no ball. Yeah, so he had the one bouncer and he's used it, and it's ends up being a big wide. But yeah, Spain closing in on a victory. Just need 12 runs off the remaining 5 overs. Just to take some pace off the ball here. And it's going to be a single. They're going to come back for a second run.
Oh, he slipped. Ibra slipped, and they won't come back for the second. That'll be the close of the over. And again, looking a little bit disappointed. Vinny looks cooked out there at the moment. There's a look at Ibra just slipping at the moment. This is looking like a really good bit of work here. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Well, Nish, it's going to be a long day, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly will be. I mean, we're going to see Pac Falcon coming back as well. They had a day off today. And a couple of days off on Tuesday and Wednesday as well. They'll be playing the Spartans in the first match. And then, of course, Afio and Karahisar coming back for a triple header. Should say coming here for the first time for a triple header. That's our first chance to have a look at them. Yeah, big day of cricket. The Hextuple.
Got a feel for Sophia Stars sitting out the whole day and coming in for one game at the end of the day. Just coming in for wrapping it up. Of course, that will be the extra match. And, yeah, well, come and join us. We'll be here. We'll be waiting. Of course, there'll be stuff going on out in Croatia as well. Shafin for the 8th.
Yes, that's officially 240 overs of cricket we have coming up for you tomorrow.
Thanks to my great brain.
How many networks in the world can give you that much cricket in a single day?
I remember a couple of years ago, ECN was something like 58% of the broadcasting done in cricket. Good to see, by the way, that Shafeen is bowling off spinners. You wouldn't have seen this, Nish, but day one we were here. These guys were here early, and he was here bowling lovely offies and prepping nicely. And then for some reason in the match was bowling leggies, and it wasn't working. And Rico and I were getting very frustrated at the fact that it wasn't the offies, and nice to see these going with them here this time. Oh, never mind, I spoke too soon.
No, Shafeen is a great spinner. I think it'd be nice to see him just bowl the typical sort of left arm orthodox spin, or the off spinners, as you said, and then maybe just mix it up with the odd leg spinner every now and then. But yeah, generally I'd like to see him bowling finger spin.
Yeah, big time. It just to control leg spin's really tricky.
Oh, big swing over there.
He's gonna put his back out if he's not careful, is it, bruh? Throwing everything, throwing the kitchen sink and a little bit of the rest of the house as well. Bit of a semi-detached Villa going across at the moment. Ibra 24 off 20 there. 45 off 15 for a point hit.
Oh, full toss. This is hammered away, and it's going to go away. 4 of 4. Not the best ball over there. It's a poor delivery, and it's going to get punished, of course. Spain wrapping up a victory against Croatia. They take
Chris,
that
the
one
finisher
by 4 wickets, and of course, well, you got Christian Munoz Mills finishing it off with a 6, wrapping it up in style. And in case, of course, anyone's joining us, tuning in from that broadcast, of course, very big welcome to you. We're here live in Sophia for our final match of the day. Spartans taking on the Cricket Club of Academic Sophia. This one's gone high up in the air, a catching chance. This is going to be taken. It will. And Sophia grab their 4th wicket. The Spartans lose another, and it looks like Sophia are going to make it a bonus point victory over here, because it looks really tough at this stage for the Spartans to even get to that 115.
Good catch, really good catch, and Shafeen wanted that one as well. Of course, cricket Spaniard, of course, close to my heart, been there a long time. And I actually did if anyone's bothered, if anyone cares, I did an interview with the likes of Chris Munoz Mills, Daniel Dorkai, Corey Rutgers, and the women's skipper, the female skipper in Elspeth Fowler. Did an interview with her. It's actually on the YouTube if you want to hear it. It's kind of a little bit about the rise of Spanish cricket. It was kind of at the time of the Ireland victory in the group final. So if you want to have a listen to that, if you want it, say you want it in the chat, and I'll give you the link for it. The good old ECN saving Charlie Hunt's uni career once more. When I say I abused the European Cricket Network for my university projects, I mean it. I'm pretty sure in the first year I had 4 practicals and I used ECN for 3, and the other one wasn't because I wasn't allowed to. Hey, it's who you know, not what you know. Anywho, 78 for 4. Rasul.
Yeah, played away towards mid-wicket. Oh, it's just going to creep underneath the captain. That's, of course, Husseif Yusuf out at mid-wicket. It's just gone past him. It's snuck underneath him. Usually such a good fielder, but rare mistake for him. Rare mistake.
I know you probably answered this question quite a lot. How'd you get into this? How'd you get into commentary?
Oh, that is a very interesting story. I think it just went into an audition one day to do this back to cover a series in Cyprus. And originally I used to just do the cricket series in Cyprus, and then of course got a chance to do one abroad. This one's a full toss, and it's crashed into the camera tower again, once again. Well, Dennis, hope you're okay up there. You've been rattled once more. Well, what a 6. That was a full toss, and he sent that a long way. That tower must still be shaking after that last hit. Just give us a thumbs up to tell us you're okay, Dennis. And, well, oh, goodness me. That's another very powerful hit.
Yeah, good way to end the over as well, of course. But so go on then. So covered that and then just kind of grew from there.
Yeah, kind of just grew from there. I think so how about you then?
Mine's a bit of a longer story. Shock. It's me. It was, I played in a Spanish national finals up in Barcelona during 2021, COVID. I knew Housey from before, known Housey for years. I knew Rico for years, hadn't really touched base with him for a while, but knew him quite well. Kind of heard of what's going on and stuff. As Yusuf comes in for the last, this 9th over, 89 for 4. And then kind of met Vinny for the first time. sort of watched me get I'm pretty sure I got a 2-ball duck in my only game that I played. It was a selfless duck though. I ran myself out to get someone else on strike. Trust me. There is actually, if you go into the archives, it'll be there somewhere. Knew Vinny through that, kind of met him briefly, and then dropped him a message. I had to do a 20-minute unedited audio interview about anything sport related. So I sort of dropped Vinny a message as this one is dropped short, and it's going to be sort of drop kicked for 6. Nice shot this from Vinny. He's playing a nice little helpy hand here. Of course, they're looking for a point here. They need to get 24 now. So yeah, literally just dropped him a message, said I need to help with this. He was like, yeah, cool, classic, Vinny, go for it. Yeah, 100%, I'll do it. Help me out massively. And then it was this tournament 4 years ago. Started 2020. It was early 2022. That was when snow, rain, the whole thing. I flew out. Again, I had another project where I had to do like a news story. You know, like the classic sort of very classic and stereotypical news stories where it's all a lot of establishing shots and very sort of basic stuff. Had to do something like that. It was 3 minutes long. So I decided, right, okay, cool, make something out of this. Got in contact with Vinny again, said, can I do something to do here? He was like, yeah, come out to Bulgaria. So pay for me flights, as in I pay for my flights, pay for my hotel, came out and did my project in Bulgaria, sat and sort of watched it all and learned a little bit, met everyone for the first time. Come 2 months later, I get a call. And Vinny says, what are you doing next week? And this is, bear in mind, I've just finished my first year of uni in London. Shot up in the air, a bit of work for Chuck Tight, got a lot of ground to cover, does well, just B1. And to finish the story, got a call saying, what are you doing next week? I said, nothing. He said, right, you're going to Malta. I said, what? He said, you go to Malta, you're going to go do some T20Is. You know Conrad Greenshills from Portugal? Yes. He was supposed to be doing it. The week before he was supposed to travel, broke his ribs on a cycling accident.
Oh dear.
So I went and covered him, and then kind of went from there, same as you. Kind of went, did an ECS in Belgium that year, and then sort of became a summer job, and now here I am.
Now this is played away towards mid-wicket. The fielder just slightly stumbling and sliding around as he gets to that. It's going to be a 1 run. That was a full toss as well. Yeah, you just look at it. He just loses his footing right at the end, but at least he makes sure it doesn't slip past him. So we got 1 ball to go in the penultimate over. The Spartans still need 22 runs to pick up the point, avoid this
big
bonus
ball.
Point defeat.
Big delivery, this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball, and I think, well, they're desperate to get a single. I mean, it's certainly on there, but unfortunately, Vinu just seemed to be reminiscing the fact that he'd missed out on one earlier.
Leg by to finish then, and that's going to be the end of the 9th. 98 for 4. They need 21 off the last to get a point here to the Spartans.
Yeah, this is going to be a big challenge for the Spartans. They're going to need 1 big over to at least pick up a point, and well, that would see them at least sort of keep track on this CCAS side. And, you know, we've seen these teams at the top. They're so evenly matched, so a bonus point victory against one of your rivals, that is huge. That really is huge. It's, if you think about it, it's basically a 2-point difference because you're taking a point from a side that are potentially going to be competing with you, and then you also get that extra point yourself.
Yeah, the thing is as well is that they kind of weren't able to chase down the 80 within the 7, so they didn't get the bonus point themselves against this this academic Sophia side. So if they take all 4 points, it's kind of like a slight mini victory over them, even though it's 1-1 between the two of them.
It's going to go big. He's going to go long, and he manages to hit a 6. So the Spartans need another 15 of 5. They go with Shafin here. Keep in mind, Shafin's first over went for 16 runs. It was a rather expensive one.
Yeah, I love this new point system as well because it just means that these sort of what would have been pretty quiet finishes just have a bit of excitement to them. I can't remember where it was. I think it was Romania, and some of the games, they felt like golden ball finishes. They really did.
No, this is really nicely played. Beautiful stroke there by Vinu. It's a late tap down towards third. It's now down to 11 runs needed to pick up that point.
Well, we saw Vinu play an identical shot in the last game, or 2 games ago, sorry, and it was one that got them very close to a very big victory. Can he do something similar here to get a point? And what that would effectively mean is that it pretty much cancels out the earlier result.
Oh, and that's going to be a wide. The pressure is getting to Shafin. I mean, his side have wrapped up the victory, but trust me, everybody out there in the field for Academic Sophia knows the importance of getting this bonus point victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Batting outside of his crease. I'd love to see the keeper standing up, to be honest.
Oh, goes big. Has he got enough on it? It's going to go away for a 4. Gerard George isn't able to get across and cut that one out. So it's 6 needed of 3 now to pick up that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, they can't get the victory here, but they can't deny their opponents a bonus point, and they're fighting hard. They're fighting really hard here. Vinu, the skipper, is out in the middle, and he's playing a brilliant captain's knock. Oh, it's a dot ball. Very, very important dot ball. Precious dot ball.
Yeah, the umpire looks as if he was going to raise his arms. I was going to say, don't you dare. It's a great delivery. Sneaks it in perfectly on the tram line. Thank you very much. 6 needed for a point.
He's going to go big. Is he going to get the point on this shot? He hasn't quite got enough on it. Oh, it's been helped over the rope. It's been helped over the rope by a dropped catch. It looks like it has landed on top of the rope. We'll, of course, look at the replay to confirm. He didn't quite have enough on the shot to get a 6. It would probably have landed for a 4, but he's put down the catch, and he's helped it over the rope for a 6. What a disaster for Academic Sophia. They are going to give up the bonus point right at the end when it was literally in their hands.
Oh, unbelievable. There's a bit of a cheer as well as they realise that they take the point away from the Academic Sophia side. Late drama. Yes, it's a convincing win, but they won't get all 4 points. Last ball.
This will be struck away, and it's going to go to the same fielder, of course, put down that chance earlier. That's Daniel Ali, and he will feel absolutely gutted. And they'll just stick to the 1 run. And the Spartans, well, they'll take a very, very convincing defeat here. In all honesty, they've been beaten by 48 runs, but they pick up that sole point at the end, which will basically tie the series between these two teams. That could be so crucial down the stretch, heading into finals day, when these sides will be jostling for those top spots to get an advantage heading into finals day. Huge, huge last over, and it all came down to that one moment right at the end when Daniel Ali could have taken the catch. Instead, he helped it over the rope. It was a 6, and that was all she wrote. Academic Sophia take the win, but they can't get that bonus point.
Yeah, it's a really, really a little bit annoying way to finish what's been a good game for Academic Sophia. Unfortunately, just not quite able to get over the line with the point. This is what's coming up tomorrow. It is the 6-game day. Pac Falcon, they return 2 games against Spartan. But you can see there, 3 games for the Turkish side. Afyon Karahisar. Oh, just rolls off the tongue. They take on the likes of Pac Falcon, Pleven, twice, in fact, as well. So they make their return of their first ever appearance since, of course, the ECL, where they struggled at the start of the year. Pac Falcon, they take on the All-Stars once more. And those All-Stars will take on Sophia Stars in the last game of the day. 5:30 GMT, 7:30 Central European Time, 11 o'clock in India. We will take you through all of that. Let's have a look at these highlights then. And, well, of course, you can see that there was a really nice couple of starts for Krishna Kumar, but unfortunately, it just wasn't meant to be, as it was a leading edge for him. And it was eventually caught. It was a good bit of work by Eventually, who is now known as the player of the match in this game, as that one is going to be Daniel Ali, who takes the player of the match.
Yeah, certainly. Big performance by him. And, of course, Daniel Ali will just look back at that moment right at the end. I mean, it is kind of bittersweet for him. He does pick up that man of the match award, as you mentioned, but he is also the culprit for that big error at the end, which cost them the bonus point. We'll continue to look at the highlights of this innings, of course. You feel like the Spartans lost this game in the first innings when they gave up 169 runs. Academic Sophia batted superbly. It was always going to be a tough task for this Spartans team in the second innings, and unfortunately it only got harder for them when their top order really struggled. Lakov with just 8, Krishna Kumar with just 5, Jakob Gul making just 6, but then that middle order batted superbly. I mean, Ibrar 28 of 22, but then the skipper playing a very important innings of 49 of 23, which helps his side salvage that sole point they so desperately needed to tie this series with Academic Sophia. These two teams will now probably be neck and neck for the remainder of this tournament. We took a look at that dropped catch over there, and boy, now looking back at those moments in hindsight, those chances that were put down, they end up costing Academic Sophia a point. This was another catch that was dropped, one that you wouldn't normally see. Nakwi Sheikh put down. And yeah, this is Going to be a very important bit of feeling. We're just about to watch a big 6 over there.
Yeah.
Big shot. And they hit some opportune boundaries right at the end.
Good catch by Chuksai though, wasn't it, to remove Ibra. And yeah, good to see that the Spartans are having a bit of a conversation out in the middle now. Listen, it was an up and down day, and I think what this ended up being the result of this loss is just the amount of effort they had to put in with only 8 on the field in match number 3. But yeah, as you say, from the depths of despair, he had to sort of drag himself from the depths of hell, did Vinu, because he was down and out. He looked cooked at the end of the 10 overs in the field, but he was able to dig deep and hit some glorious boundaries, in all honesty. But of course, how big, as you've already mentioned it, but how big is this drop going to be on the boundary from Daniel Ali? It's this one here. It was never going for 6, but he tipped it over the bar. The old Rob Green, circa 2010, South Africa. And, well, Daniel, you won't be happy to have seen that one again. Let's have a look at the scorecards before we say our final goodbyes and remind you of what's coming up tomorrow as well. And, of course, it's an interesting scorecard nonetheless.
So here's a look at the scorecard. The top order simply didn't click for the Spartans. As you can see, just 19 runs between the 3 of them. And when you want to pull off an incredible chase of 170, you got to get those guys to click. Chris Lakov couldn't quite get it done in this match. Kushal Krishnakumar with just 5 runs. Usually he's a very good performer for his side. Yakov Gul with just 6, but those important runs the middle order made, you know, the likes of Ibrar with that 28 of 22 where he just about hung around, Ali Rasul hitting some crucial boundaries on the sets, and then of course the skipper himself, Delric Vinu, who got his side to that single point. That was really important, and of course that sole point turns out to be very crucial in this race. Here's a look at, of course, the bowling figures for Academic Sophia. Great bowling figures for Daniel Ali. You have to feel for him. He was amazing with the bat and ball in hand. He wins the man of the match, but everyone's going to remember him for that one big moment right at the end where he just tips it over the boundary rope. And of course, here's a chance to welcome you into our commentary position for the last time today. It's been a great Friday. We've seen some very entertaining matches. I think that last one as well, the result looks lopsided, but because of that crucial point, we got some late entertainment.
How good is it to see, though, these players really battling out, even though they end up coming to like a 70-odd run loss? They're still battling for that point, and that just shows you this competition means a lot to these players. They've been playing year on, year out, and it's just proven to be really crucial. Of course, the action continues tomorrow. We can maybe give you a little preview once more of those 6 games coming up. Of course, you can see there, we've spoken about it already, 5:30 GMT, 7:30 Central European Time, 11 o'clock out in India. But of course, 250 overs of cricket, not just from here. We've got 120 of them. There's more from Croatia, of course, coming up tomorrow. And it's the first ever ECS W as the Jinx Zagreb take on the Lavender Lionesses in a double header. Cannot wait to see a bit of history out there in Croatia. Of course, Croatia taking on Spain into T20 internationals as well.
Yeah, looking forward to that, of course. 2 lovely names as well in Jinx Zagreb and Lavender Lioness. And I just love the progress we're making in women's cricket here on the European Cricket Network. We had our first ever ECCW last year, and now we get our first ever ECSW. Just ECN's really been at the forefront of development for the women's game.
Yeah, it really has. Well, I can hear it's ringing. The highlights are coming, and it gives us a moment to say huge thank you to everyone at the ground today. Of course, it's been another hot day, hottest day we've had so far, 35 degrees max, and I tell you what, boy, oh boy, was it tricky out there.
Yeah, it certainly was tricky. And I think testing conditions for the players, the temperature rose up to 35, 36 degrees Celsius. Of course, a chance for us to thank everybody who makes this happen. A big shout out to, of course, the local Cricket Federation. They've been such great hosts to us. The Blue Crew as well. We're battling out through this heat. And of course, we can't go without thanking our friends over at Spring Productions.
Yeah, it's been another busy day. They've earned their money, of course, but I know that they've prepared a very, very exciting highlights package that you're going to leave you out through, that's going to finish the day. It's been a pleasure to be alongside Nish once more, and I'm certainly looking forward to another good long day of action tomorrow. That's all we've got time for, folks. Make sure you stick around for the highlights. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening, everybody.